The swamps can be a dangerous place. They are not meant for human travel. That's why it's important to stay out of them and leave them undisturbed. We should never try to explore these treacherous lands. There are things living within them that are far too dangerous for human interaction. This isn't just a story. I am living proof of this encounter, and it will be a day that I'll never forget, as long as I live. Now, I was out camping with a few friends, just a few years ago. We had been going to the same spot every year, for roughly 6 or 7 years at this point. The campsite is fairly remote. It's about a mile hike through the swamps to get there. And if you don't know where you are going, you could get lost very easily and not come back alive. The area isn't exactly known for bad things, but everybody in our party has a pretty good understanding of avoiding trouble and sticking together. So, we were all in my friend's Chevy Silverado. I was in the passenger seat, and about 5 of my friends were piled in the bed of the truck. We had been driving for a good 30 minutes until we came upon a clearing in the swamp where the road split 2 ways. One road went deeper into the swamps, eventually leading to our destination, while the other led through a small town that was about an hour away. We had done both so many times over the years that everybody knew exactly what needed to be done at this point to get to camp safely. Everybody in the back of the truck exchanged high fives and cheered. We were almost to our campsite. We were almost there. It was this wonderful mutual feeling between all of us that we were so glad to be off this long ride and be where we needed to go. We knew it lurked in the murky depths of the swamp, but even then we were willing to traverse and get to our spot as needed. Getting there would give us this sense of accomplishment, even though sometimes the swamps made us feel a sense of dread and unease. On the way up here, my friends tried to tell me about the legends of the woods, and convinced me that they were just stories made up by everybody, although I never believed them. At first, they tried to convince me that whatever was within the swamps were real, and they too had seen them firsthand. So I asked them, why on earth are we going camping out in them then, if this is the case? Our conversation and chit-chatter lasted a little while longer, while we continued down the road. We noticed an old shack on the side of the road. It appeared as if it had been abandoned years ago. We could see some old furniture and what looked to be gardening supplies piled up outside, even some mild graffiti all over the walls. We didn't pay much attention. It was just something to point at and look at while we drove on by. Not long after, though, somebody in the bed of the truck noticed something else in the swamps. And this, what they noticed, was not a shack. It was a figure. And when somebody said something, everybody just kind of laughed at first, since we were already on the topic of legends and things that live in the swamps. We figured they were trying to just add to the atmosphere of the story. But after a few seconds, nobody had moved or made a sound, meaning that more of our friends in the bed of the truck had likely seen whatever this was as well. So I kind of slowed the truck down, and we all looked back to see what it was. They were right. There was something stepping out onto the path in the swamps. It was big and black, and appeared to be kind of crouching in the groves. Its eyes were like glowing red coals from a fire. It stared at us for a while, and my brain is trying to wrap around what I'm staring at. It didn't look like a person, but some sort of large animal that my brain was trying to put all the puzzle pieces together to figure out what it was. Now the truck came to a stop as we're all kind of gasping and trying to make out what it is we're looking at. This thing looked like a giant black panther, and I do mean giant. But it wasn't like any normal animal you would see. This thing was this shadow black almost, and appeared to have this wispy black vapor all around it. It was crouching down in the middle of the road now, like it was getting ready to pounce at us. And my friend who initially saw it, in a shaky voice, just says, "We can't go near that thing. We need to leave now." My friend next to me slaps me on the shoulder and says, "Go, go, go, go." So I turn and I put the car in drive and I go. And the second the car goes in drive and starts moving, this thing just disappears. Almost like a fog had just enveloped it and took it away. Now I'm speeding up from 25 to 30, 35 to 40. Even though the road is a little more primitive and not paved, I'm kind of spooked by what I saw, and I'm just trying to get away from whatever this thing is. And I feel something large, boom, on the top of our truck. Something very large had just landed on the roof of the truck. I could barely hear any other sound than everybody else's screaming, and I see the roof begin buckling under pressure as whatever was on top began to lean down towards us. I'm obviously slowing the truck down at this point, trying to process what's going on, and as I look up, we see these large sets of jaws underneath two red eyes staring back at us. And in an instant, we see a huge claw come through the metal of the roof, trying to tear apart the metal. That's when I floored it, in hopes to throw this thing off the roof. I went from about 0 to 60 in a matter of seconds, or so it felt like. And this thing goes flying off the roof into the thicket of the swamps. Trust me, whatever this large cat was, or whatever it was much larger than any lion I've ever seen at the zoo. This was something of supernatural. I throw the truck in reverse, pulling back off a little into the water. I'm surprised I didn't destroy the truck, and I rip out of there, going back the way we came, now easily doing 60, not caring that I'm driving on an older road and probably potentially destroying the axle. We drive all the way back to the fork, get out of the car and check the damage. Everyone in the back is completely shaken up, including myself and my passenger seat. The top of the truck is bent in, as if something with great weight sat on top of it and literally bent the metal in, and the tear mark in the ceiling. That something was so powerful and it was able to punch a hole and tear through the metal on top of the truck. We weren't just dealing with some big cat here. This was something none of us were prepared to ever deal with. We try to regain our wits, and all come to the conclusion that we have no idea what it was, but maybe talking about swamp legends brought that thing here. We decided after that to just go back into town and cancel our little rendezvous. Ever since my experience in the swamps many years ago, I have been having these awful vivid nightmares about meeting that creature from within the depths of the swamp. There is something else though. Whenever I think back to that night, I can't help but feel there was something else out there in the swamps with us. Something else besides that large creature. More of them were waiting off in the swamps. Something I never want to meet again or see. I saw something deep in the swamps that I can't explain to this day. I know it wasn't natural, and it certainly wasn't an animal I've never laid eyes on before. Let me explain. My family is from Louisiana. We've lived there just about all our lives. We have a pretty good understanding of the swamps and bayous in our area. My sister, however, is an avid hiker. My cousin, an expert fisherman. I know all the best places to find certain animals and plants around here. You don't have to look far. And to say I have an obsession in botanism would probably be an understatement. I guess I kind of round out with my siblings. And although it's been about 5 years ago at this point, I still think about this sighting almost every day. I mean, I'll never forget it. Let me lay it out for you. I was actually hiking with my family one Saturday afternoon, and it was earlier in the spring. We were on our way to a fishing spot, since we all enjoy fishing. But we had run out of gas, and needed to take the boat through some trails deeper into the swamp that we usually wouldn't go to. There were no trails there, so we were basically just wading through the trees, but with no one other than each other for my company. It was actually a little creepy, all the moss and trees and all those knotted roots underfoot. Even though the undertone is creepy, if you're not careful, one false move will land you in a pit of danger. Finally, my cousin stopped us before we got to the fishing spot, looking around very carefully. He stopped me and began looking around. He told me he sensed danger, so he started walking through very carefully, through some of the trees and shrubbery, looking for what appeared to be something. After what felt like around 10 minutes, he found it, a game trail. It was hard to notice at first, and I didn't look like much more than an animal's path through some plants. But once he pointed it out, I could see there was actually a lot more flat ground there than what had been before. He took off his backpack, still feeling unnervous about what was around us. I tried to calm him down and convince him that we were fine, but he just said he could sense something around us. I figured, yeah, we're in the swamps. There's alligators and snakes, and he interrupted and said, no, not that. Something else. I thought he was just trying to prank me. But anyway, he takes off his backpack, pulls out some snacks, and we eat and we wait. Sure enough, within 10 minutes of eating on the trail, he points out to me the path we're going to take. And after eating our snacks, we get up and go. And we start to hear some rustling in the shrubbery nearby. And he stops me again, pointing. Hey, do you see that large shape moving up there ahead? And I usually don't see my cousin this scared, but he was really panicked over it. And he yells out, hey, to whatever this was, hoping to both of us it wasn't some person. And the figure completely stopped and froze for a few seconds. You could see it there in the shrubbery. And so we continue on our path. After this thing completely disappears, he's on edge, I'm on edge. We go a little further, and we start to hear growling off in the swamps, all around us actually. But at first starts ahead of us, then behind us, then coming from the sides. And now my cousin, who's a lot more what I would call put together than me, starts really panicking. And at this point, he's not even trying to hide it. He's getting very nervous and shaking, saying, I told you something was going to happen. I told you we weren't alone. We need to go back now. He walks about 10 more feet, and his face turns white. He turns to me and starts pointing back now. And we both start running. After a couple of minutes, I have to stop him and say, what did you see? He's trying to catch his breath, and he just looks at me, and his eyes are so wide. I thought he was going to cry. He said he saw whatever it was that was out there. It looked like a large dog, and it had several rows of massive teeth. He said that it was waiting just beyond the path, right out in the swamps, like it was waiting for the right moment to attack us, but was staying hidden off in the brush. He just kept pulling me, saying, come on, we're not swimming today. We need to go. We need to go now. And it really disturbed me because although I didn't see what he did, I've never seen my cousin that shooken up before. He's not the type of person to get scared like that, or startled. But for him to make something up like this is just completely out of his character. Never once growing up did he ever throw around monster stories or things that live in the woods. But my cousin is not the type of guy to just make something up like this, on a whim. And we were both really stoked about going fishing this day. It just wouldn't make sense for him to make this up. And plus, after what I saw him go through, either he went out of his way to prank me and put on the best actor's performance of the year, or he genuinely saw something that does not belong in this natural world and is hiding in the swamps and eats God only knows what. I live in Louisiana, right near the swamps. I've heard many tales of people around here seeing strange sightings in nearby areas, just like the one I'm about to tell you. I was encountering something while I was deer hunting with my buddies in the swampland. We were actually in the middle of setting up our own stand, minding our own business, when all of a sudden, every single animal around us seemed to be spooked for miles on end. I'm telling you, we couldn't hear anything. My buddy starts scouting around to see if he can find out why the wildlife had suddenly gone silent. For those of you in this post that don't hunt, when everything goes quiet, it usually means that there's a large predator in the area. I know in the swamps that there are cougars, but other than gators, we don't have any large predators. I guess if you want to count black bear. But I'm sitting there waiting at our stand, and my buddy actually hikes back down to our truck to see if he can spot anything. And I think he was grabbing some extra supplies. which was actually the real reason why he decided to go down towards back the truck. He comes back maybe 12 minutes later, and he is white as a sheet. He comes to me and he's stuttering and kind of manic, and he says something big followed him back from the truck. I look at him strangely and say, "What do you mean something big followed you?" He's just stuttering and kind of manic and says that something really big, he couldn't tell what, but it was upright like a man and began following after he grabbed some supplies from the truck. I figured he was just having an episode or something. Maybe he didn't take his medication. After all, he does take medication for anxiety, so maybe he just saw something and was paranoid. I don't know. I remember giving him crap for it. But after he came back to the stand, we both heard some strange sounds. At first, it sounded like heavy breathing, but then we could hear the sounds of something big crunching and standing around, moving all around us. An important note is that me and my buddy were setting up a small stand in this very small clearing. I'd say probably no more than 20 feet in total. And whatever was following him must have came back, because it was standing off in the brush to our right, which is so thick that you can't see past it maybe no more than 3 to 5 feet. So whatever it was in there, hiding just beyond our vision. The only problem is, whatever was back there was easily looking at us and could probably see us and what we were doing. That's where the heavy breathing was coming from. And that's where the sounds of stomping around and moving around were also coming from. I told them, maybe it's just a bear. But he just shook his head really quick, told me bears don't look like this did. Bears also don't move on 2 legs the way this thing did. And right then, we hear this really loud, deep grunt, and our attention both turns to our right, probably about our 2 o'clock. And that's when, through the brush, we could see something really big moving around. Now, the creepy thing is, it never moved into our sight completely. It just kind of slowly remained back, hidden behind the brush. But if you were to clear that brush, whatever this thing was had to have been right there, no more than 10 feet next to the clearing. Whatever it was intelligent enough to try and want to stay hidden. And as soon as we heard that groan, I looked to my friend, and we just had this mutual moment when we look at each other and we had this understanding. I looked at him and said, "Get up in the tree stand now." He runs up there. I go follow him. I know the tree stand isn't necessarily a safety zone, but it was better than us just standing there on the ground, being completely vulnerable. And we sat there and we waited. Now, this thing paced around a little bit more, circled us a few times around the clearing, and then seemed to be really quiet, like it was waiting for us to make the next move. I should also note that on this day, we weren't actually doing any hunting. We were scouting out different spots to put different tree stands in, for when we would come back and do hunting, we would already have been set up. And we waited up there for probably a good couple hours. The only problem is, the swamps, which are usually bustling with insect noises and animals, were now again silent. They had been silent ever since this thing came around. So the fact that everything was still quiet told us that this creature never left. In fact, it meant it was probably still out there, beyond our vision, waiting for us, like it was wanting a preemptive strike. And we were not about to give it that satisfaction. I figured if we wouldn't travel together, we could make it back to the truck in just a matter of 8 minutes if we moved very quickly. My friend agreed, so we hopped down from the tree stand and we counted to 3. 1, 2. We heard movement. Off behind us. Something big, probably from before, began moving towards the clearing. 3. We both take off running, even though hunter teachings will teach you to never run from a large predator. We had no idea what we were dealing with, and our natural innate instincts took over, and we ran. If we continued on a slight jog, we would probably make it back to the truck in a matter of 8 minutes. As we're running, we could hear whatever that thing that was around the clearing following us, but not following directly behind us. No, it was staying off parallel to us in the swamps, but always far enough back that we could never see it. It made sure to keep itself concealed. and we could both very audibly hear it was something very large and heavy running on two legs the way a man would run. It wasn't a gallop. It was not on four legs. It did not sound awkward. It sounded very punctual in the way it ran, like it was something that was very comfortable running and moving on two legs. This thing followed us all the way back to where the truck is, but never tried to show us what it was. It never jumped on the trail and never grabbed any of us. We made it back to the trail just in time, because our truck was right there. We quickly threw our equipment in the bed and jumped in the truck. And as we're starting the truck and beginning to drive off, we can hear whatever this thing was chasing us again right off in the woods, no more than 20 feet away from us, hidden, concealed by the thick swamp brush. And now it began screaming. It sounded like this horrible guttural scream, like if you took a man and tortured him and brought his pitch down really low. It was just furious, and we heard stomping around and breaking of branches. We knew that the only way we were for sure going to be safe is if we got out of there and hightailed it. This was a few years ago now, but my buddy and I have been very, very scared from this. He thinks it was a Bigfoot, but I don't believe in Bigfoot, but I do believe it was something that we normally don't come across. In fact, since this little rendezvous, I have not been back to this exact location, although he has, as well as the surrounding area. While he hasn't encountered this thing, whatever animal this was, he has seen some strange things and markings in the swamps around the area, because he has still set up stands and other things within the 3 to 4 mile radius, and says he has found saplings and trees twisted and torn and kind of weaved together, something nobody would come out here and do. He even found some trees that were pulled and weaved together that would take immense strength, more than any human could possess. He believes they are territorial markers by this Bigfoot. I don't know what to make of it, but I will say that it's freaky, and I refuse to come back out to this spot. And he tells me sometimes he always feels like he has to look over his shoulder, like that thing is going to be there waiting for him, watching him, whatever he does, wherever he goes. He even told me he found one cypress tree that had these massive claw marks all the way down it. The claw marks started at about 11 feet up and went all the way down. He knows bears and he knows bear markings. After looking at it, he said these claws were much larger than a bear's. So being 11 feet up off the ground, we know that that is certainly not an alligator. What's larger than a bear that would do that? It makes me shudder to think about sometimes. I just hope him and I don't have another run-in. You have to be careful if you're out in the swamps, especially during the evening or night. That's when things come out to feed, and that's when you could really put yourself into a very vulnerable situation. But if you can see these things coming, it's a lot easier to get out of there, alive. I've heard a lot of strange stories about the swamps, and how it seems to be alive, almost. Of course, I'm skeptical, but after what I've seen and heard, well, you can't just write those things off as being from somebody's overactive imagination. This is my first time writing about some strange encounters that me and my friends have had over the years. I wasn't sure if I should post here or on the paranormal forum, but it seems like this would be better suited for what I'm about to tell you. Anyway, one of the encounters was somewhat recent, back in November of 2016. This happened on a few acres of land that's part of our family's farm, down south right around Louisiana. I'm also not too familiar with the locations of towns, so please excuse me. To begin, both my friend and I are still 16 at the time, so it'll probably help you guys to understand this story more clearly, since we're also beginning to find ourselves interested in things that most people our age wouldn't believe, or just simply be far too afraid to talk about. My friend and I have always seemed to be interested in the paranormal. We decided to do a little research on a few places around town that were supposed to have some recent hauntings. One of those places was supposedly an abandoned hospital, which used to be run by nuns back when it first opened during the early 20th century. At least, that's what my mom told me. Anyway, this place was straight up abandoned, and there were rumors going around that this place was held hostage by evil spirits from the other side. We thought for sure that if any of these stories had any lick or shred of truth behind them, maybe we could actually track down some of the spirits and get them to show themselves on camera. Well, we thought it'd be best if we got there around dusk, since it's supposed to be when the most haunts reveal themselves. Or at least, that's what they say. So here we are. We get out of my friend's red Camry and begin walking toward this abandoned hospital. The place had seen better days. It was kind of crumbling to pieces, not to mention it had vines and all sorts of thick shrubbery and brush everywhere. It kind of reminded me something out of Silent Hill, to be honest. Anybody into urban exploration would probably find this not so inviting. But maybe to many, that's the appeal. Mostly everything was boarded up on the outside. Windows, doors. But one of the side doors was actually torn open, and that's where we were able to enter in. The second you enter in, you could tell this place had not seen human interaction in a very, very long time. Everything was overgrown, overtaken by the swamp, covered in graffiti and garbage, dirt, and other brush that had overtaken the building. We began walking around and exploring. One thing my friend and I noticed right off the bat was that this place had this awful stench, this terrible musty odor of BO, death, and swamp. It was just a stink. Luckily for us, while we didn't bring cameras like we had wanted to, we had actually forgot our GoPros. We had our phone flashlights, which would be suffice enough to get us around the area. It was pretty dark in here, with everything being boarded up, and only slivers of light peering through the boarded up windows. We continued to walk and shine our phone flashlights around. Nothing much but old hospital beds, graffiti and dirt, and some garbage here and there. We walked around a bit on the first floor, the floor that we had came in on. Although very large, there wasn't a whole lot to see. The entire place felt very creepy, but we didn't sense anything evil or feel any ghosts or evil spirits. I think we were more just hyped up on adrenaline and excitement upon entering in here. When we'd have moments where we'd stop talking and just listen to everything around us, it was pretty quiet. It's not like we could hear anything moving around. That's probably a good thing. So we continued on walking on the first floor, and we came upon a large set of stairs, which turned out from the main map appeared to be the lobby. We would go up the second set of stairs and enter into the second floor. There was also a third floor. We explored around a bit on the second floor, found some pretty interesting things. We spent probably about another hour just checking out the second story. It was all pretty much the same. Animal droppings, garbage, graffiti, dirt, old rusted hospital beds, and miscellaneous supplies. Again, no ghosts, no evil spirits, no creepy white figures with large black mouths and eyes, not like in the movies. We were starting to feel a little disappointed on our supernatural paranormal hunt. We should have done an EV session, in my opinion. My friend suggested that we go and check out the third floor. So, why not? We had already come out here, let's do it. We go back to the main lobby area and go up and ascend to the third floor. This floor was a little bit more interesting than the second. This was more of the office floor. While it did house some rooms, it appeared there were other things up here, like supplies and offices, things that had been long abandoned. We found some pretty interesting old books that hadn't been touched in a long time. Other miscellaneous medical tools. But again, nothing really too interesting. On one of the rooms that was at the end of the hall, it kind of reminded us of maybe a study room, or a room in which they did speeches. There had been a big pentagram spray painted on the floor. While eerie, there was no blood or any animal bones or anything like that. Probably just some bratty teenagers or something coming in here, trying to be edgy and cool. Who knows? There was also more graffiti on the walls, followed by more garbage. Nothing out of the ordinary. Still, no signs of any evil spirits or anything creepy. other than just this location being creepy as heck. So we go back to the main lobby map and try to figure out where we can go next. Most of it was heavily eroded away, so you couldn't see much, but the map was very similar to the way a mall would display its layout. It was just very eroded and watered down. I don't think any of the writing was really that legible anymore. After my friend studied it for some time, he said, "Hey, we should go check out the sublevel. There's also a sub-basement. That's probably where they keep a lot more supplies and things." So we agreed. We went down to the second floor, made our way down to the first floor, and at the very end of the main east wing, there's a large door that takes you down a long set of stairs. This leads you into the sublevel. Now, this level is when things got kind of creepy. Part of the level was flooded out, actually, so we couldn't explore the whole thing. But there was a boiler room down here and a bunch of other miscellaneous supplies. The feel down in the sublevel was much creepier than the other floors. There was also pretty much no graffiti and no trash, meaning that for whatever reason, people didn't really come down here. I don't know why that is. It looked a lot more untouched and just left to rot. We had to be very careful of the areas of this level that were overtaken by water, because we are in the swamps after all and alligators. So we just made sure to check out what we could. Again, we saw a medical supplies room. There was a boiler room. It's crazy to stumble upon this stuff. I mean, all these things looked like they hadn't been touched in years. Easily probably 70 or 80. And from what I remember reading, it shut down in the 30s or 40s. I think shortly after the Great Depression, if I'm not mistaken. So, after only being able to explore about 40% of this floor, we thought it would be best to go and explore the sub-basement. Now, I want to keep this in mind. Ever since we had come down to the sub-level, things weren't the same. Things felt different. While up on the main floor, the second and third floor, yeah, it was creepy, just being in this old abandoned hospital. But it wasn't like it was coming down here. It was colder. There was just a different feel. And not to mention, the lack of graffiti and trash and signs of people being here was definitely creepier. I don't want to outright say it was my paranoia. I mean, I wasn't necessarily paranoid, but it just felt creepier. We made our way to the main door that led to the sub-basement. Now, the sub-basement was led on by a huge set of stairs. Things began to feel a little bit more industrial, but we made our way down, and we finally entered into the sub-basement. Now, I will say here that it was a lot colder down here, and it felt very, very creepy. And not just because we were in a sub-basement. Now down here, there were virtually zero signs of anybody ever being down here. There was zero graffiti, zero trash. At least up in the sub-level, there was a little bit of graffiti and a little bit of trash, but not much. It was practically none. But here, there was nothing, meaning no signs of human life being down here for God knows how long. Maybe there's a reason people didn't want to come down here. All these horrible thoughts were going through my head. There's just something about being trapped in this basement, underground, under this creepy old hospital. But I have to admit, even though the stank was bad, these sights and sounds were pretty cool. The basement wasn't like the other floors, where it was main hallways and lots of rooms. These were more long, single stretches of hallways, with sparse amounts of rooms. After we get to the end of this really long tunnel, or I guess you could call it a hallway, it's split off into three ways. In front of us, to the left, and to the right. After shutting our light down all ways, they seemed to go on for quite a while. We decided to start with the left path first. Going down here proved pretty much non-eventful. There was about 2 rooms which looked like they just held old miscellaneous supplies. There had been water leakage, and one of the rooms was completely flooded out that went down a little deeper in the ground. But again, things looked like they were mostly just supplies. So we walked to the other fork, going down the other hallway, the one that would originally go off to the right. And keep in mind the entire time, while exciting and exhilarating as this was, it was very, very creepy. We go into these double doors, and we see what appears to be an old human skeleton. Or maybe a mummy. Whoever it was obviously died down here. My friends and I are gasping, running towards it, thinking, oh my gosh, is this really a dead person? They were mostly just bone, but still had bits of flesh on them. Very mummified. My guess is that it was a homeless person that had somehow died down here. This creeped both of us out badly. But we thought it would be best to continue on searching more. At least my friend's idea was. I kind of wanted to leave, especially after knowing that somebody died down here, and their actual body was right here. And by the looks of it, they had been mummified for quite some time. Very surprising considering the damp and humid conditions. So, after we get out of this room and head back down to the main fork, I really explained to my friend, look, this has already gotten too creepy, we should probably go. And he tells me, no, come on, let's go check out this third way. Let's at least finish exploring. And down this way, the hallway branched off a few more times, but we decided against going those ways and just continue on straight. Now at the very end of this hall lied a very large supply room yet again, but it looked for the most part cleared out. I will say over in this hallway, things felt even creepier than before, like you just had this feeling like you weren't alone. Unlike the first, third, and second stories, which felt like you were completely all alone and there wasn't anything else there, this sublevel and sub-basement just had a different feeling. Things felt creepier, like you were joined by another entity. Okay, maybe not that exaggerated, but there was something about the air quality down here. It just made everything stand up on end. And we notice at the very end of this hallway, there's a large ladder hatch with what appeared to be service tunnels, I believe. There was writing on the wall with an arrow pointing down that explained what it was for, but due to erosion and time, it was so illegible you couldn't even tell. My friend got really excited saying, dude, we should go down this ladder and see what's down here. But everything in my gut at this point was screaming no. And I'm thinking, okay, fine, you go first. I don't know why I agreed to it. Maybe it was peer pressure, maybe I wanted to be cool, I don't know. But I said yes, and so he opens the hatch. This thing was super rusty, and I'm surprised he was able to get it open. But it creaked and groaned as he pulled back the old hatch cap, and there a ladder descended down below. He shined his light, and it went maybe about 30 feet, till it landed on a concrete landing. My friend, who was more eager than ever, starts to descend down the ladder. He gets about halfway, and immediately stops, and I'm shining my flashlight on him, and he kind of seems panicked. He looks back behind him, since he can't shine his light, because both his hands and feet are on the ladder, and he looks behind him intently. Now, I should say this. As the ladder descends, and as I'm shining the light down on him, he could see clearly behind him and what is beyond the concrete landing. From my ankle, I cannot. So I'm shining my light down on him, and he's looking behind him. And I'm looking at his eyes as he starts to look at something. And then his face changes from curiosity to pure panic, and he starts screaming, flying, ascending up the ladder faster than I've ever seen him. He pulls himself quickly up, and he starts running as fast as I've ever seen him run. As all this is going on, and all this commotion, I could hear something very big start coming down the tunnel, up to the ladder from which he just started descending. Something big had seen him come down the ladder and was coming after him. And whatever it was big and moving very quickly, because as I both run, following him, it starts coming up the ladder, because we can hear it. Whatever it was that grabbed onto the ladder, you could hear the sheer weight and creaking of the old metal ladder. And whatever it was did not have metal boots, because as it came up the ladder, you couldn't hear the ding, ding, ding as somebody ascended with each step. It was just this solid force and the ladder pulling down, of something of great weight going up it. But by this point, we were already running, heading back for the main basement. And as we're running as fast as we can, my friend is still screaming bloody murder, and we could hear this thing behind us, now on the basement level, coming for us. I'm trying to get my friend to wait up for me, but he is not listening, and he gets to the main door that leads up to the sublevel. He pushes it open, and he flies up the stairs to the sublevel. Of course, I'm probably about 30 or 40 feet behind him. He's a faster runner than I am, and I'm trying my best to keep up with him and run from whatever is chasing us. He enters into the sublevel, and I get up there with him. He's sitting there for a moment trying to catch his breath. I reach up to him, grab him, and I'm pulling him. Come on, we gotta go. And we both start running. At this point, I could not hear whatever it was that came out of that hatch following us anymore. But I was not going to turn around and take any chances seeing whatever it is that he saw. So we get up to the main level from those stairs, and now we're back on the main floor. And we just run right on the west wing out the side door that we eventually came in from. And as soon as we make it out, we both just collapse on the hard ground, panting, utterly exhausted, and we keep staring back at the side door, expecting whatever it was to come out. But nothing ever did. In fact, I think whatever chased us never came up to the sublevel. We sat there panting and breathing for probably the next 5 to 10 minutes, just trying to catch our breath. And finally, I looked at my friend, who was very visibly terrified, shaken up, and pale. I have never seen him like this. I asked him, "What did you see? What did you see?" He just kept shaking his head. He wouldn't talk about it. He refused to tell me what he saw. Again, this is behavior that is not like my friend. He's not like this. After maybe a couple more moments, I told him, "Come on, we gotta go." And we finally got back in the car. This event, this exploration, whatever you want to call it, changed him. It shook him up badly. In fact, Mr. Adventure was no longer Mr. Adventure after this. He would now get scared anytime evening would begin to set in, and had no desire to go exploring the swamps and the forests like before. As time would go on and I would get chances to sit and talk to him one-on-one, I keep asking him, "What did you see that day? What was it?" He would just tell me, "I don't want to talk about it." So whatever he saw obviously traumatized him. And I promise you, there's nothing you could say that's going to make any logical explanation. Oh, it was an alligator. It was a bear. We were so deep down in this basement that there was nothing that could have made it down here. Sure, maybe an alligator. But an alligator isn't that big. An alligator is not going to come after you and climb up the ladder. Not like this. Whatever it was had been hanging around in that tunnel, and as soon as it saw my friend descending, it came after him. God only knows what he saw. And I don't even want to think. I've had nightmares about it so many times. The only thing I could really say about it is when I heard it come up the ladder, it sounded far heavier and far larger than any sort of deer, bear, alligator, anything. And I was not about to peek over the hatch and see what was coming up. I was out fly fishing in the bayous, where there was some alligators around. It was a lot of fun. I was out for a good couple hours before I got hungry, deciding to head back. I ended up running into this swampy area, where there were all these trees that covered the sun. It was getting dark and difficult to see, and suddenly, my friend and fishing buddy who was sitting in the boat with me told me to look out towards the swamps. There was something big lurking around in the water. We couldn't make out exactly what it was, but we could see its head kind of bobbing up and down. And I'm thinking to myself, is that a person? No, there's no way. This water's at least 5 to 6 feet deep and full of alligators. But my friend and I would just watch and see this hairy head pop up and down. We were both shocked by this. And after about 15 minutes of observing whatever it is we were observing, it kind of just disappeared. It was moving slowly through the water, kind of the way a big alligator would, but it was definitely not an alligator. Like I said, it was also very hairy. But it was definitely something in the water. It submerged a final time, and we didn't see it again. I can't for the life of me think of any person or animal that would be out here in the water with alligators. I want to say it was a person because the head looked a lot like a person's. Same shape, same facial structure, Although from the distance it was, I didn't get the best look at it. But it really makes you wonder, what's exactly out here in the swamps that we don't know about? What exactly is out here, living amongst the life in the swamps? I think there's something more to it. I don't even want to mention Bigfoot because I'm afraid I'll get laughed at. But sometimes when you're out here all alone, or with friends, and you see things that you can't quite explain, you happen to wonder what the possibilities are really like. When I was in high school, we lived next to some pretty big areas of swamp. A lot of marshes too. It was pretty wet. This is important for the story in just a moment. We had moved there when I was 14. It was in the summertime. And we had moved out due to a foreclosure right before I was about to graduate. So I only ended up living with my parents for a short amount of time before I'd go off to college. And while the first year or so proved to be okay in the new house, I was never a kid that went out back exploring or playing. I mean, I was already 14, so my interests lied in other things like girls and video games and hanging out with friends. But at nighttime in the summer, I'd always remember leaving my window open and hearing the chorus of crickets and other sounds from the swamp. If you've ever lived near a marsh or swamp, you would know it gets pretty noisy, just with all the insects. I never really seemed to mind, but on nights, it would get creepy sometimes. The first thing I remember is that there would be some nights where everything would go completely silent. I would have my window open, sitting there on my phone, and the next thing you know, all the crickets and noises would just stop. It was just this very, very unsettling quiet. But I never paid too much attention to it. And it would always happen sporadically, and only ever at nighttime. Not during the day, not in the evening or morning, at night. Like 9 p.m., 10 p.m., 11 p.m. That's what I mean. Long after the sun had set. Of course, in the summer, because the sun didn't set till at least 9 or 10, it would usually be around midnight. But this happened all year round, sporadically. Now, I'm not writing into you because I saw something, but I had heard plenty of things. All throughout my time in high school, along with the swamps going very quiet, sometimes it would sound like something really big was moving around back there. Like, imagine a rhinoceros walking around on two legs. Just the very heavy boom, boom sound of it stepping around, and the sloshing sounds. Sometimes you would hear a tree being pulled over, or a massive branch being torn off of it. And I know there's no thunder or lightning, so there's no reason that a 12-inch diameter branch should be being torn off a tree. Just really creepy stuff like that. But by far the creepiest was one night when I was sitting there, trying to go to sleep. It was, I think, right before school was starting, so I had my window open. And I don't think I had my fan on. I heard this incredibly loud scream. It came from off in the distance, somewhere deep in the swamp. But it sounded kind of human, except much, much deeper. And you could feel the bass of this thing's scream echoing through the walls. I could feel it in my chest vibrating. I will say that of all the times, that one really scared me. So while there might not necessarily be swamp monsters, I can definitely say there was something back there that I did not want to see or ever meet. This was probably sometime around my sophomore or junior year, because after that, I never heard any more screams, although I would hear those big heavy sounds moving around, the water moving, the things being knocked over, and of course the sounds being completely quiet, but that was about it. It's possible that there were more screams, because I remember, especially during my junior and senior year, my parents got really, really violent with their fighting. And so I spent a lot of nights over at friends' houses and other family, meaning I wasn't home too much, even during the summer. So who knows what I missed that happened outside. For all I know, maybe one of these things climbed up to my house. I don't know. And like I said, shortly after I graduated, my dad lost the house. So the question really begs to be asked. What was back there in those swamps? Creeps me out just to think back on it. My story involves a bit of a tragedy. But it's been long enough now, and I've mourned enough that I feel somewhat comfortable sharing it. So allow me if this takes a couple of days to write out. I'll probably just send this email to you in patches, and you could read the whole thing once it's done. Although I can't promise it'll be very long, so please bear with me. My uncle, whom my entire family was very close with, passed away about 11 years ago now. He was killed by something out in the swamps while fishing. And no, it was not an alligator. He went with a close friend, and while they were out there fishing, they went in separate boats and were probably about 40 to 50 feet away from each other. He says that as he was fishing, the friend claims that as the uncle was fishing, he saw something large rise up out of the water, capsize my uncle's boat, grab him, and rip his leg off his body, before pulling my uncle's body under the water, and that was the end of it. My uncle's friend, completely scared, terrorized, and traumatized by what he had just seen, had fled back to town, alerted the authorities, and they were in to retrieve the uncle's body. Of course, the friend was heavily questioned by what he had claimed he had seen, and was put under multiple psyche evaluations, lie detector tests, tested for substances, alcohol, all of that. But he passed all of it. The uncle's body was found 3 days later. Chunks of flesh missing out all over his body, his leg being torn off just the exact way that the uncle's friend said. After doing a data analysis on his body, the wounds on his body were in no way comparable to that of an alligator bite, or anything that would hint at him being attacked by an alligator. The way the flesh was torn from his leg would prove that something big had grabbed hold and literally pulled his leg off his body, exactly the way the friend had suggested. The friend had claimed that this large, hairy man rose up out of the water and attacked the uncle. He wonders that if this thing or person had been lying wait under the water, and in the right moment rose up and attacked. This only happened about 40 feet away from the uncle's friend, so he saw everything. Grim and gory. The uncle's friend is pretty messed up afterwards. I mean, how could you not be? It was hard enough on our entire family, and I have been grieving on it for years and not able to talk about this. But I wondered, with everybody claiming that once they get this kind of thing off their chest, it helps them immensely. I'm kind of hoping for that same solution. That same emotional resolution for me. I think when we read about my uncle's death in the paper, it was written down as that he had been attacked by an alligator, but we all know that that's not the truth. I'm not saying what it was, or that I believe anything specific, or am even hinting at anything. What I'm saying is that I thoroughly believe my uncle's friend. He's never lied before. In fact, he's a very honest, hardworking man, and he has now had to deal with the mental trauma and memories of what he endured. It's completely ruined his ability to go and fish, and he hasn't fished since that day. Since those memories and vivid experiences attached to it, we now keep his fishing rod, our uncle's, on our mantle in our house, as a memory to celebrate him and his life, since he loved to go fishing. My dad was also very shattered by the news, since my dad and my uncle were extremely close, always had been growing up, which is why our uncle was so close with our family while growing up. I'm 19 now, but was only 8 when we had heard of his death. But if we look past all this and look at what actually happened, I believe that there is some sort of creature that lives in the swamp that did this. Something that did not want him in the water that day. Something that's far more terrifying and deadly than any 15-foot alligator could possibly be, which I understand is hard to imagine something that deadly. I'm not trying to be a storyteller, and I'm not trying to be overdramatic. This is a trauma that I share as well. But what I'm hoping to get from this, what I'm hoping people will take away from my family's trauma, is that maybe going out into the wilderness isn't always the best of ideas. And maybe going out hunting isn't always best, or fishing. When you're taught that you know everything out there in the wild, fishing or hunting, maybe that's not the case anymore. Maybe there's more out there than we know. I don't really know where to end this email, so I'll go ahead and stop it here. Please pray for my family, whoever listens to this. It wasn't easy to even write this out. Thank you to anybody who will listen. New Orleans is said to have its own urban legends, things like the Swamp Man, the Bigfoot, the Dogman, the Rougarou, Honey Island Swamp Monster, and more. But there have also been more and more reportings of swamp-like creatures more than ever. Eyes that glow in the dark, large panther shapes, strange apparitions and mysterious figures, hauntings, and other sorts of terrifying figures lurking in the swamps, lurking in the darkness. In fact, I have a story from an eyewitness that I wanted to share with you personally. Here it is. I was on my way to visit some friends, which was about 2 hours away, at the swamp. It was around 10 to 10:30 p.m., and I got this weird feeling like somebody is watching me or something behind me. So I kept looking back, but nobody was there. But I did notice something in the tree. Now, mind you, it's dark outside and swampy and boggy, so visibility was not too good. When I saw it, it seemed to have a lot of hair hanging off of it, while its eyes kind of glowed. Immediately, my entire body froze up, but then I see this thing jump down from the tree, and all I could do was speed up and drive away, and notice that this thing chased after me, and was faster than any Olympic runner I'd ever seen. But before getting up to my car, it darted off into the swamps and disappeared. I was on my way home to go pick up the rest of my friends that were supposedly coming with me, but I didn't see this thing again, and when I went to go pick them up, I figured it would be better if I didn't say anything. And if anybody knows what I'd seen, please contact me. I'm really curious. This story seems very similar to other sightings I've seen and read. Is it possible that swamp monsters really exist and roam around the swamps? There's already reports, many by the way, of the Honey Island swamp monster. Is that the same thing that this person saw? Or was perhaps this something else entirely? The eyewitness mentions long hair and glowing eyes. That makes me think of a Sasquatch or a Bigfoot. And while I can't confirm or deny, whatever this was acted in aggression, running after this person's vehicle, as they said so, and finally darting off into the woods, which would again lead me to believe that this was some sort of bluff charge, probably or possibly driving this person out of their territory, because if they wanted to act aggressively and maim, kill, or hurt, they could have. But it's almost like these beings want to avoid any sort of confrontation in any way they can. There are many other eyewitness accounts of things like this told over and over again, but ultimately I would really love to hear your take on things, because I know you have many swamp stories and things that live in the swamps. Thank you for taking the time to read this, and I would love to hear some feedback and your thoughts and opinions. Also, if you do want to read this, feel free. Just make sure your audience comments what they think it was too. I've been living my whole life out in the swamps, and I've only ever had a handful of times where I've been truly scared. But I'll tell you about one today, actually. This was back when I was in my early 20s. I encountered something I just can't explain what it was. First, some background about the swamps I live in. I live in a very small town on the outskirts of Lake Maurepas. This lies on the Airline Highway, about 30 miles from New Orleans. The only people who live around here are fishermen, hunters, and swampmen like myself. Very little urbanization nearby, except for a few towns with a very small population. We have alligators all over, and while it can be scary to see one of these monsters while you're boating or just flat out looking around, if you know how to keep your distance, you stay relatively safe. Just be sure to not go into their territory. I'll start my story from the summer of 2012, when I first began seeing what I have to tell you about. No, this scary thing was not an alligator or other swamp life. This scary creature was humanoid. One of several nights in a row, I would see these humanoids off in the swamps, and at first I thought they were just men maybe drunk off moonshine or something. But one night, for several nights in a row, there would be a group of them outside my home, making these unnatural, horrible sounds. It made me very frightened and afraid, and the more I saw them, the more scary and unearthly they would be. I even called the police several times to complain about the noise and that there are these things outside my house, but I was always told in retort to stop wasting their time. This is when things started to get really bad. I went out one morning to check on some traps that I had laid in a nearby swamp. These were crab traps, actually. There are people out here who don't exactly know how to fish or crab who will just snatch them up, thinking they're free without realizing that it's illegal to do so. But as I turned, I went and seen some of these swamp people coming up out of the water, wanting to pull me in. They looked even more gross and disgusting than ever seen, looking like a corpse, and the smell alone was intoxicating. I never imagined I would see something like this in the swamps. I even bothered shooting at some of these things, but they would just go right back in the water. And since then, I haven't really gone crabbing or been around to check on the traps. I know this sounds like some crazy, unbelievable story, but I don't know if they're ghosts, I don't know if they're undead, I don't know what they are. But they're these same grayish humanoid figures that will come out of the water and stand by my house at night, scream, making all sorts of terrible noises, trying to break in. I feel like the worst is yet to come, and this has been going on for years now. I just work on my best trying to stay hidden. My encounter takes me back to 1995, when I had just moved outside of New Orleans for a job. I had to be there at 6 a.m. to open up for deliveries. Staying in the city busy with work, it was hard for me to get out and enjoy nature while I could. What better way, though, when an early morning to go hunting? My girlfriend would usually wake me up around 4 a.m., and we would go out by 5. It was during this time that there seemed to be very little alligators in the area that I was hunting. This particular morning, though, it felt as if something was watching me as I hunted. As the sun started to rise, I heard a scream that made my blood run cold. What can only be described as a mix between a lion and an elephant scream echoed all across the marsh. The sound seemed to last forever. I've had encounters with strange things before, even had paranormal things, but nothing has ever scared me as much as this experience did. I have never had my blood pressure go up so high, or my heart beat so fast. Just then, I started hearing something big coming through the swamps in my direction. I could hear a lot of splashing and a lot of branches breaking. I cannot explain the fear that suddenly came over me as I began running back toward my car. As I was running, suddenly, something brown popped up about 100 yards in front of me, going from left to right. At first, I figured maybe it was a large deer, but what I saw was not a large deer at all. It was a massive brown creature. It had to have at least been 8 feet tall, but it was hard to tell. This thing was slightly hunched over and was running on 2 legs. This thing looked at me, and I could see its eyes glistening under the morning sun. The creature ran into a nearby canal that connected to a lake, and I watched it as it swam across and disappeared through a patch of woods. The canal was not very wide, but this creature made it look like an Olympic long jump. I knew immediately what this brown creature was, the same thing that I'd heard the scream from earlier. I stood there for a little while longer, trying to catch my breath, when I heard what sounded like a woman screaming in the distance, very similar to what I just heard from this creature. I was pretty freaked out by this point, so I ran back to my car and drove about another mile down the road, until I received cell phone service. I called up my girlfriend at the time, who lived nearby. I asked her if she can come pick me up. When she arrived, I had her drive me home, until I told her what happened. She didn't believe me. She thought I was crazy. There was no doubt about it, though, because after looking around, there were footprints in the mud that matched clearly what I saw. The prints were so deep they sunk into the ground, almost 6 inches. There were also claw marks on some of the trees. I can't explain how scared I was. I wasn't the same for months after this incident. I was fearful of going back outside at night, especially near swamps or canals. I kept on getting lost, driving around. I wouldn't go near those woods at all, even if I was dared, or if my life depended on it. One day, though, I decided to go see a psychiatrist. I knew something wasn't right with me, ever since this incident. After telling him what happened, he told me there's such things as swamp ape, and the sightings are all over Florida, and sometimes in Georgia and Alabama. He thought maybe that's what I could have saw. So, I'm sharing this encounter in hopes that somebody knows where and what I saw. My name is John. I'm 28 years old now. When I was 14 or 15, my father and I decided that we would take a little trip down to the swamps of southern Louisiana to do some night fishing of our own. We lived in Slidell, which isn't very far from New Orleans. It's about an hour drive through these beautiful, lush swamps. If you know the right roads to take, you get there. Anyway, this particular night fishing trip takes us further southwest than our normal trips do, so we had to leave even earlier than usual, as to not get lost once out there. It gets very dark in those swamps at night, which made it fun for me. Anyway, my dad knew exactly where he was going, so I just had to sit there and chill while he did all the driving. We ended up getting pretty deep in the swamps on this particular night. When we finally arrived at our destination, it was almost pitch black. These are areas of swampland that you wouldn't even be able to see your hand in front of your face if it weren't for the bright white light of the stars. But trust me, even with something like a flashlight, you would still have a hard time making out anything that's right before your eyes, unless you know these swamps like the back of your hand, which my dad does well. So, as we're approaching our destination in the pitch black darkness, I can see a thunderstorm brewing up in front of us. It was awesome. It's one of those storms that you could tell was ready coming at you. But when you checked it out to your left or right, you could see there were just pitch black skies and no clouds whatsoever. Just rain dropping down from the sky like somebody opened up a faucet. So we get our stuff ready, put on them ponchos my dad always kept in his car for these types of situations, just in case. We then proceed into this thick brush that leads into this extremely dark area, surrounded by an endless number of trees covered with Spanish moss. As we're wading through this brush, I could see the silhouette of a big old gator in between the trees in front of us. So, my dad and I decide to change course in order to avoid a possible run-in with it. We somehow managed to find a path through another area, and this looks exactly like the one we just come from. But then, we hear some crunching sounds, like something tearing into flesh and bone, and we turn around and see this humanoid reptilian thing eating a carcass of what appeared to be a deer or some other type of large mammal we could not recognize. The thing looked more like a half-man, half-dinosaur. It was as if this creature came from Jurassic Park, as it had skin which appeared very similar to that of an iguana skin. It stood on its hind legs. Then, once it saw us, kind of let out a screech, running off into the dark brush with an incredibly accelerated speed. The following day, we went back to where we saw this humanoid reptilian creature, and the only evidence we found was the tree branch that had broken off. It had blood all over it, and the carcass that was still there. We could see some very large tracks, too, leading into the thick swamp brush. Large reptilian tracks, easily larger than our own feet, and three-toed, too. Imagine like incredibly sized bird tracks. That's what it looked like. I have even told my own friends about this experience. None of them really believed me, until I showed them the same spot where this happened one day while fishing, just for fun. We had gone there, and I showed them where it all went down. What got me was the only evidence we found were the tracks, but by the time I showed my friends, the tracks were long gone. You know, being out here, you see a lot of things, but I don't know if I could ever catch another creature like that again. Maybe my dad and I just got really lucky. When my friends and I were younger, we would usually go camping every other weekend. It was not exactly legal, but it never stopped us. When this one particular night came around, we decided to go 5 miles into the swamps and set up a small camp. We knew there was a chance of alligators, but we did not bring any food with us or make it known to any of our parents that we were going to be out by ourselves in gator country and very potentially dangerous and hazardous situations. So after sneaking out without being known, we stayed up late that night, telling ghost stories, sitting by the fire. At about 2 o'clock in the morning, my friend Red said he had heard screams coming from inside the swamps. This is past midnight, when they should have been sleeping. He said he's always heard ghost stories and people talk about this parts of Louisiana. Of course, I still did not believe him. He told me that the ghosts of the plantation owners and people who died wander the swamps, looking to claim their next victims. I figured he was just trying to scare me, so I told him that it probably would just been maybe some drunk guy yelling, or somebody out in the distance. He continued telling me his ghost stories, until I virtually passed out from exhaustion. This was right around 3 or 4 in the morning. Finally, at about 6 in the morning, I woke up. Red was wired, sitting there on a log, sharpening his stick with his hunting knife, staring intently at the swamp. He had not slept at all. He was facing the direction, and I noticed he was pale white, like he had seen something that had really bothered him. He looked very unnerved. He looked at me and just said, "We're in the wrong part of the swamp." I didn't quite understand what he meant by that, but before I could even say anything, something very large climbed out of the swamp right behind us. The thing that came out of the swamp must have been at least 10 feet tall when it stood up on 2 legs. After it stood up, I saw that it was covered with black mangy hair all over its body, and 4 very long claws on each hand. It had this protruding snout kind of like an anteater, but shorter, and long sharp rigid teeth all the way around. This was something I had never seen before. We were like frozen watching a horror movie, seeing it ascend out of the swamp. We dropped our flashlights and began running as fast as possible, trying to get away from this thing. While we didn't originally camp 5 miles in like intended, we were probably still a good mile away. We went as fast as our legs could carry us, and surprisingly, we made it all the way out. The entire mile while this thing had chased us, barreling through the swamp. This was by far probably one of the scariest experiences I've ever had in the swamps. This was in 1999. My family and I had gone down to Florida for our yearly summer vacation. My mom, dad, and older brother Jeremy and I were at a rest stop on Interstate 75, out in the middle of nowhere. It was right around 11 p.m. We stopped there because my brother needed to use the bathroom. We all got out of the car and went inside with him. It had 2 bathrooms, one male and one female. We used the male restroom. It had 4 urinals and stalls against one wall. Anyway, as we come out, my mom realized she forgot something in the car, walked over to it, and my dad opened up the back driver's side door. He's standing there looking at something, and he says, "What is that?" Staring at us through the back window was what everybody agreed felt like a Bigfoot face. It had no hair on it, black as night eyes you could see, and long sharp teeth just staring at my dad, then standing up on 2 feet, putting its arms out like it wanted to get us or something. But then it kind of just disappeared. I, however, still do not know what this creature was. I have never seen one before, but I know that this was no man. I grew up only about 20 miles away from McElroy Swamp, which is situated near the Honey Island Swamp Monster. That's only about 20 miles away from my house. I've never had an encounter myself, but I do know of more than one person who claims to have seen it. This occurred around midnight in September of 2015. I was speaking with my older cousin, born and raised in the swamps. This is where he would share his story with me. So one night, he had gone out fishing in the swamps. He was with his 2 friends and another family member. They were all in a 12-foot aluminum boat. It was right around midnight, or close to. He had his Bass Pro Shops hatchet and a buck knife. They were paddling and they heard a splash in the water, so they began paddling faster. They had heard another splash, but closer this time. They all looked into the water and saw something big crawling onto the edge of the boat. They claim it was all black, no features. Not really much of a face, but they could see its eyes. They started freaking out and hit the motor. They got back to shore, and the thing was following them right behind them in the water. When they got closer to land, it began climbing out of the water, and when it got to the edge, they could see that it was at least 8 or 9 feet tall, still chasing after them on foot. When they had made it to shore, they all ran for the car, which was about 3 miles away from where they were fishing. The cousin who was driving said he had seen it, slowly, walking towards the edge of the water. There is a dark feeling I listen to when I hear this story. I think it's because of the detail my cousin gives me, or maybe that he is actually afraid of something in the swamps. I was only 10 when I had this sighting. It was the first time I'd ever gone in my backyard swamp. My parents were in bed, and my brother was in his room. I decided to go out for a walk in the swamp that night, since everybody else was sleeping. As I approached the entrance of the trail leading into the swamp, something between a man and a dinosaur stood up from behind a bush on the trail. I froze when I saw this creature that would have been crouching down, drinking from a small pond of fresh water. I was frozen, scared, and a little intrigued as to what this creature was. He, or it, was around 7 feet tall, had human-like features, huge eyes, and a large bald head with a very large jaw. This creature probably saw me but didn't care. He continued to drink from the pond without really looking or acknowledging me. Then, I made my legs move a bit and got a better look at the whole thing again. This time, going back by about 15 feet. I then noticed there were 2 other creatures that looked similar, but were much smaller. They had the same long bald head, huge eyes, and blood running down their faces. But this time, they too were also crouched over in a praying position, while making these strange chattering noises. The 3 of them got up after about 30 seconds and started to walk off into the trees, very calmly. I then forced my legs to move again, running towards the house as fast as I could. When I was about to reach the door, I looked back at the trees, but I couldn't see them anymore. My parents have heard this story over 100 times now throughout my life. Every time they ask what happened that night before bed, it feels like I've had yet another experience, so I tell them the story. This is why I believe those creatures are real, even though everybody else thinks it's all bullcrap. Oh yeah, you saw Lizard Man, hoo-hoo. But I'm telling you, I wouldn't make this up. No matter how much anybody says they want it to just be a dream or a lie, it never gets old. It's something I have to deal with now, and I consider it a part of my life. When I was a teenager, there was this very large section of swamp and marsh that I always enjoyed hiking into. I knew to be extremely careful because of snakes and water moccasins and whatnot. My enjoyment of the swamp changed severely one evening when I saw something that is not supposed to exist. It was a late summer evening, and I decided to go hike into the swamp. It's what I love doing. The sun was setting, so it must have been right around 7 p.m. or so, I think. I get off my truck and began walking through the woods towards the swamp. There's a trail of sorts that you take from picking your own way through, filled with fallen trees and old logs, and it leads to a beautiful section of flooded cypresses that I always refer to as the maze. It's supposed to be easy enough for anybody who knows how to walk on ground with not much of a slope, but if you don't know it, you're going to get lost even if you're an experienced hiker, since there are 2 parts where it's difficult to tell up from down. As I was making my way into the maze, all of a sudden, I heard something moving very quickly through the cypress trees towards me. which had this awful sound. I could hear things moving really fast, and I turned around to see what it was. I saw it, standing at about 8 to 9 feet tall, with these glowing amber eyes. The first thing that came to my mind is just how demonic looking this creature looked. Dark fur, all matted together, giving this terrible, unkempt appearance, deep down to its shade of brown and reddish color. Its skin too was also black, and it had almost these charred teeth. They were bits of black, but they were very big, very huge fangs. It was also on 2 legs, but kind of bent forward, but not so much that you couldn't tell it had arms that matched its height. I'm still confused as to why I felt no fear as it slowly approached me. All I remember is how quickly everything was going, and all the thoughts going through my head at one time. But one feeling was prominent. It wasn't one of being scared. It was more like knowing that this thing was in what its intentions were. It didn't make any noise as it walked towards me, almost in a hunched-over sprint or something, just hidden in the swamp's foliage blind spot until you're right up on it. And when I turned around to see what was rustling sound behind me, we made eye contact for about a half second before I realized it clicked off in my brain. I needed to run. Everything around me slowed down, but reflexes kicked in and told me I needed to run now. It was either that, or get eaten alive, or get out of the maze. So that's what I did. I ran for my life through the forest, all covered in shadows from the trees until I found myself back on solid ground, leading up towards my truck, which had an extra gas can in it, because when you go off-roading like I do, it's good to have a spare if needed. And this comes in handy because, well, I was pretty low on gas, and so I wasn't sure if I'd make it out of there. The path itself is mostly marshland, with some dry areas in certain places where people camp at. But there aren't many, except for this one place near an old abandoned plantation house, which is near where most people park. The problem with this spot is there's almost always swamp tour groups coming and going, right around sunset. So, if they're still there, it's almost guaranteed that I'm not getting into the swamp, no matter what. Anyway, after about 30 minutes of walking back to the truck, I finally make it and decided to take a different route through the marshlands until I found an area where the road started again, which took another hour or so, just to get the long way around so I wouldn't have to drive through the area with that thing. Safe to say, I've not been back to those swamps since, nor do I plan on going back anytime soon. What happened should stay with me forever. If anybody is thinking of heading out there, don't, unless you plan on dying. If you've ever been to the Honey Island swamp, then I'm sure you've probably heard of the infamous creature supposedly haunting the swamps, right? Well, the Honey Island swamp monster is very alive and real. I'm here to tell you one of my very own sightings of this strange, elusive creature. First things first, Honey Island Swamp is the largest swamp in the US. It spans all the way over to Louisiana, and right now, Honey Island actually has an unknown number of lakes within it. Now, I live on Honey Island, and I love fishing. For this reason, I'm about to tell you. Early one morning, during spring break, last year, my little brother and myself decided to go on a fishing trip down on Honey Island. We packed up the usual supplies, got our rods ready, grabbed our guns, and in case we might see something unusual. We do live near Honey Island after all, and you gotta watch out for wood boogers. So, as we're about halfway through Honey Island, at around 5 a.m. or so, there's still just enough light out to be able to see somewhat well. We're making our way through Honey Island, about a mile or so from the boat launch, and my brother looks off into the brush and says, "Hey, what's that over there?" So I look over to where he's looking, only to be completely baffled by what I saw. There was something huge, this large black silhouette standing there in the undergrowth. It must have easily been over 7 feet tall, judging by where its head is with the branches. It seemed like it had long dark brown fur and these bright red eyes glowing in our direction. We were definitely scared. Now, being a country boy, this didn't exactly scare me per se, although it was frightening, but I tried to hold my ground, emotionally. It felt as if this creature or being was not too pleased with us being out here, and definitely not friendly. Immediately after seeing this, my brother and I decide to book it out of there as fast as we can. But as we're about to turn around and run away from the Honey Island swamp monster, or what I can assume is the Honey Island swamp monster, we heard a loud hissing noise that didn't exactly sound too friendly. So, we took one last look at this thing and then booked it back home. Now, there was no way that we were going to stay out on Honey Island for any longer than we had to. We dropped our stuff off back home, and we hung out inside. So, if you plan on coming to the island yourself anytime soon, be prepared, because the Honey Island swamp monster he's very real, and very intimidating. All I can say is that this monster better be on the lookout. He will not stand a chance against my 12 gauge. It was a beautiful Sunday morning after church, when my wife and I decided to go get lunch at one of our favorite taco truck spots. End of morning, with a drive by the marshlands to watch the wildlife. We never thought we'd see what we did that morning. My wife and I have been married for 8 years now, but we have known each other since we were 15. We both love exploring the outdoors, going off the beaten path, so to speak. It was no surprise that, after seeing all these posts of creepy humanoid encounters in Louisiana alone on Unexplained Mysteries, she thought it'd be fun to go down by the marshlands since our state is so rich with this particular kind of folklore. We turned onto Bayou Road off of Highway 408, headed west towards San Leon. We drove about 5 miles into the middle of nowhere, and we came upon a sign that read San Leon, 1 mile. The road looked like it went straight through what appeared to be a heavily wooded area, even though it's technically a marsh. We continued on, and the further we drove, the more I just wanted to turn around. There was just something really off about the whole place. As we reached the edge of town, we crossed over a small wooden bridge that went over some large swampland, where the cattails surrounded us. It looked as if we were abandoned from all stretches of the imagination. No people or cars for miles, except for a single house a few hundred feet away from us. The house had a white picket fence out front, and an American flag hanging next to the front door. 2 rocks on each side holding the posts in place. As my wife slowed down to drive past it, she commented on how she thought it would be cute to live there, and it seemed nice and quiet. We continued on further, and the more we drove, the less I wanted to be there. We passed by 2 more houses before seeing anything else. This was kind of out in the middle of nowhere, so we realized by this point we might have gone too far. It was then we spotted something in the distance between 2 of those houses just up ahead. A humanoid figure walking down the road towards us. The first thought that came to my wife and I was an elderly woman crossing the street. But as we got closer and closer, we realized that whatever this thing was drastically out of place. It was not human at all. It stood about 6 to 7 feet tall, with insect mantis-like features, yet humanoid characteristics as well. Its torso had light green scales with 4-fingered hands, just like a humanoid. Its forearms were fully webbed, and it had large black eyes. Its entire body was humanoid except for its face, which consisted of a mantis-like head, an insect-like beak with these 2 large tusks coming down from the side. Besides having large black eyes and these strange insect-like appendages coming out of its face, it looked like it had these horns on its head. My wife immediately screams and she slams her foot on the brakes, trying to bring the car to a stop. I remember just sitting there puzzled, wondering what I was looking at. This wasn't human at all, but it very quickly ran back into the safety of the woods again, right before we reached where it was standing so abruptly. We both just sat there, paralyzed with fear, as my wife slowly crept forward, towards where it had just disappeared too. She wanted to keep driving, but was very hesitant. She did not want us to lose sight of this thing. I finally spoke up, said we should get out of there, that there was something very wrong about this place. Reluctantly, she turned around and we drove back towards Highway 408. What I began to wonder was this some sort of demon? We both wondered for days afterwards. What in the world had we just seen? We both felt a strong sense of dread for days afterwards, and have been very reluctant to explore even closer to the swamps since then. The job I work, which the company's name I'll keep out of this, considering I don't want any loose ties to me and the name of this company. But generally, they have me working late nights. Some days, I only work from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m., but sometimes I'll also work from 5 p.m. to 5 a.m. It just depends on what shift they need me for. On this day, I worked a 5 to 5, and was actually driving home in the morning time. So this takes place shortly after 5 a.m. Right after I got off work, cup of coffee in hand, I was fairly alert and driving, ready to get home and unwind after a long 12-hour shift. It was still dark out, and I remember it being either spring or fall, still a little wet, not quite summer, not quite winter. So I also drive alongside a very large bog, so as you can imagine, it gets pretty misty and foggy, especially during the very early morning hours. Now, there was a very thick layer of fog kind of just hanging, lingering in the area, which can make driving conditions very dangerous. I came to a long stretch in which both lanes were covered in water, and there was no solid line through the bog, so this required me to change lanes multiple times, due to the large puddles being everywhere. So I'm going down this road when all of a sudden, out of nowhere, appears this creature from the bog. It climbs up onto the road, looking like some kind of mutated pig or boar with horns on its head and huge claws on its hands. Its skin looks wrinkled and gross and dead, similar to that of an amphibian, except it looked kind of dead. Its eyes were black and had these massive teeth sticking out of its mouth. This thing takes one look at my car, and I'm nearly screaming an exclamation, slamming on my brakes. This thing lets out a hiss and literally leaps across the 2-lane highway into the other side of the bog. The hair on the back of my neck was standing straight up, just staring at this thing. And after it took a few quick leaps, clearing the entirety of the road. I don't know how long this thing was, but I'd have to say it was at least maybe 8 feet tall. And it leapt across 2 lanes of traffic. Crazy, right? This thing gazed into my car with those big black hollow eyes, staring at my face as if it were studying me. It looked as if it were about to lunge at me, or turn around and disappear back into the bog. But instead, it just let out that one nasty hiss, and turned around and, well, it leapt off. Needless to say, that now, I make sure to avoid the bog whenever I could for weeks after seeing this creature. I still don't know what it was, but I swear I will never forget that face, nor the screams that it made when exposing its teeth. I usually don't believe in this kind of stuff, but after living through that encounter, nothing really surprises me anymore. Something else I wanted to add is that after this happened, I ended up telling a coworker just a few days after. Well, I guess he saw a very similar creature too nearby, down the same road, maybe by about a few miles. He claimed that this thing tried attacking his car and nearly pulled away to avoid being killed. I know these things are out there, but what are they? I need to make sure I avoid these bogs whenever I can, because nothing can really prepare you for something like this. I always make sure to keep my guard up, especially when it's dark or foggy outside. Currently, I'm looking into cryptozoology, trying to find out what these things are and what have been haunting my dreams. I was deer hunting several years ago, and like any other hunting season, I was very persistent on getting a good buck to bring back. The meat I get from these lasts me all winter, so it's my main source. I don't really like poultry or beef or any other sorts of animal. There's just something about deer and elk meat that is so lean and so clean. I love having it through the winter. Through this area, I have multiple stands set up all throughout the main swampland that I hunt through, since around here, in the state of Mississippi, deer have been very populated over the last few years. I was out before dawn with my high-powered rifle and flashlight. As I was about to climb down the ladder, I had set up in one of my bait stands when something stopped me dead in my tracks. It was deathly silent. Even the crickets had stopped their chirping, which gave me this ominous feeling like someone or something was watching me. I flashed my light around the main area of the swamp, looking for any movement at all, but nothing seemed to be there. The hair on the back of my neck was standing up, and goosebumps running down my arms. I decided it would be best to climb down from the stand and just go home. Just before climbing down is when I saw it. I looked over into a small den cavern that was formed by a large cypress tree that had apparently fallen over. I noticed something in there. I cautiously walked into the small cave with my rifle in hand, just to see what it was, even though part of me already knew. As soon as I shined my light on it, its eyes peered at me, followed by the rest of its body. It looked extremely gaunt, hunched, corrupted. It was dead. Whatever this creature was, it had died in the fetal position, but it was all sorts of hideous. This thing was, at one point, a human, but it was pale white, sickly looking. Its mouth was twisted, and its eyes sunken in black. Completely hairless and animalistic looking. Its bones were all long and lanky and broken, protruding outward. Did I mention how pale the skin color was? It was like a grub worm. And it even appeared to have larvae growing underneath the skin. I had never seen such a thing before, but whatever it was had died in here, and must have been recent. I started to feel nauseous just staring at this thing. After a short amount of time, I quickly snapped back into reality and exited this small cave out of fear for my life. I just had this overwhelming sensation of dread, like I should leave now. Once outside, I ran as fast as I could until I reached my truck on the other side of the swamp. I drove home without looking back once. I was done for the day. When I reported my story, it dawned on me that, as scared as I was in this moment in time, I'm more so terrified about not knowing what this creature was. The following day afterwards, I told my brothers and my cousin about what had happened, and to my surprise, they actually didn't laugh at me, but believed every word. I would hope so. I've never been one to make up something like this, nor have I ever. I've always been extremely honest and truthful with everything. And I don't make up stories. I don't need notoriety. I don't care about that. They too had gone to the same location I have. They went to the den cavern with me, and all that was there was now bones, but not of this creature. The creature's body was gone. We also noted that there were large marks on the nearby cypress trees, huge claw marks that were much bigger than a bear, and very, very deep into the wood. These long grooves. This came out inconclusive. We have no idea what was going on here. What creature died in this den? Why? And where was its body now? To think I'm crazy for still going out hunting in the same spot just about every year during hunting season. I can't help myself from thinking about this same creature. Could it be from around here? Are there more of them? What happened to its body? For all I know, people had been seeing some sort of animal like this for years, and they just passed it off as a gaunt-looking man, maybe due to the lack of knowledge on what kind of creature actually inhabits swamps. Now, I've reached out to a few people who will hopefully hear me out. I should be hearing back from them soon. Maybe they too can come and investigate. What do you think about all this? I'll start off by saying that I love and cherish my night walks. I still do. Even after this sighting, they are what keep me sane. There's just something so thrilling about stepping outside and breathing in the fresh night air and unwinding from the day with some exercise. Quick note, I actually moved down here from Ohio to Tennessee 8 years ago on account of a career change in schooling. I live out kind of in the middle of nowhere, and I like to go on these late night walks on the back roads back here. I spend about an hour or so each night out. The night of my sighting was something I still just can't explain. It felt off from the start. There was a frog everywhere. The frogs were going crazy, but this can sometimes feel normal. I didn't think too much of it at first. I started walking back on the trail when something caught my eye down a ways just further. My eyesight isn't the best, but it wasn't just dense fog that was coming up closer to me as I approached it. It seemed to be moving forward, closing the distance even with all the swamp vegetation. Upon reaching maximum proximity, we locked eyes with one another, and in a split second, I saw a massive, scaly head with a long snout full of jagged teeth and a pair of glistening eyes. This was the stuff from nightmares. At this point, I promptly snapped out of my trance, turned on a dime to sprint back home as fast as possible. I didn't look back at it once after that moment, but a quick glance behind me, a few hundred yards away, confirms that it's still standing there, looking at me, running off in the darkness towards home. The only thought going through my mind is, I'm getting new friends tomorrow. This is a new one for sure, though. Nothing like this has ever happened here in the 7-8 years I've lived here. The following days after this event were a nightmare against an entire new backdrop. I usually have a very good sleep routine, but since this has happened, I haven't been able to sleep a wink after dark, or even in a somewhat lit room. It's even gotten so bad that I'm going through a lot of coffee, just to be able to stay up a few hours after the sun sets and get a little work done here and there from home. After that, it all goes downhill. 2 a.m. every single night. I'm a groggy mess, crashing into my bed. If I don't pass out from sheer exhaustion, then whatever is watching me will catch up with me, I feel. I don't have any plans on quitting my walks, though. They still remain a huge part of my life, and a massive source of my happiness. The feeling you get when walking a trail at night is a lot like finding a secret passage out of a book, and the unknown is a nice escape from all the stress of the world. I'll still continue on my walks no matter what, but now I feel that I won't go past a certain point on any given trail. Not with the Alligator Man still out there. As long as I feel that I stay away from the same area, then it can't do anything bad to stop me, which would be impossible anyway due to its bulk and lack of maneuverability. I would just like to add that I've heard stories here and there of what people refer to as the Alligator Man. Something or someone that's said to be half man, half alligator, and that is very close to what I saw. While the head appeared to look like a giant alligator, it stood up on 2 legs, with a long tail, short stubby arms. It had stood up in the ditch in the side next to the road, right where the trail ends. And I'm pretty sure that's what I saw. There's no mistaking the identity because, quite simply, there's no other living thing that quite looks like this. But it scared me pretty badly. But as I said, I'm not going to let that ruin anything for me. I'm going to press on and continue to live life happy, full of life, and push on forward through any challenge I can overcome. I'm going to share this story to the best of my recollection. This happened to me back in late 1991 or early 1992, at the tender age of 17. At that point, I was working for a company that provided contracted security services on an as-needed basis to several companies operating around and on the Navajo reservation. The contract I worked under required me to travel between locations. They were located within 2 regions of the reservation themselves. This meant that I spent about 75% of my time traveling either north to south or out of Window Rock, Arizona. At night, after stopping at one destination and securing it with another security officer who'd arrived there around midnight, I would head north toward Peach Springs, Arizona, where my next stop was located right near Grand Canyon Caverns. As I left the vicinity of the Grand Canyon Caverns parking lot, I'd make my way a right onto Arizona Highway 64, heading east toward Belmont. There are only 3 things worth mentioning in regards to my drive from Peach Springs to Belmont. First, there's a spot on the road where it curves slightly, and there used to be a sign indicating road conditions ahead. As I recall, that sign said either conditions not verified or conditions worsen as you go. Something like that. That's just how isolated these locations were. There was no radio station providing news updates along the way, and cell service was practically non-existent, except for sporadic coverage near larger towers, such as Tuba City and Kayenta, places we stopped at during our shift changes. 8 hours on, 8 hours off. Secondly, for most of my drive, I'd usually see and or hear herds of wild horses running off in the distance. And thirdly, there was always an area with a dense canopy directly to my left, outside of which it seemed like pitch black. But suddenly, in the middle of this darkness, I saw something big, dark, and moving. Something that didn't look human or animal. It looked like a weird entity. From all the accounts, including those from other security officers who were also assigned to this region, as well as those interviewed by law enforcement officials, it appeared as though those who encountered this being described seeing either a hairy man or an animal-like being covered in hair. 2 security officers who encountered it said they saw one thing, while a third described seeing something else entirely. Compare that to the other reports, many of which indicate that witnesses describe seeing either a humanoid or what appears to be some type of beast. I've seen both too, and this wasn't either. The situation at hand began with me driving all along Highway 64, through an area where there was no light, except for maybe my headlights, and suddenly coming upon this bizarre dark anomaly directly ahead of me, seemingly moving toward the road as if crossing over to my side. As I watched it move toward me, I remember thinking, "What is that?" And the closer it got to me, the more its shape became clear, although it still didn't look like a man or an animal. In fact, I'd never seen anything look like it before in my life. And yes, I thought the creature from the Black Lagoon looked immediately like this, because there was something fish-like about its movements. It had this dark grayish feature, wet leathery-looking skin, or so the texture reminded me of. There were no distinguishing features except for what appeared to be eyes, pupilless, solid white orbs that looked more reflective than they did expressive. Its arms were longer than any human arms I'd ever seen, and they seemed to reach past down its knees. Its legs appeared deformed, muscular thighs on skinny calves, and very oddly proportioned, not quite like those of a man nor an ape, but a weird combination of the two, not to mention its strange creature-like appearance. And the head, it was bulbous and had this long snout. It kind of reminded me of some sort of sea creature, but it was very human-like or ape-like. I understand that's a strange description, but I've never seen something like this, and I don't know how to put it to words. I could tell you, though, the ears were small and lay flat against the side of its head. Definitely not like an ape, nor any other animal I'd seen. Then suddenly, from behind me, another vehicle's headlights illuminated the creature's face. The angle was caught that such it only gave me a glimpse, and in the light, I saw something that startled me even more than the appearance of this being. This thing had fangs, just like you see in the movies or TV shows about vampires. That's what it reminded me of. 2 long, exaggerated fangs, or canines, coming down over its bottom lip. Goosebumps would cover my entire body. I was terrified. Whether it could see me or not, I don't know. But this thing's eyes were fixed on me the entire time, while its mouth hung open slightly, showing off those front teeth. Did I mention that this thing happened and moved very fast? Well, about 15 minutes after leaving Page, en route to Tuba City, along Highway 160, where there's nothing between Page and Tuba, except for the massive Navajo reservation. It was also then that I saw something big, dark, and moving through the darkness outside of my passenger window to the west side of the road. But this thing looked way different than the other creature. This looked more like a man running on his bare feet in the darkness, its arms swaying in this strange motion. This one appeared like it had long hair, but that's all that was really visible, even through the darkness. And this creature stops right in the middle of the lane of the road and turns its head to look directly at me. My stomach turned inside out the second this thing and I made eye contact. I will never forget the look of this thing staring back at me through the window, no more than 10 feet away on this isolated stretch of Highway 160. It's like it was trying to scare me and gauge my reaction to see what I was going to do. The entire experience just felt so surreal, like I was outside of my body, watching all this happen, taking place in front of me. And just before I was about to hit it, it darted across the road, disappearing into the night and the darkness. All this happened within a matter of seconds, but it felt like time had slowed down to a complete stop. After I drove on by, it felt like my entire body came back under control, so I drove a couple more miles before pulling out onto the shoulder, being completely paranoid this thing was going to follow me. I felt sick, almost nauseated, and I sat there in the dark with my car idling for a good 5-10 minutes, just trying to catch my breath and let all this sink in. I wasn't completely sure what I had witnessed for both of these beings, but they were definitely not people, at least not normal ones. Both of them ran on 2 legs, and something about their movement through the darkness made me think they were out there at night with a purpose, trying to get somewhere, God knows where. None of it really makes sense. And for weeks after this massive encounter, I had been racked with doubt about ever wanting to tell anybody, because surely they would think I was mad or just plain old crazy. But for some reason, I feel the need to talk about it. So here I am today, telling you all about what happened to me on August 5th, 2002, right around midnight, along Highway 160, as well as the other creature that I'd witnessed. The only thing relating to this story that I'm aware of is I personally know several people who live up very close to this area, and they too have heard strange stories about seeing things that just don't add up. I'll never forget that night, and I'm sure whatever was out there knows exactly who I am and when it's going to strike next. I was just leaving my girlfriend's house. This was right before the pandemic. I was driving in her neighborhood, and I saw something white in the middle of the street. It appeared to be like a dog or a wolf, but it was way bigger than anything I've seen. I gave it some gas because, obviously, I was hoping it would move out of my way. But instead, it looks up right at me, and I could see its black, beady eyes. It did not move an inch. It did not prove to be fearful of an oncoming vehicle. I actually had just gotten through reading Skinwalker Ranch by George Knapp and Colmay Keller. There's no way that that's what was going, though, because they said that these things could shapeshift. The thing had pointy ears all over its head, and it was shaped more like a wolf than anything else. And to top it off, this thing ran much faster than any wolf does. Let's not forget about the fact that it stood up on 2 legs. I'm scared now, even just remembering back to this. It was huge, taller than the top of my car, and its eyes were sunken in deep into its skull, kind of like skeletal looking, and its skin looked rotted, like it had come from a graveyard or something. As I said, this was not normal looking at all, and there's no way this thing should exist and be alive. Nothing that human-like should be built like that either. It was just creepy as hell to stare into for those few seconds. The only thing that instantly came to my mind was the encounters I've heard of Mothman. But Mothman isn't even around here. And Mothman is something entirely different. But I guess it's that level of fear, that you're dealing with something evil and of the unknown. But this thing did not move out of the way entirely. It moved just over enough to where my car could get by, and then it stood there right off the side of the road, staring at me as I drove by, watching me. And even as I looked back in my rearview mirror, I could catch it, never breaking its eye contact with my vehicle, even as I went forward in the distance. It's like this thing wanted me to know it was looking at me, studying me, the way a predator studies its prey, strategizing, getting ready to strike at the right moment. I won't hesitate and say that I slammed on the gas pedal the second I drove after this thing, definitely breaking the speed limit. I took off out of there as fast as my little Honda could take me. This thing that I saw is clearly not living by any means we know about on Earth. It just broke the laws of physics and any law we have. I can only guess this is a shapeshifter of some kind, or maybe a skinwalker. I have never dealt with something like this before, so if you could send help or send supplies, advice, anything is welcome. I was driving home late at night in a very rural area just north of El Paso, Texas, when I saw it. It appeared to be in the road in front of me, so naturally I would stop my car and try to slow down for a closer look. I don't know what it was, but I can tell you now, this thing wasn't human. It appeared to have greenish skin with scales, and it didn't take notice to me right away. Instead, just casually walking on by into the desert brush towards El Paso Hill Country Park. As soon as it disappeared in the brush, I floored it, driving away quickly. I always carry a gun on me just in case something like this ever happens, and I pray that I never have to use it. I'm also very thankful it never turned around and tried to come after me. I'm not completely sure what it was, but I don't think, at least speculate, this could be any sort of normal animal. Do I think it was a skinwalker? I don't know. It did kind of look cartoonish though, in proportion. As terrifying as it was, I almost wonder just what kind of being this could have actually been. So I have no idea really. What I can tell you is that I know this was not a dog. If it was, it would have looked way different, and plus, dogs don't walk around on their hind legs. Not like this did. For the record, my name is Robert, and I have no reason or way to make this up. Just sending this in anonymously, for your record and anybody else you want to tell this to. My husband just got home from working a late night shift. He pulls up to the house and says, "There's somebody walking around in the backyard. I need to grab my gun." My husband reviews the security footage on his phone, and you could see that there's a very tall, stick-like thin figure with long, lanky-looking arms, slowly strolling through the back side of the yard. But its head seemed to be even with it, as it kind of glided, almost hovered above the ground. It was just staring straight ahead of itself. It looked very odd, and it kind of reminded me of like a stick-figure man, but covered in animal skins, if that makes sense. From the way the footage looked, it was really hard to make out exactly what we were looking at. It didn't really make any sense, but my husband assured that he's seen it. We're both very shaken up by this sighting, and my husband believes that this is a skinwalker. Again, as stated, this was an unknown tall, thin figure, long arms and legs, kind of hovering or gliding, strolling through the backyard. It appeared to have no concern for being seen, as it seemed to kind of stare straight ahead. Later on, my husband and I were both very shaken up by what we had seen from the footage. There is also significance in saying that this occurred on the reservation, where apparently skinwalker sightings are often sighted, near or even within tribal lands. This would, however, make sense, due to ancient Navajo folklore involving skinwalkers. But The figure was in no way seen in close proximity or in contact with other lives or entities. What do you think? Please let me know in the comment below if you have something to add. An opinion on the sighting or possible explanations that could help identify would definitely help us out. We'll be sure and try to respond to your comment. Thank you to anybody who reads this. Keep your eyes open for more possible encounters. God bless. The desert is a very strange place during the nighttime. You can't always tell if what you're seeing is real or not. But something set me to walk out of my car and follow it. Like I was in a trance or the strange energy pulled me. I've seen a lot of crazy things in my lifetime, traveling to different states and stuff. But nothing would prepare me for what I saw, especially since it was right next to the interstate. At the time, I was traveling from Northern California down due south in Arizona. I had to stop at one point for gas, and I needed some rest as well. The trip was pretty long and very tiresome. I got myself a coffee and was about to get back on the road when this lanky white figure caught my eye. It appeared to have no hair on its body and looked like something like a deformed lizard with a long tail. Like if you crossed some sort of, maybe a sloth with a lizard. It was very strange looking, whatever it was. I don't know why I didn't react initially, but maybe I'm bad with confrontations or making up strategies on the spot in my mind. So instead of doing something that could have probably saved me from whatever it was going to do next, I just stood there, watching it move towards the desert. At the time of seeing this, I felt very confused and also frightened, even though I didn't sense an immediate threat for my well-being. So, without thinking twice about what I was going to do, I found myself on the other side of my car heading towards where it just disappeared into the night. I thought, or maybe I didn't think, but I was convinced that if I followed it, maybe I can find out what it was. And of course, I realized pretty quickly how stupid this was on my part. Because before I could even go after it, this thing jumps out right in front of me, as if it knew I was going to follow its tracks. And believe me, it did not want to be followed. It jumps in front of me and stands up straight, but because it was still concealed in the darkness of the night, I couldn't get a very good look at its face, but I could see these two eyes glowing red, and it stepped toward me, where I could get a face reveal a little bit better. Its face alone made my blood run cold. It didn't appear to have a nose or ears at all, just two slits where its nose should have been. Like this creature had some sort of strange genetic disorder. It looked malformed and misshapen. Its face kind of reminded me of what a burn victim looks like, but even worse, far more demonic and sinister looking. It exposed its teeth by opening its mouth, by kind of grinning at me, and its teeth looked more like a shark's teeth, and it just slowly moved its way towards me. Now, I was frozen in fear. I could not move my body. All I could do was just sit there and watch this thing approach me. Had I not done what I was about to do, I probably would have been dead. This thing begins to reach out to grab me, but before it can do that, the only thing I can think to do in my mind is to start praying, and praying out loud. The second I do, this thing stops and gives me this expression like, "What are you doing?" And its expression changes from a grin to horrified, and begins to quickly retreat into the darkness. This, of course, was not instantaneous, maybe over the course of 10 or 20 seconds. Of course, my concept of time is probably off, but it was not instant. Whatever I did or said, it made me make it realize that maybe eating me right then and there wasn't probably the best idea. And it ran back, disappearing into the night of the desert. I pulled myself up pretty quickly, and I felt like I had broken out of its trance. I just want to say something real quick. You might hear my story and think, oh, it's just another stupid, scary story, or maybe some cheap creepypasta written by a 15-year-old wannabe. But I'm telling you, the second I laid eyes on this thing, even though I was frightened, I feel like it put some sort of spell on me. Like everything in my being was compelled to follow it into the night. even though common sense would tell you that is a bad idea. But I wasn't being controlled by common sense or fear. It's like something had lured me out of my car and told me, yes, go follow it, follow it, follow it, follow it. It's like an instinct. And in that moment, everything made sense to try and follow this thing. The same driving instinct you get when you're starving and need to eat, or you need to sleep, or procreate. That's the only way how I know how to describe the emotion, feeling, and the mentality behind it. But as soon as I prayed and this thing left, it's like that spell it had over me was completely broken. Of course, I've never really heard of stories like this happening before, but I'm here to tell you mine, and this is generally what happened. After this, I decided to head straight for a hotel where I can try and rest my head and get myself together. So pretty much, this was my encounter with what I believe to be a skinwalker, or something of the demonic realm. Despite all the rumors about these things being out there or not being out there, I can tell you that when you're confronted by something like this, it changes the way you think. It makes you realize there's probably definitely skinwalkers out here, and that they are far more dangerous than you realize. Since they are initially practicers of black magic, them casting some sort of spell on you to make them follow you, I guess does make sense. I'm just trying to rationalize what happened in my encounter, but I would love feedback. My advice is to do whatever you can to ward these things off. This is a story I'm going to share with you that was actually shared with me by my great-grandfather. My great-grandfather grew up in the Choctaw tribe, and he always told me about a man in the village who practiced black magic. This man was actually exiled from the village for being caught with his practices, but swore up and down to the entire village and warned everybody he would come back and haunt the village, in life and in death, and he has kept his promise. The man was not only a practitioner of black magic, but also a skinwalker, a shapeshifter, a being, a servant of the night. He would come back and kidnap children, kidnap some of the village's women. He would hex and curse several members of the tribe, even with one of the elders suddenly developing a sudden illness that killed him within days. After a short amount of time, a small group of warriors set out to hunt this skinwalker or man down, having a pretty good idea of exactly where he was at. The story goes that when these 4 soldiers, or Choctaw warriors, found the skinwalker, he shapeshifted into a massive wolf creature, devouring, mauling, and tearing apart 2 of the warriors right then and there. The other 2 warriors tried to fight him off, but he ended up killing one, while the other retreated for their lives. The last warrior made it back to the tribe and warned everybody about what happened and the dangers of this man. He too, within a couple weeks' time, would come down with a sudden illness that would kill him within a matter of days. It was then speculated that the winter killed the skinwalker, that it was too brutally cold and that the man had froze to death. However, his spirit had returned to curse the village even further. And it wasn't until years later, when my great-grandfather was a young man, that a medicine man of the village had put up wards all over to finally protect the village and keep this evil skinwalker spirit's energy away, which seemed to work for some time. However, it seemed like after that, the skinwalker spirit's energy just became more and more diffused. Bad things still happened. They all believed that more and more people were hexed. But as time went on, it became much less noticeable, and life became much more manageable as the years would go on, and everybody would forget about this skinwalker. I would just like to say that this was shared with me by my great-grandfather long before he passed. He died at the age of 101. He was a very healthy, very sharp old man, and I always found this story to be very intriguing because it was right around the same time that I developed a deep interest in learning about skinwalkers. I hope you enjoyed his story, and you are more than welcome to share this with your audience. Peace be with you. To my knowledge, this is not happening anymore, but a few years ago, About 5 or so of these beings were very active. I believe it started with either animals being found dead or just missing. Then people who were found camping in the woods also had gone missing. My grandparents' home was built on top of an old Indian cemetery, which is why I think this was happening at their house. The energy around there was different. The spirits were very active. Every night around midnight, you could hear banging on the inside of the walls in the house, footsteps running back and forth outside, heavy breathing outside the front door and windows. The activity, though, seemed to calm down finally, right around evening, where it would pick up again at night. One day, my uncle comes home, and we're all very excited to see him. All of us kids celebrate by going to play hide-and-go-seek in the backyard, out by these huge willow trees. They are probably well over 300 years old. As soon as everybody had found a spot to hide, the first person counting saw movement out of the corners of their eyes, turning around fast, expecting to find someone or something there, but nothing close. At that exact moment, every single willow tree seemed to light up bright as day with this bluish hue, and just going dark again. It probably lasted only a few seconds, but feeling like an eternity. Just then, my older cousin, who was in charge of counting, yells out, "Stop, stop!" And everybody comes running back over to where my uncle is, and they've all got this terrified look on their face. My aunt gets extremely upset, starts demanding an explanation. They tell her that what they saw over by the trees, and she looks at them as if they're crazy. But the uncle and all the kids playing swear up and down they saw something that looked like a man, but was not, watching them through the trees. That whatever it was covered in animal skins and had large black eyes. Apparently, from what we heard, it turned around and walked into this bright blue thing of light, or what we speculate was a portal, which would make sense why all the trees around it illuminated a bright blue, and then disappeared. The portal theory was what my uncle suggested, judging by the lighting and seeing what it walked into, how it kind of just turned around and disappeared with the light. My aunt, of course, did not believe us, but saw the light as well. She tried to brush it off as well, as if they're just imagining it, and in the end says that, well, we should probably try to come up with a better story and figure something else out. My opinion on it is that there's definitely spirits here, and I wouldn't be surprised if we truly saw some sort of being from another world come in through a portal right where those willow trees are. I will say this though, that area where it disappeared in, by those really old willow trees, things feel very strange over there. Like when you go over there, it just feels colder and like you're always constantly being watched. It's a feeling it's hard to describe, but it just makes you feel uneasy. There's a reason we never really play over there. It just doesn't feel right. I was at my old apartment in Denver, Colorado, when I had a chance to see this very large, hairy wolf-like creature standing upright before disappearing into a thicket. It was very gray and dark, very smoky color. At the time, I was outside smoking a cigarette, and it was pretty early in the morning, before I had to go off to work. And I see it there off in the distance, trying to formulate in my brain what I'm looking at. And it stares at me, and I see its red glowing eyes, before it turns and disappears. I'm obviously in shock and disbelief, thinking it was maybe a coyote, but it did not run off like one, or any normal animal for that matter. One thing I can remember, though, is shortly after seeing it, even despite I was smoking a cigarette because we all know how stinky cigarettes are, I just smelled this overwhelming odor of sulfur. It lingered worse than cigarette smell does. I'm very knowledgeable on the fact that skinwalkers exist, and I know what they are, so that's the only logical explanation. But beyond that, I'm not very knowledgeable about Native American mythology, so I'm hoping somebody can find some answers here for me. But I know nothing other than the native culture in Colorado, or the surrounding states, although I'm sure they have their folklore and legends as well. I would also like to add that It took a good moment or two to get my head together and really comprehend what I was seeing. It did not appear to be moving or get down on all fours at any given time throughout this sighting. It actually moved very comfortably from what I saw on two legs, even had hocks like a dog, but appeared to move very humanoid or very much like a man. Judging by the way it looked, I don't even know if it ever got down on all four. So I've been trying to do some research, and I can't find a lot of stories about skinwalkers to try and compare what I saw. The town where this happens also is not very populated either, so I would imagine maybe this skinwalker was just coming through the area, or what. Maybe there are hundreds lurking around every corner. I'm not exactly sure. I can also promise you that even though this was in the early morning, I was fully awake. I was not intoxicated. I had not taken any substance or drugs. Well, besides a cigarette and nicotine. But nicotine isn't going to make you see this. This was not yet a bad dream or a nightmare. I believe this is an evil spirit or a spirit creature that can interact with the physical world, aka a skinwalker. The one thing that I am aware of, though, is that this area as a whole has a lot of UFO sightings. I don't know if that has anything to do with what I saw that night, but it's interesting. I've seen quite a few myself. While I can't speak on behalf of aliens or little green men, there have been a lot of strange lights and things seen in the sky, by not just me, but many people in town, many friends, family, and accomplices that I personally know of and talk to. I guess I'll just have to keep searching for answers. Otherwise, I'll just have to chalk this up to another one of life's many mysteries. But I'm pretty sure that what I saw was real, and not just something I hallucinated. Although the whole thing lasted for less than 10 seconds, it was enough to stick with me for a lifetime. A few years back, my buddies and I decided to take a ride out to Las Vegas to see the world-famous UFO crash site. You know, Roswell. The drive out there was really cool. It's a long stretch of road between Roswell and Las Vegas. You can see for miles in either direction, so for about 20 minutes down the road, we saw a dog laying by the side of the road, as dead as a doornail. We joked around how maybe it was a feral dog or something killed by one of those black panthers that they supposedly have out here in the desert. Whatever it wasn't normal. I don't know what kind of animal has grayish-black fur all over its body. That was as large as this thing was, but it was of considerable size. Anyhow, we parked right outside the UFO crash site, which is basically just piles of dirt with some junk thrown around, from what I can remember. There really wasn't much to see. So we decided to get out and stretch our legs, when this guy comes up to us and he's acting all frantic, telling us not to move until we figure out which way we're facing. He says we need to be careful and make sure we're not facing north, so as to not end up in Canada, or worse. We were like, is this guy on drugs? What on earth? The guy was out of his mind and started saying some gibberish about skinwalkers or something. Then he went to talk about how he was possessed and how he had seen the devil, and then kind of ran off and ranting and gibbering under his breath. We're kind of creeped out by him, by how weird he is and how he seems so out of his mind. So as we're leaving, getting in our car and pulling away, he stops us again and begins to act somewhat sane by telling my friend who's driving that he needs to hear this. We're trying to interrupt him and cut through the conversation, telling him, look, dude, you're clearly crazy, we don't want to hear it. And he starts going off on a rant over my friend about apparently reptilian shapeshifters are all around us, and we need to leave now. Go back the way we came, it's not safe. And while he seemed completely out of his mind and crazy, there was just something incredibly creepy about his demeanor. Like there's just some people that you meet and talk to, you just get a very bad feeling from. Not that he was bad, but he just gave off vibes that weren't really good. They were so uncomfortable that we had to get out of there. I understand that this isn't necessarily a sighting or an encounter, but it certainly made all of us very uncomfortable. You might have heard of the Kushtaka. They are the Alaskan equivalent of a skinwalker. But up here, They go by a different name. They are still just as terrifying and haunting. I've had my fair share of run-ins with them, but this one is always stuck in my head. My best friend and I were up in Juneau on a 4-wheel drive trip, and we stopped by a lake to take some pictures. We spent an hour or two just relaxing at the lakeside before finally heading back into our little blue truck to drive down the road. It was now getting dark out, so I turned on my dome light, getting ready for us to set off again. And I noticed something moving out of the corner of my eyes while looking over towards Kaylin, my friend who was sitting in her seat, looking like she was fumbling around for something with her door. It covered half her view, completely blocking what it is that she was doing from my line of sight. I sat there for a second and watched as the corner of my eye caught something again. More movement. This time, however, it made no sound at all, even though I could feel that it had shifted its weight over onto the edge that was facing me. Whatever it was stood there, watching us, waiting for what we were going to do next. Instinctually, I thought this to be a bear, but after sitting in silence for a few seconds, I could tell that neither the animal or I would have been so perfectly still, nor did either animal's fur ever stick up like it. It had short, spiky hair running down from its neck, all the way down its spine, and it looked very unnatural. It stepped outside enough to make itself known. It had been concealed by the trees and the shadows, but made itself known like it wanted us to see it. It was almost kind of a sadistic intention, like it wanted to show itself to us to scare us. And when the headlights illuminated this being for the first time, Kaylin was still fumbling around with something, and this being let out a low growl, slowly baring its teeth before shifting its weight onto the other foot to take off running right towards our truck. I screamed at Kaylin that we needed to go right now. I drove head-on at this thing, and it dove right out of the way to the left before I could hit it. We did a Hollywood-style 180, as Kaylin and I are screaming, and this thing is nowhere in sight. But now we could hear it growling, and it sounded very close by. So I floored it out of there, and it did not take us long to get back on the road. But instead of heading out of town, we went straight for my grandparents' house, where we could make it out with having to go through any intersections that were a lot of people around, if that did happen. Luckily for us, nothing followed us, at least not that we saw or heard anyway. What really made this whole thing terrifying was how it stood still and watched us for a while before it ever showed its presence to us. It's like it had been observing us, watching us, wondering what we would do. And then at the right moment, it's like it wanted us to see that it was there, to know that, hey, I'm here, and I'm gonna scare you. That has always stuck with me through all the years. I never understood why an animal would do that. It's so unnatural. The only time you would ever have something remotely close to that is if the prey was cornered and could not run. What's even worse is Kaylin could not find her phone, and she believes that she left it back at the lake where we were at. I told her we'd have to wait till tomorrow during the daylight to go back, which we did do, and it had a very eerie presence, like this thing's energy was still around, like we were still being watched, but we never heard any growls or anything like that, or saw it again for that matter. And we grabbed her phone and left again, quicker than the first time. On top of everything else, I've heard stories from people here saying they've seen a lot more than just bears in this area, a lot more of these beings, the Kushtaka. It makes me wonder if they are really up here, that these things are actually shapeshifters, and they can change to whatever shape, being, or animal they want to at any given time. Anyway, that's my story. Take it or leave it. My story begins with my grandfather. Growing up in the house across from him, I learned everything about hunting and tracking game while growing up. Many consider that a loved privilege. We hunted deer together every season. It seemed like we were always catching one. And this is where my own personal experience comes in. So I have to go back just a little bit. I can remember being very young. I'm talking about 3 years old, a toddler, and my mom tells me I'd be up all night crying, afraid of something that had been tormenting me. My parents had no clue what it could have been because the only thing they saw was one black mass on the ceiling above my crib, staring and watching over me. It kept coming back every time, and one day, it was gone. But it wasn't there when my grandfather came in. He took care of his kids till now, at least until my mom got home. And then he told me how I kept having nightmares, but nothing really bothered him until he was trying to put a small blanket over me for bedtime, and I just came unglued, ripping the blanket out of his hands, screaming for him to get that thing away from me. He looked at my mom, who had told him all about the other experiences I was having, or so she thought it would be best not to tell him, because he was always scaring me more when he heard stories like this, before thinking something bad was actually going to happen to me. He made us go outside where I'd pace back and forth, asking what it wanted, telling them if they didn't leave right then, I wouldn't either. He asked me what it looked like, but I could not give any good description of anything, really except its eyes. They were this void of nothing, large and black, kind of like a deer's but way different. Very, very dark. He told me he'd get rid of it and to go inside with my mom while she dressed me for bed. She did what she normally did when I had a bad dream, which was lay with me till I fall asleep. This time, though, it didn't work. As soon as we were settled down in my room, I could see this thing sitting at the end of my bed, almost hidden by the shadows, but clear enough. I could tell its outline was there. It began to creep slowly to where I was laying, until I could not handle it anymore, screaming for my grandfather. My mother tried everything in her power to shush me and to lull me back into a false sense of security so we could both try and get some rest, but eventually gave up and left for the rest of the night. Now, my grandfather came back inside after I went to sleep, following what could only be described as a very large humanoid canine with fiery red eyes. He waited until he saw it leave before coming back in, where I've overheard him telling my mom how it seemed like something was bothering me. So he tried to look around the house, didn't find anything. This happened one more time when I was 7, but this time, it had followed us home. We lived kind of out in the woods, so there really wasn't anywhere to hide outside or inside either, without having some kind of horde of rabid animals waiting to greet you outside at any given turn. That's when we decided that maybe our best bet was to just move to a different house in the country somewhere. That did not work out, though. It still found us. We would leave for weeks at a time, trying to lose it, but no one could get rid of this thing. I know what you were thinking, but no, we never actually saw what was following us. Only that same black mass that kept reappearing everywhere we went. And just when it felt like there was no hope left, things took an even stranger turn. I had finally woken up after days of laying in my bed, afraid to move or even speak for fear that it might hear me and come back. My mom tells me that I started packing up all my stuff while she slept. She woke up, not knowing where I'd gone, or why, until she heard me calling my grandfather in the other room. He had asked what I was doing, and all I could tell him was that I knew exactly where it would be waiting for us, so we only needed to go there to get rid of it for good. He tried explaining to me not to worry about it anymore, but when I told him why I knew where to find it, he could not argue with me. We all managed somehow to sneak out of the house without being seen or heard by that thing. Only reason I'm sure this worked was because after that night, nothing ever came into our house again. I just know now that as an adult looking back on these memories, that whatever this thing was, it wasn't some demon from hell or anything like that, nor was it something I can explain away as some kind of rare disease or hallucination or mental illness. The only thing I know for sure is that it took my grandfather's life just 2 days later. It was almost like it just came to collect what it wanted, without any regard to anything else. And I'm sure of the one thing, if he hadn't taken the deal with that thing, that I'd never even be here typing this story out. Yes, the day that we were supposed to go there, to find this thing, he had apparently made a deal with it. with this entity for it to take his life in order to leave me alone. Life for a life. Apparently, he told my mother right after he did it, which is why and how I know about it. I still struggle with it even to this day. I miss my grandfather very much. I can only pray that it never comes back, wanting my life too. The first time that I probably encountered these things, it was probably 2:30 in the morning. I was walking home from a friend's house and had just bought some beer, so I figured why not. We drank the entire case of it walking back. Coming up on my street, I could see two guys at the corner who looked pretty mad. So naturally, we took our last swigs and ditched the beers. I was walking past them when one of them, all out of nowhere, grabbed me, slamming me into a wall. I'm 5'2" and about 105 pounds. They dragged me to an alley, but I kicked and screamed as loud as I could, until something that sounded like a gunshot rang through the air, and then silence. I kept still thinking that if I moved, this would go worse for me. Their grips loosened though, as two more of them came upon me, behind me. They put what felt like duct tape over my mouth, carried me for a few blocks, and I heard something big. I don't know how to explain it though. It was loud. Moving along, they took me through an old abandoned parking lot, where they threw me down on the ground, next to two huge pits in the ground, one which had this scary tree growing out of the side. I didn't get a good look at it though, or anything else, because there were 4 or 5 of them standing around, guns pointed at me. One of them picked up my phone and called someone. They said, "We got her." There was silence until all of them began laughing really loud, screeching. Then, they stood still, staring at me. I couldn't make out what they looked like much, but once I realized it wasn't a person, I squeezed my eyes shut and to only open them when I heard one of them say, "Okay, she's ready." They all put their hands over me and began chanting in this strange, demonic-sounding language, and all their eyes were pure white, like their eyes were rolled in the back of their heads, but there was no pupil or iris. It was terrifying. After this went on for a few moments, they all backed away and stood in unison, where this smoky black vapor seemed to envelop all of them, and they began to form and materialize into a single, dark figure, standing in the shadows, now maybe 30 feet away. This strange tingling sensation went all up through my body, blurring everything, and I nearly blacked out. When I woke up, several hours later, I had scratches and blood all over me, but I was completely unrestrained. No duct tape, nothing. After running for my life to my grandmother, she was bawling hysterically, telling me that what happened to me is that a very powerful young skinwalker is able to take the form and shape of other people, several of them actually, at the same time, and that apparently the ritual they performed, he was trying to steal my soul, but for some reason could not. The reason why, my grandmother explained to me, is because she put a protective prayer over me, and it kept this skinwalker from being able to steal my soul. This has been several years ago now, but I'm still terrified to walk out late at night now. I was 6 years old when I first saw a skinwalker. It had come down a road where my family and I were standing around a campfire. I remember it walked so strange on its hind legs, but ran just like a normal animal. It had long black hair covering its whole upper body. And I remember all of us sitting around the campfire and seeing this large animal or dog running off in the distance when it stopped and looked over at us. Somehow, my parents did not end up seeing it, but I'm sorry this is so short. It's freaked me out, and I really don't think I have a lot to say on it. My name is Cameron Browning, and I just recently moved to White Bluffs, Washington. This is because my mother wanted us to live near her parents, since they're getting older now. I'm a very shy person, so I didn't want to leave my friends where we were living. When we moved here, they gave us a house that had already been furnished and been kind enough to let us stay there until we started school up again in the fall. When we first moved here, I was at home by myself doing a lot of homework. It was roughly about 4:30 p.m., and I decided to take a break from it, watch some TV before dinner. My grandmother wasn't going to be coming over for another hour or so, if she did decide to come over at all, since she is very busy with her job as a nurse. Anyway, me being alone watching TV wasn't normal, because whenever my mom or brother would come home, they would complain about how I never watched TV with them, so this was kind of out of the ordinary. I just sat down on the couch, turned on the TV to some reruns of some show that I could not remember. My mind was occupied with the thoughts of me being alone in the house. Then, all of a sudden, it sounded like somebody had dropped something very heavy outside on the patio. I was startled for a few seconds until I went over to the window by the couch, only to see if anything might have actually appeared. As soon as I look out towards our window, I see what looked like two big wolves fighting over something. My first thought was, those things are huge, and complete total panic. But as I looked closer, because, to be honest, I could not look away, something between them caught my attention. They were fighting over the carcass of a dog. I immediately backed away from the windows, went to go check to make sure that both my mom and brother were not home yet, which they still weren't, by the way. I pulled out my phone, began looking up anything that might be relevant to what I just seen, hoping that maybe it would give me some reasonable explanation for all this. After about an hour-long search on Google about wolves and other things like skinwalkers or whatever else could come up with at the moment, nothing seemed to match exactly what I had just seen. All of a sudden, from the disappearance of these things, there was now noise coming from the kitchen, like something was trying to open the door. I checked it out and nothing seemed to be wrong. They just disappeared completely. Panicked and worried, I tried to go back to my homework. It just wasn't working out. Now, very shortly after this, there was loud banging on the windows right near the back, and I turned and screamed as I saw one of these large black wolves raising its paw as if to bang it against the window. It had these large glowing green eyes, and the most disturbing grin you could imagine, as if somebody had sewn human lips onto a dog's face and sewn them crooked. And its head was even more hideous. Parts of his face were missing fur and was kind of scaly and mangy looking. So I immediately called my mom, tell her what I'd seen. She seemed to be really angry at me, kept asking, why didn't I do this or why didn't I do that, instead of calling her. All the while, with a stern voice, she was scolding me for it. At this point, all these noises were coming from almost every part of the house, so I just decided to wait until somebody came home, no matter how long it might take for them to get help. I put my phone down, and something smashed one of our tall glass windows right next to where I was standing. This thing started growling at me and began moving towards the broken window. I just stood there in complete shock and panic at what was happening, realizing I was probably about to die, unable to move any inch of any of my body. It was now walking back and forth, waiting for me to make my next move, all the while growling very loudly at me with this huge grin on its face. I don't know why I never thought of it before, but I grabbed my phone and called 911. I explained to them what was happening, and they thought I was pranking them but told me they would send somebody out as soon as possible. And in that moment, the back window shattered, as well as the kitchen window, and these things started to come in the house. The large wolf, still with a huge grin on its face. The only thing I could really do in that moment was run right for the basement door, where I did, immediately slamming the door behind me, running down the stairs at full speed as 3 of these things had just entered into our house. I ran towards the other side of the basement and somehow fit my tiny self outside the little window that usually sits above the basement wall. You know the ones I'm talking about. They're tiny, but I'm a pretty stick-thin guy, so I was fortunately able to squeeze my entire body through without too much help. When you're being pumped full of adrenaline, it didn't take too long. After I made it out of the basement, I just started running frantically down the street, waving my arms, screaming for help. And just then, an officer, the one I believe responding to the call, was just coming down the street. He saw me, we talked, he picked me up, brought me back to the house, and went in armed while telling me to stay. I did not explain to him what had broken into the house, but that there were intruders, and I thought I was going to get hurt. I explained to him how I escaped, but when he went in, he told me that nobody was there, but he could see the windows were bashed in, and several people, from what he told me, had broken the house, and that there were long strands of black hair left behind. This was one of the most traumatizing events I've ever gone through. It took quite a long while after this to really settle back down, and for everything to return to normal. And sometimes at night, outside my room, I could still see these shapes wandering around, as if maybe they're waiting for the right moment to come in again and get me. In case you don't know what a skinwalker is, it's basically a witch from Navajo myth, capable of turning into any animal whenever they want, who has been labeled as evil by their own people. They've been doing this since ancient times. They aren't just known for being shapeshifters, however, but also for hunting down and killing anybody unlucky enough to run into one of their kind. They've been known to target entire families before. Unfortunately, they become hunted by these things and they're possessed or something equally awful until they get killed off. Skinwalkers are said to be capable of causing all sorts of different paranormal activity whenever they go to like poltergeist noises. They are a supernatural force. They are not to be reckoned with. My name is Joanne, and my husband Nathan and I moved out to the country so we can try and have a little peace and quiet after everything, with his sister recently dying and everything. But now, things are getting stranger by the day. Not only are we having strange lights in the sky, but I also believe that an old Navajo witch is trying to hex us and our family. I'm not gonna lie, we've already been through a lot. After Nathan's sister passed away from cancer, we both just wanted to get out of the city and try something new. A mental breath of fresh air. We chose this place because it was pretty close to civilization, but far enough away so you can see the stars much more clearly. I don't know if you've ever been out here, but let me tell you, there is always something happening in these parts late at night. First off, Nathan now stays up all night with his telescope, looking at space and trying to take photos on his phone. He thinks he's the only one he could see them. It never really bothered me until one day when I accidentally went into his photo album after borrowing his phone for a quick second. I literally had to ask him what he was looking at with his telescope. I swear to God, if it wasn't a planet or a star, talk about weird alien stuff happening in the sky. The first time I remember seeing something strange was when we were walking our dog after night. It was dark out, and we could see these red eyes staring back at us from across the field. Now, the odd thing about these eyes, they didn't have any white part around the eye, like you would expect to see. They were like glowing embers, just staring at me from inside some sort of goat skull face, or whatever those crazy hillbillies wear these days. But yeah, so after that happened, we walked a little further out in the field, and Nathan starts yelling about how he sees UFOs in the sky, like all the time. I look up and can see something swirling around inside this bright white light up in the sky. But it's moving so fast, I could not make out what it was. On another occasion, after seeing that thing from before, we were laying out on our backs, staring up at the stars, and these bright red lights started to fly over us. They were flying so fast that they were just blurs. They stopped for a second, right above us, and then just dissipated. This all happened in a matter of a few seconds. I think that whatever these UFOs are, or weird things in the sky, are brought on by the figures that walk around out here in the forest. What my husband believes are skinwalkers. I don't know if there's a connection to UFOs and skinwalkers, but my husband seems to think so. After that, we began to hear some odd things in the middle of the night, and they always seemed to be after we went inside for bed. The first thing was thumping on our roof, scaring us half to death. We didn't know what it could have been at the time. One morning, Nathan goes outside and finds footprints all around our house. So he starts asking me if I'd been up before him when I got up for work early one day. I thought he was crazy when he said this, but when I actually went out there myself with him, sure enough, there were these weird wolf prints all around my car and porch. That's not even the most disturbing part, though. After that, there were all kinds of things being left around my car. For instance, one day I come out, and my side mirrors are missing, and my windshield wipers are gone. I was so confused. I mean, it wasn't windy at all, so who would come by and steal those things off my car? Or did they blow off from the wind? I don't know. None of it really makes sense. I eventually found out why somebody would do that, but it's pretty creepy though, that they would come and try and steal something like that off my vehicle. Another time, Nathan comes home and all the oil is now leaking out of his truck. It didn't seem like a big deal at first until we realized how much oil had actually leaked out. The engine had almost burned up. Nathan got pretty mad about this, but everything was fine after several weeks when we had got it fixed. We assumed that was the end of it. Now, about 2 weeks later, Nathan was driving home from work again, and the truck began making really bad noises, just dying out on him. We were so scared to find out why this was happening, and it's even worse than what we'd expected. When Nathan had finally got his truck back, he told me he found all sorts of animal hair stuck inside the engine, everything along with some other very suspicious things. I'll never forget how freaked out he looked when he told me this. The hairs he showed me that were covered in gunk, but they were long and stringy, like an animal's, or like a big wolf or something. But before I go, I have another story for you. It's actually about my brother. It was last year sometime when his now fiancée lived in a townhouse with her sister, right outside of Rexburg, Idaho. One day, after waking up, she noticed something strange about the front yard. It's as if every single blade of grass was pushed over to one side, creating a trail that led off into the woods by their house. All three girls were scared, so they locked themselves in the townhouse for several hours until Nathan could come up from Salt Lake City, which he was already scheduled to come up and visit. When he arrived, nothing happened at all that night or during the weekend, but when they went home to Rexburg the following week, everything started up again. And then at nighttime, their door would randomly bust open, and the lock and the deadbolt would somehow be mysteriously undone. They quickly grabbed the things they needed and locked themselves in a hotel room for several days before they felt safe enough going back. It obviously wasn't a burglar. Everything was untouched. Nothing moved at all out of place. And the first night back, they tried to stay up all night, watching TV. It's common for your eyes to trick you when you're tired. They did not want this intruder to sneak up on them while they were asleep. It was just after 3 a.m, and something woke up one of the girls very suddenly. When she looked over at the door, she saw what Nathan had initially described as the most terrifying thing he'd ever seen, come walking through the house. It was not human. They were skinny white little beings that appeared to have rotting flesh falling off their body. They all terrified, screamed, and ran out of the house. Now, get this. They discovered that there was an ancient Indian burial ground just only a couple miles away from where they lived. I can't say for sure if that's at all connected, but considering how many weird things have happened to them since, I wouldn't be surprised at all. And then you take into consideration what happened to us. It really makes you wonder. I had been spending the summer in Coronado National Forest, which is located in the Huachuca Mountains. It's a beautiful area, and I loved going into the mountains to look at the stars at night and just take in the beautiful scenery around me. That was the forest and nature. On this particular night, I was really tired after a long day of work. The skies were clear, weather was great, and there was a new moon out. It should have been pitch black outside except for the light from my campfire burning down. I went to bed inside my tent, right around 9:30 p.m. I always sleep with my knife within my arm's reach, in case you never know what might happen out there in the wilderness. Where I've lived before, in San Diego County, I've had some crazy things go down, so it always makes me feel safer. Call it an illusion or something, but I find it works. A few hours later, something woke me up. Something cold and hard pressed up against my face. I could feel a weight holding down on top of me. It was pressing so hard that it woke me from a sound sleep. I felt slightly panicked as I didn't know what it was. I opened my eyes to see the silhouette of a large man standing over me, his hands on both my shoulders pinning me down under him, with a large knife pressed against my face. Not the blade portion though, the flat portion. And there was only darkness around him, where his head and face should have been. Instinctually, I was to reach for my knife, which thankfully was right next to my waist. Holding the handle tightly in both hands with the blade pointed upwards at the mysterious figure now being above me. I tried pushing myself up off the ground to throw him off balance, but he was much stronger than I, and I could not budge under his weight. I used all my might, swinging the knife upwards, and was rewarded with a sharp pain in my hand. I felt wetness dripping down the handle of the knife onto my hands. When I looked up again, there was nobody above me. He seemed to have disappeared into thin air, like he never existed. What happened next is what scares me the most about this whole experience, and I'm still haunted by the memory. My campfire had burned down into embers at some point during the night, while I slept, but miraculously burst into flames once again, moments after whatever or whoever had been on top of me, disappearing without a trace. It wasn't until much later that I looked down at my hand, then realizing that something sharp had grazed it without my knowing, leaving just a small trail of blood. I tried convincing myself I had not had a nightmare and hallucinated it. I was looking around, waiting for it or him to come back, because he kind of just dematerialized once I knifed him. But the entire rest of the time I slept, I could just feel a presence around me, like something or someone was watching me, waiting for the right moment to come back and do it again. I didn't waste any time. I packed up everything and began to leave, even though the fire that was just crackling embers was now a roaring flame, as if his spirit, or whatever energy he was, manifested as a roaring burning fire, a fire I should have put out. Generally, I have found that people who have had sightings of skinwalkers get very nervous about telling their stories, or get really angry and upset when asked. I understand. I get it. I've been through it myself. The ridicule, the embarrassment. It was actually a family member who had told me about Skinwalker Ranch. I didn't believe it at first, but today, I'm convinced that there is something very unnatural happening in the Indian Hills, Kansas. Let me give you some background knowledge on the area of the country. Fort Scott is smack dab between Joplin and Pittsburgh, Kansas. It's not exactly a bustling metropolis with 5-star hotels lined everywhere and top-shelf shopping malls lining every street corner. So, when people say they don't want to live here anymore, you take notice. People leave once their military deployment is over, and they complete their season for the seasonal work they do in St. Joe, which, by the way, has one of the highest unemployment rates in the state. They go home oftentimes to St. Joe, where things are more modernized. When they visit, there is a noticeable difference between the two towns. When you talk to people who have left Indian Hills for one reason or another, most leave because they feel very unwelcome. I'll give you a bit of background info here on the area as well. See, back in the 1980s and 90s, families were fleeing from what was believed to be the Satanic Panic era. Satanic ritual abuse cases were happening at local churches, schools, businesses, you name it. The Yogi Bear campground sat empty for years before being turned into another campground that remains active today by a church. In the 1990s, an 80-plus acre farm and house sold for only $4,000 due to it sitting abandoned after several reports of severe and violent paranormal activity. This is before it started getting reported back in the late 80s, People would tell you that they just felt wrong there, or there's something not right about the area, and nobody wanted to live there. In fact, going back to the public records of the house, there had been no single owner or family owners that had lived there for more than 12 months at a time, all stating the same thing: severe, violent poltergeist activity. So, what do I think is going on here? Well, back in 2010, an apartment complex was set ablaze by a young man who claimed he was possessed. He lived at the complex with his mother and sister. After setting the fire to their apartment, he walked out of the burning building with no injuries, and the very next day shot himself in front of his friends and classmates. Residents believe this happened because they were being attacked by ghosts, and he himself was possessed. Now, why would somebody feel that way, unless something truly evil has taken up residency here? Right after the man killed himself, several residents reported seeing shadows walking around their homes at night. These are actual quotes from people claiming to have seen these things. One woman actually stated that she had seen people standing in her own backyard staring into her house. She also claimed that she saw somebody walking through her kitchen one night, but when she turned on the lights, there was nobody there. Another man reported seeing shadows running all across his walls and ceiling every time he got up to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night. He has since moved out for the state of fear for his life and his family's safety, because he believed that there are evil spirits that are trying to possess him or harm him or his family. So what happened? You might ask yourself, if something did indeed take place here, why haven't I heard about it till now? Well, I live here. This is my hometown, just like many of you reading this right now. I don't think it's a coincidence that the town has been hit hard with hard times, and some very strange and unlikely events happening in such a small geographical location. Is Indian Hills truly the gateway to hell? I cannot say for sure, but if something doesn't change soon, we may all find out. Now, that all covers the paranormal side of it, but what I wanted to talk about today was how there is the skinwalker side of it. Now, before you're quick to brush this post off and say, oh, skinwalkers don't exist, let me remind you that it's been reported that skinwalker presence will cause a massive upsurge in paranormal activity. And I believe that due to the ancient Indian burial grounds around the area and the other skinwalker sightings, that all the paranormal happenings, the demonic spirit activity, everything that would link back to the insane, satanic ritual abuse and everything is interconnected, is all due to, in part, the skinwalker activity. They are the gatekeepers. They are the ones causing everything. And they lie in wait in the shadows, controlling everything like puppet masters, using demonic spirits and entities to do their will, to harm people. This way, they don't ever have to step out from the shadows, revealing themselves. They can control, destroy, and drive out an entire community and town, just from their sheer minions. Thanks for listening. I grew up roughly 30 miles northwest of Los Angeles, and one of my favorite pastimes is to go into the nearby mountains and explore. When we were younger, we would ride our dirt bikes, but as we got older, that turned into four-wheeling and hiking. I can remember this one time. We were coming back down the mountain, and we came up to a clearing, and just below us was a small town that I did not know existed. We decided to stop and take a better look, so we went down towards it. After getting off our bikes, we started walking around and looking in windows. All of a sudden, something caught our eye. There was what looked like somebody hanging from the roof of one of the buildings. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be none other than some sort of dummy. We quickly figured out what was going on. The place had been used for filming horror movies due to its isolated location, where you can do anything you want without anybody ever knowing or even caring. Apparently, it had been abandoned for some time, while we found out that the way things looked the way it had been was just a little creepy, in my opinion. We heard a noise behind us, like something had just fallen, and that was big. We saw a light that seemed to be coming from behind one of the houses. At first, I thought it was somebody coming out of their house to see what was going on, but when we got a closer look, the person or light never showed. We got close enough where I could make out what it was, and what it looked like. It looked very strange, and in a way, I can't exactly describe without sounding crazy. Out stepped this person wearing a black hoodie, and a face with dead eyes and almost plastic-looking skin. I couldn't take my eyes off of him, and he began to slowly kind of move away from us, stopping right about 15 feet away. It felt as if time itself had stopped, and the only sound that could truly be heard over our heavy breathing was the faint sound of crickets off in the distance. It turned a light on again, but a light illuminated from his body, and very slowly in front of us, ascended about 20 feet in the air, as if he had levitated, and he began chanting all sorts of hideous, horrible, demonic things, before exploding into a ball of light. My friends and I, we ran as fast and as hard as we ever could have, not talking a word about what we had just seen. From what I know, and what I've studied, this was a skinwalker, but I don't know for sure, which is why I'm posting this. I'm hoping somebody can answer me. This sighting happened in northern Idaho, March of 2015. I was driving home from a late night of working at a gas station. It was cold, windy, and snowy. I turned up the heat in my car as high as it would go, let my four-wheel drive take me home, since there was several inches of snow on the roads. As I drove down this stretch of road that leads to my neighborhood, I came around a curve and saw something going towards the road ahead of me, very fast. At first, it looked like a naked old man sprinting. He was very slender and wearing all black. But as I approached closer in the car, his legs were so much longer and thinner than any human's legs should ever be. He also seemed to be more loping and hopping than anything else. I kind of slowed down as I passed him to get a look, and then sped up. And right as I passed him, he kind of veered off into the woods right next to me. This will always stay in my mind. When I passed him, he, or maybe I should say it, turned to look at me, and it was the head of a coyote, but the body of a man and what I can describe as black robes. He turned to look at me, turned away, and disappeared. I think I saw and dealt with a shapeshifter. I know they're true now. I know they exist. I live in the Manti, Utah area with my wife and kids. One night, when I was younger, in my early 20s, I was up late, working on a vehicle in our driveway, when my dad comes out to look at what I was doing. I was startled by his sudden appearance and instinctively drew my pistol, aiming it at him. He noticed the gun and told me to put it away and come inside. We sat in our living room for a while when we heard rustling outside. Somebody was walking around outside of the house. I didn't pay much attention to it since I thought one of our neighbors might be visiting them or something, not really thinking too much about it until we heard two low growls coming from the window behind. Now, growing up on a farm in Nebraska, I've heard plenty of predators before, but none of them sounded like this. Whatever made that noise wasn't an animal that I'd heard before. It had a sort of creaky, grunty, growly sound. I asked my father what the sound was, and he said he didn't even hear it, even though I had been raised in an area that allowed me to be familiar with pretty much every animal's sound. I had never heard anything that sounded like that before. The longer we sat there listening to these things outside, the more uncomfortable I became. I could feel that something wasn't right. But again, Dad told me it must have just been our neighbors and suggested that let's go outside and investigate just in case. Surely whatever made the noises by now had been gone. Sitting at the round kitchen table, talking about the day's events for a bit, we began hearing other noises and growls coming from outside. The kinds where it sounds like something was in pain. We went out again to investigate, but didn't find anything this time either. It seemed whatever was making that noise had disappeared for good after that. but it made me wonder if there are other things in the world at large that I don't know about. Hello. I would like to start off by saying that this took place in either 2007 or 2008. I can't really remember which, but I do remember it was summer. I had just moved out here from California to help out my grandmother with her bills and stuff. She needed help around the house. She was getting older, and I would go to work with her during the day. Well, I woke up one night. I heard what sounded like kids outside, right outside my bedroom window. But it was late, so I thought maybe it was the wind or something. But then all of a sudden, it sounded like wood breaking and stuff crashing around. Instinctively, me being the hothead that I am sometimes, gets out of bed, thinking it's some idiot kids out there causing trouble. After throwing on some clothes, I went out to yell at them that lived down the street from where we lived. As soon as I opened the door to go outside, all of these things started growling, and at first, I could see that there were two large black shapes huddled over something on the ground before I saw their green eyes from underneath there. There were 6 of them in total. I was completely horrified, and I quickly walked back inside, locking the door. They disappeared after that, but every now and again at nighttime, I would hear them outside. I would hear these voices. I would hear these sounds, this growling noise, and the sounds of somebody talking, but in hushed tones and whispers like somebody frantically speaking. It stopped after a while, but to this day, when I sit here and think back on it, I still get chills thinking about what happened on that summer night. This is why now I prefer to stay inside, especially during the nighttime. Who knows what would have happened to me if I never saw them and had mistakenly stepped out of the porch into the yard where they were. In the fall of 2009, I had an encounter with a skinwalker, or at least I think it was one. The reason I believe it is because my family has lived in the same house since 1874, when it was built by my great-great-grandfather, Hector Montoya. We are members of the Jemez Pueblo tribe and live in northwest New Mexico, which is Pueblo country. We are surrounded by native reservations, which is where I assume this creature came from. Or maybe that's just my naivety talking. My family and I went to bed right around 10 p.m. on a Thursday night. All was calm. However, there were still strange things going on in the house. It had this electrical buzzing inside of it, along with flickering lights that none of us could quite figure out. All the electrical was fine. My parents claimed they would look after it after they had gotten some sleep, but nobody expected what happened next. Right at about 1:30 a.m., my younger sister starts screaming for help. Something was attacking her. She claims that she felt someone or something jump onto her bed and try to choke her out while tugging on the flesh of her face. She said that she was screaming so loud, she felt like her life was in danger. When my father rushed into the room, he saw what looked like a shadow of a figure through the window. But before he could grab his gun, it jumped off, ran through the roof, and ran away at an incredible speed. Now everyone who knows anything about skinwalkers knows that they are fast creatures and can shapeshift into animals, or even worse, take on a spirit form. However, despite this knowledge, I still did not believe until a couple of weeks later, on a Friday night, we were all home alone watching movies when there was another attack by the creature. My brother came face to face with it while walking outside to take care of our dogs, whom, may I add, seemed to be barking like crazy, even though it was in the middle of the night. He said he saw what looked like an animal running across our front yard, jumping on top of our neighbor's house, which is about 50 feet away from ours. When he went back inside to tell my father about it, they heard something hollering at them through the window. But this time, they caught a glimpse of what appeared to be a man wearing some type of animal skin, with his face covered in red paint and blood. After what happened, we all kind of just sat there, not knowing what to do, till around 3 a.m. We decided to use some raw meat as bait. For almost 3 hours, Nothing came, so we thought maybe it had just gone away. But then, around 5 in the morning, when my little brother woke up for school, we saw it in our living room. My dad said he just stood there, staring at it, until he was brave enough to pull out his gun and shoot it in the arm. We all heard a loud yelp and assumed it had run off. But after 10 minutes of silence, there was now so much commotion outside that every dog within miles began barking like crazy. My sister looked out the window to see what was going on, told everybody to come look. She believed it may have transformed into something else before making its getaway. And when I say commotion, I mean police sirens, ambulances, fire trucks, you name it. Whatever was there must have been bad. Every kind of emergency vehicle you can think of was in the distance. The weird thing about this is that my dad works with the tribal police, and none of them would tell him what had happened. They did say that a lot of people got seriously injured, or worse. I found out a couple of days later from my sister's friend who lived in that area that she was walking her dog and saw a woman being dragged by some type of large coyote with red eyes. Skinwalkers are evil creatures. In fact, they will use their powers for dark things, such as hurting others mentally or physically to do their bidding. So, if one is aiming to do something terrible, make sure you don't get in its way, because I guarantee you, it won't think twice about taking your life. I was in my early 20s when this happened. It was a very, very hot day. Very little wind and no clouds in the sky. I decided to go for a run along the local bay. It was during this time of year that we had a bad influx of strange lights over the water at nighttime. My sister and I had been out on my boat earlier in the week and saw some of these lights ourselves, which were absolutely fantastic. I ran for about 30 minutes before reaching one of my favorite spots in the bay, where you could see seals, lots of birds, and some potential ships coming in and out of the port. This day, they were more than normal, as some big company was having a convention down by the docks. Lots of people making noise with their boats and laughing and drinking. Trying to find a good spot to sit and watch for a bit before running back, I saw what looked like a man or animal standing on top of one of the medium-sized ships. As I watched it slowly walk down the side of the ship, this is where my thought was, oh, it's going to jump in the water. I sat there for about 10 minutes, watching it swim in the water. Then it would descend under the water and change form into something more hideous. It would come back up and surface, and change again to part man and part something. I don't even know. I watched this go on for about 25 minutes, realizing that I was seeing a shapeshifter. I believe that whatever this creature was had to have been a skinwalker of some kind. My name is Mary, and I'm writing this in anonymously. In 1999, my husband at the time had been divorced from his first wife for about a year. They were having problems with their eldest daughter, who was 12 at the time. In order to rid her of her bad habits they thought she was having, they took her to a medicine man who lived on a California Indian reservation near San Diego. Every day, all summer long, there were dogs just going crazy outside the house. It got so bad that even my husband wanted to move closer to where he worked in Poway, California. It was too difficult to work from home due to all the strange activity and things that were going on. After we moved into our new place, he went back up north every week until school started again, helping his ex-wife until their daughter started school. I awoke one night and heard a static noise right outside my front door. I opened the door, and there was nothing. Nothing but the dogs that were barking like mad all around me. I decided to sit at the table in my living room, looking out the window that faced our carport. We had 5 large windows in our living room. Looking out into the dark, I saw 3 huge black figures walk by every other window on 2 legs, arms swaying back and forth. I cannot express to you how terrified I was. Although I did not recognize this as some supernatural entity, but 3 intruders who were going to break in, rob, and who knows what else. To this day, I'm sure who I saw, but refused to come forward with the story. My husband woke up when he heard me running outside, in the back, in the darkness all alone, when he could hear these things in the front yard. I guess he got his gun and shot at them, and they all ran on all 4s and ran away. He knew what these were. He had grown up and dealt with skinwalkers before. But we never talked about it again, until sometime later when his own ex-wife told him that their daughter had seen what looked like her father. Only she claimed it wasn't her dad. It had yellow eyes, but had knocked on her window, tried to get her to let him in. His voice was very similar but more distorted and staticky, and his cadence, the way he spoke, was also different. This girl was so scared of what she saw, she told her own mother, but wouldn't tell anybody else about it for a while. The medicine man would not even let them ask any questions, because he said if they did, the demons would follow his daughter home. He claims that these were also skinwalkers, and they could take your DNA to turn into you and mimic you, or something as equally as strange. After this incident, every time I heard dogs barking outside our house, my husband would start up north again to help out his ex-wife until their daughter got used to finally being back at school. One night, after he came home from working with them all day long, I was busy sleeping on the couch. I had fallen asleep after reading a book. He comes in and wakes me up, tells me that his daughter had seen one of these things again outside, trying to attack the dog. The description the daughter gave was about the same thing. Yellow piercing eyes, taking the form of her father, and after nearly killing the dog, ran off. Now it was starting to torment the house. None of the kids in the family could really sleep after that, and they would spend the rest of the night in their mom's bed, afraid to close their eyes. I want to see this family protected from any kind of ridicule on my part. I realize there's not much I can do myself, but I feel that in part of sharing this with you today, getting the information out there that these things are dangerous, and they can take shape of other people and animals to do whatever evil bidding they decide. I just hope there are those out there who will hear this and take it a little more seriously. Thank you. This was in the early morning hours of New Year's Day in 2017. I was driving along I-5, south, towards Medford, Oregon, from California with his girlfriend at the time. It was about 6 or 6:30 in the morning, and we were still about an hour north of Grants Pass. We saw something large moving ahead of him on the road. First, he thought it was a deer, since there's quite a bit of forest along this stretch of highway, but once they got closer, he realized what it actually turned out to be. The creature heading straight for the highway, but it crossed over to the woods again before reaching them, disappearing from view completely. He wasn't sure what he had seen, and his girlfriend didn't see it at all. She had just glanced up, asked if everything was all right, continued to sleep in the passenger seat, since she was tired from partying of the night before. He is just now willing to submit his sighting, as there was quite a bit of disbelief, even pressure from him around those who were not aware of his experience. He's still not sure what it is, but is open to suggestions and theories on what he saw. I had to write this. I still can't believe what happened. It all began back last year when my family and I were traveling around the country, trying to find a new place to live after we lost the house in New Orleans due to Katrina. We found this cute little town that reminded me of home, so we took it. Right off the bat, you can tell there was something different about this place, but nothing too weird. The people seemed nice enough. There was a lot of them actually who had been there for generations, stretching all the way back to Civil War. They had some old traditions and odd ones too, like burying their dead below their homes, rather than in a graveyard where they lived. But hey, why not try something new, right? The town was called Meadow, and it was located just south of Little Rock. We found a plot of land for sale, with an old abandoned house on it. We decided to buy it up, fix it up as best we could. We did not have much money, but we knew we wanted to settle down somewhere, and this seemed like our best chance. Fixing the place up wasn't too hard. There were only a few things wrong with the house after all. First, it smelled like rot, mostly like from flood damage or something rotting in the walls. Second, there were weird scratch marks all over the kitchen floor and countertops. The house happened to be above ground. And lastly, and scariest of all, there were what looked like claw marks on every door, including the doors that led outside. The claw marks freaked me out a bit, but I shrugged it off in time and convinced myself that they were just from some stray animal trying to get into the house or something like that. The scratching on the floor was alright too, although we did end up throwing away all the rugs, which seemed to help with keeping down any new scratching sounds. We never heard them at night, luckily. We found this old decrepit-looking chair, covered in dust and cobwebs, sitting near one of our couches. Decided to put it in our bedroom for no particular reason, other than we didn't want it taking up space anywhere else. We ended up finding a few pieces of clothing tucked between the couch, but we didn't think much of it. Then things really started to happen. My first time hearing the scratching wasn't too bad. I was sitting in bed, deciding to take a shower. While I was showering in the bathroom, the doorknob began to shake as if somebody or something was trying to get in. Once I came back into the room, though, whoever or whatever was there disappeared. And it wasn't until about a week later that I would hear anything else as far as strange sounds go. We were all awakened at 2:30 in the morning by what sounded like heavy footsteps. Stairs in our room were shaking. It was just one set of footsteps, though. I couldn't believe it. My husband and son were in different rooms, and we all heard it. Then we heard a door slam, so we had gone downstairs to check it out. There was nobody there, but our stuff had been knocked over for some reason. So we tried to straighten everything up and fell asleep again. This would be the only time anything like this would happen all year long, even during the winter, when things usually got a lot worse. Then August came around, and time of school started back up for kids, my boy at least. Things started back up again. The scratching sounds became constant, sometimes waking us up. I was too tired from work, though, to get up. The footsteps had continued through the night, but none of us ever left our rooms to investigate them for some reason. Then, one night, things got pretty bad. If you can imagine that even being possible. Predictably, the scratching started again, but this time, there were now different voices coming out over top of it, almost as if there was a chanting or a singing. I don't know how else to explain it. I'm not one for believing in this kind of stuff, after all, mind you. So we all ran downstairs, turned on every light we could, sat together, waiting for whatever it was to come back down. Luckily, it never did. But the scratching got louder, and then just stopped completely. We all felt eerily calm after that, so we sat in silence for a while, before deciding to go back to bed. My son was the first one up in the morning, waking us all up at around 6. He had found a dead animal on his bedroom floor. It looked like somebody had broken in and placed this dead coyote on the ground. Its throat was visibly torn out. He called for me when I came in the room, and I saw it. This was one of the many times strange stuff happened, but it never happened again afterwards. At least an animal body being left in the room. Jump ahead to February of this year, 2017. I had just gotten home from work, and my son came bursting through the front door, telling me he saw something outside in our backyard briefly before running off into our forested area at the back of our property. I got him inside immediately, but by the time I went out there, myself, nobody was anywhere to be found except a fresh set of wolf footprints leading it directly into the denser part of the woods. I had my husband go out there looking with a flashlight and a gun for about an hour. He came back shaking his head, telling me that although these did lead into the part of the woods where it was denser, they just appeared to stop suddenly, as if whatever it was just vanished into thin air. He tried to inspect it and investigate further but could not find anything. A couple of days passed with no further activity, and my son tells me that when I was at work, he heard a blood-curdling scream come from outside the house, only for him to look out the window in response and see this large coyote walking around on two legs, kind of limping, going in and out of the woods before disappearing again. I had tried my best to do some research on the property and the history of the house, only to really find nothing. But when I asked around, I was told by some people in our community that they've had some Native American problems. I guess back in the 1800s, when part of this area was settled, there was a mass Native American grave where hundreds upon hundreds of native bodies were dumped, and it seems that ever since then, massive amounts of ghost sightings have been occurring. Other people talked about strange upright wolves running around the woods, and what one older gentleman suggested to me was that there was a big alpha male wolf spirit, is what he described, that was causing all the paranormal happenings around the community. And then it sounds like we saw it ourselves. I'm really not sure what to think about all this, even now. I lived on a ranch in northern Florida for many years. One day, in the fall, while hunting, I somehow got lost. It was getting dark, so I just decided to lay down in a clearing where I'd be able to see the stars. When suddenly, this upright coyote comes out of the woods, stops about 30 feet from me, turns back around and walks into the woods as if nothing happened. It was completely black and terrifying. I will never forget it. But what I don't get is why did it turn around and casually walk back into the woods? And the weird thing was, before it walked out of the woods, I swear to God, I heard a woman's voice say in a strange tone, like, "You shouldn't have come this way." It gave me chills even now as I think about it. It was like an old, scratchy woman's voice, like through an old AM radio. I'm not sure what that was all about, but easily one of the most frightening things to have ever have happened to me. In the winter of 2009, I was working the night shift at a gas station here in Augusta, Maine. I had taken up hunting with my friend and older brother that year. We were out to hunt coyotes. We didn't have a lot of money, so we were pretty limited on equipment. I only had a .22 rifle, along with my buddy, who had his old .30-30, because he wanted me to carry his gun since mine shot further. We came across some fresh tracks while driving around, looking for some good spots. It looked like one or two coyotes went through there recently, but were gone by the time we got into position. We spent about an hour waiting for them to come back, and we realized we might be in the wrong spot due to lack of activity. We decided to go on the other side of the field and try our luck there. We drove through some brush, came across a mauled section where two coyotes were seen fighting. One was really behind, so I figured it would be an easy kill for me since he was between us and my buddy, ready to fire if he needed to. We shot it once, but only mine hit its target, while my friend's seemed to bounce off. He had just bought that rifle, used no iron sights or optics, so I told him don't worry about it. My coyote took off into the forest, while his friend went running in the opposite direction, towards a deep thicket on top of a hill right next to a house. As we got closer, I realized something just felt wrong, but with the adrenaline still pumping, I figured it might just be nerves. It wasn't until we got up next to it that I noticed something was really off. The coyote didn't look like a coyote at all. Its fur was darker. It looked almost black, even in the moonlight. And its face was much different, like it was deformed. And the way it moved was very odd. There were also no sounds of crickets, and the night was quiet. It gave us a really bad feeling, so we just left it be, and actually didn't even bother chasing after it. We jumped in my truck, took off back towards the gas station, since we would need help tracking something like that down. After about 15 or so minutes, we decided to turn around and go after it. We went back out there 3 more times throughout the night. Never found anything, even with a trail of its blood. I'm not sure what we saw that night, but I know it was not just a coyote. I've been hunting since I was very little, and I have never seen anything like that before. It was almost as if it were something else entirely. Maybe like something wearing a coyote's skin to fool us into thinking that perhaps this was an ordinary animal, until we got too close. Whatever it was, it messed with us for months, without even knowing about it. My friend had nightmares for weeks afterwards about being chased by some weird monsters in the woods. Now, about 2 years later, while he was home on leave from the Navy, my buddy came over to see how things were going. So I told him all about this story while we shot at some tin cans with his old rifle. I told him about how I wanted to post it on Reddit, so he said he would write up something similar, but not nearly as bad as the first time we had seen it. He went back home after spending a couple of days with family and me. I'd figured I'd give him a few weeks before sending him a message, asking what had happened. Now, 4 or 5 months had passed without hearing from him. I began calling around to see if anybody had any idea where he was. He was not answering his phone. I finally got in contact with one of his friends, who told me that they were out drinking with my buddy, and he broke down about seeing this weird thing again. Apparently, he could not stop talking about it. He said that he had taken him home, made sure he was safe for the night. I mean, he wouldn't shut up about what had happened. Even kept begging his friend to go out there with him again, despite saying we should have left it alone. The next day, his friend told me my buddy had just disappeared. All of his stuff was still at his parents' house, where they had been staying. Nobody has seen or heard from him since. But I get that feeling that whatever we saw out in those woods is the reason why. That's pretty much the gist of what happened between us and this skinwalker, or whatever you want to call it. It may sound like I'm making this whole thing up, but after reading these stories online, it feels like there might be some truth behind them now. So now that you know how everything started, let me tell you about my friend, what he wrote, and his encounter with this awful thing. And keep in mind that my friend's post is very long and descriptive, so I've tried to sum it up into short paragraphs for easier reading. This all takes place over the course of 7 nights. Here you go. When I was about 13 or so, I got a part-time job working at a gas station near an apple orchard in southern New Hampshire. We had around 1,000 acres of woods behind our house, which people were constantly dumping things because it was state game land. So no hunters wanted their time looking for deer back there, so people used it as an excuse to dump trash. My dad's best friend was in the Navy at the time, and came to live with us after a while with going through a bad divorce, especially coming back on mid-tour leave. So me and him decided to go out there one night, right around midnight. He wanted to shoot something. He had his Ruger 1022. We got back there just before it started getting light out, thinking that anything still alive out there would be easy targets for our guns, due to the lack of light. It didn't take much time after that, until we heard something moving big in the woods, but it sounded too heavy to be deer, so I was already preparing myself for a fight. Right after we heard it, it started rustling around, and a very large black bear came out from under some coverage and just stared at us, blankly. It must have been the first time it came to our area. It didn't know what kind of threat we were, compared to those that had chased it away before. So my friend had asked me if this was something we could scare off, like a mountain lion he saw one night at his house. I told him no as quietly as I could, with my heart literally beating out of my chest. All sorts of horrible thoughts started going through my mind right then and there. But after about 30 seconds or so, this bear, it was just acting different. It wasn't acting like a normal black bear, and you could tell something was up with it. Upon closer look, its eyes looked more human than you could imagine, and it kind of just waltzed off after giving us a strange expression. So on to the second night. After that happened, I just wanted to go home. But my friend said he had one more idea for us to try out, asking if it was alright if we went up to the hill behind our house to see how much more noise we could make without scaring away any game. After saying sure and waiting for about 10 minutes, he pulled out a big knife and said something like, "Let's hope this works." My friend was pretty strong for his age, so after traversing through some rugged terrain between the base of the hill and where we were, he began hacking away at branches with his knife, trying to make as much noise as possible. As soon as he got tired of doing that, he threw his knife to the ground, and we started shouting at the top of our lungs while clapping our hands together. It didn't take long before we heard rustling in the leaves off in the distance and saw something big again moving very quickly up ahead. It was that same black bear from before, but this time was running after us, acting very aggressive. We retreated back to the house, and my friend told me that he was doing this specifically to pull out what he thought was a skinwalker back in the woods. He told me, normally, when you're attracting quote-unquote game, you're not going to try and make as much noise as possible, but we were trying to lure out this skinwalker, which I was convinced lived back in those woods, and I was right. If you notice that bear, its eyes looked different, it acted different, and the way it came after us after making that noise. Pretty sure that's exactly what we were dealing with. I don't know why, but after he told me this, I felt a little bit better. He said so after grabbing my father's shotgun, told me to get in the car with him. He seemed hesitant at first, but it sounded like what we were doing with our time was possibly illegal. He even offered that if we happened to get caught, he would pay for everything. And we both agreed that if something came out of the woods trying to hurt us, there wouldn't be any point in trying to load all the shells into the shotgun fast enough before it could do anything drastic. So, instead, we decided to bang on things with sticks while yelling as loud as possible like last time and hoping it worked. After getting back up there, something big was moving around again, and we started banging on things as fast and yelling like we could. We stayed up there for about 20 more minutes before I literally begged him to take me back to the house so I could get away from whatever was out there that night. It was scaring me really bad, even more after he told me that he heard something running between all around the houses. What my friend was doing, what I would later find out, is he was trying to do everything he could, make all the noise he could to try and bring the skinwalker out in the open so he can kill it. Little did I know that he was actually a skinwalker hunter, or so he called himself, but anyway, when my friend would later take me back home, after this, him and his family decided to go on vacation. He'd went out of town with his sons, and at home, I was by myself, and I started to feel really cold while seeing shadows moving around everywhere. Obviously, this was the skinwalker enacting revenge. I believe it was casting evil spirits into the house, in retrospect. So now fast forward a couple more days, and my Navy friend is back. But regardless of how everything has gone so far, I don't think anything could prepare me for what I saw next with my own two eyes, while taking a shortcut home through an alleyway between houses. I saw shadows and blurriness, suddenly starting to make sense as if they were following me. What I saw wasn't a man or a woman, or any normal living creature that I could tell, but all of my senses were telling me to run as fast as I could without looking back, if not for the fact that it seemed to be reaching out at me. But I heard my friend yell. He was right around there and took a shot at this thing, striking it before it fled. This thing isn't human, and if the stories are true, it definitely doesn't need any help from us. It already knows everything there is to know about this world. It is supernatural after all, including what happens and what happens before we die. I don't want to believe like anything like this exists, but the fact that it is able to shapeshift and take forms of a bear or a person or whatever it wants is startling and unnerving. This was me learning for the very first time that skinwalkers and the things that go bump in the night are very, very real. My family and I acquired a house through relatives that had passed and had lived in a much more rural area of Mississippi. A beautiful and large farmhouse that had been renovated over the years into something much more elegant and larger. It was well taken care of, sure, but after the passing of my relatives, they left it in their will to my side of the family. Surprisingly, my siblings did not want to touch it. They all had their fancy real estate, since every other sibling of mine got heavily into investing, and I was the odd one out who went to med school. We had no idea that moving into such a home would prove to be so haunted. I've never dealt with the paranormal before this experience. I've seen a lot of unexplained or simply just strange things that happened to me personally. It was as if that I had been visited by the spirit of my late aunt ever since we'd moved in. She didn't seem to like us, which seemed quite odd for an aunt that never got along with her sister in the first place. Not only did she apparently not want us there, but other spirits seemed to act out towards us too. We'd be hearing all sorts of things throughout the night, like heavy footsteps walking through the house. Nobody was even home, other than me sometimes. Doors slamming shut, opening on their own accord. Many more occurrences, too many to name. The scariest thing had to have been the shadows roaming around the hallways at night, when everybody else is asleep in bed. I remember one night getting up to use the bathroom and seeing this large shadow lumbering towards me down the hallway. These figures that seemed to be a distorted version of a normal human being. Stranger still, is somehow these apparitions looked as if they had been burned. They moved quickly and appeared to be entirely black. No facial features or anything. One evening, I was the only one awake right around 3 a.m. I could not sleep, so I decided to just watch some TV. That's pretty normal, right? Just as I turned on the living room lamp next to me, one of these shadows or entities walked past my doorway from where it stood in the hall. It seemed a little more transparent actually, and I was quite surprised that I saw it out of the corner of my eye. My entire heart skipped several beats, my stomach up in my throat. No matter how dark the house was before all this happened, everything just fell eerily quiet. You could feel it there, but you couldn't see anything because the hallway was pitch black. It's like you could just feel it there in the darkness, watching your every move. I'm not sure why, but I had a really bad feeling. So I decided to get up and walk towards where it stood before in the hall. I don't know why. This shadow thing produced a loud thump from inside one of the rooms off the hall. That alone made me jump. It crept out slowly from around the corner and began walking towards me at a very quick pace and started to make this low humming noise, almost like an electronical mechanical noise. It made my entire body react, all my hairs standing on end. It walked right through me, actually, making this sizzling smell, like the smell of burning hair or something, or even, dare I say, sulfur. And as soon as the entity passed right through me, it was like this brisk rush of cold air. I don't have a whole lot of other encounters to share other than those, but my favorite room of the house was always the living room. I spent a lot of time there. It had a fireplace and it seemed as though it got some decent light from the windows. But at night, before bed, it took on this whole other energy. Unlike most of my other rooms, and I say other rooms because I always like to claim the living room as my own, because I spent so much time in it. That was one of those rooms that felt so cold all the time, and so dark, even with all the lights on. As far as personal encounters, I've also seen this ghost of my aunt standing there in the doorway watching me. She seemed odd with this creepy expression on her face. Then, her eyes would always look hollow and empty, and she would sometimes smile at me, but not in a nice warm way, in a way like she wanted to take my life. But I only saw the ghost of my great aunt several times, not too many. Not like the shadow people that I used to see all the time. I knew there were other spirits there, because I would see them too. But they always seemed to be figures and relatives that I never met or never knew. These apparitions actually had shapes and resembled people, and not just like shadow people. In fact, I also met the ghost of a little boy, and he was probably no older than 7. I got the impression that he had fell and drowned in a well in the property many, many years ago. His clothing seemed to resemble that of the 1930s. Very, very old. I would always see him sometimes, but never in the house. Always in the yard. And he'd always just blankly be staring in the house, and then just vanish and disappear. He was one of the many spirits to show himself. It's like they would just show themselves whenever they wanted. It was very strange. Another spirit that had showed herself was apparently my great-great-grandmother, who died at the age of 23 after becoming incredibly ill. I was never told what she died from, but after giving birth to my great-great-grandmother, shortly after she passed, and one day, when I'm still a kid, I'm out there working outside with my father, and she just came and appeared right next to my father and sat down. My dad didn't see anything at all, but saw me look over immediately, and I was incredibly frightened. It's like these ghosts would only show themselves to me and nobody else. My parents never really saw them, for whatever reason. But anyway, there's plenty more experiences that I've had that are still stuck in my brain today. That home was pretty old, older than any other place I've ever been before. This has never scared me too much though, and we ended up moving out of there pretty quick, but not until I was much in my later teens. I should actually write it like we moved in a matter of a couple days' time, not that we moved out of that house the second we moved in. Thankfully though, we were able to sell the house. I feel like it was much more than our family could handle, because even though I was seeing a lot of apparitions and ghosts and entities, my parents were just experiencing strange things in the house. Strange things that I believe were a direct correlation with the spirits. I'm just thankful that financially, we had the funds to escape such an experience. Okay, so this was just the other day. I stayed over at a friend's house and my friend explained to me that they have a demon in their house, living with them. I didn't believe him at first, but staying there after a couple of nights, I believe him. So I was sleeping and my friend said they were sitting on the bed, but they saw something. It was like this black figure hovering up in the ceiling. Since I'm laying in the top part of the bunk beds, my friend's dad woke up and told us that he had heard something in the house. He had a baseball bat in hand and was looking around for an intruder, but never found one. My friend just explained to me that these entities come and go as they appear, and that it's not just one demon. This one keeps trying to break into our house and do whatever it wants. It makes it sound like an intruder getting in. And at that point, I'd woken up, and the room was incredibly cold. My friend explained to me, "You know it's around when you feel a very cold draft. It's in the room right now." That night was pretty horrifying, although I never actually saw it again after that shape that was above the bed, hovering. But after a few days, I had gone home and spoke to my father about the happenings at that house. Well, he was having one of his friends over who also happened to be a pastor. And even the pastor looked at me and told me that he could feel something was off about me. I didn't really understand what he meant, because it wasn't like he could sense my emotions. It was like he explained I had something around me that was bad. Well, nothing really came of that. So that night, while I'm in my own bed, trying to doze off to sleep, I started hearing this strange voice. It sounded like somebody crying and kind of freaking out, but I couldn't make out what it was. It was very muffled. It sounded like it was coming from the back room, which is where we keep a bunch of our equipment in, like workout equipment and miscellaneous paints and supplies. My parents' room was in the other direction. I knew that other than my brother, there was nobody else in our house. So hearing this woman crying and freaking out really sent shivers down my spine. I just lay there in bed, nearly crying, after the sobbing got worse and worse, and the woman's voice was freaking out more and more. It sounded like somebody having a mental breakdown, but again, I couldn't make out the voices, or voice. I couldn't make out what was being said, but you could definitely hear the emotion in the tone. Eventually it stopped and I fell asleep. It didn't come back for a few days, and I had forgotten about it when I went to go to bed again one night, and I felt this thing come back. Except this time, I felt something enter my room. And again, I see this shape, this sort of figure that was actually blacker than the darkness around it. It kind of levitate off the ground and hover directly over my bed. And that's when I could start to make out this face. I was so freaked out that I couldn't even sleep after that. It left after a while of staring at me, and I was actually relieved, but still completely terrified and scared at the same time. I had no idea what would come next. For a few days, everything seemed fine. I didn't notice anything strange happening, until one day, something very bad happened to my friend. You see, before I go any further, I believe that when I had went over to this friend's house, whatever entity or entities were in his house, one of them had attached itself to me just by being there and came back with me. Hence the strange voices in the other room, hence it coming in my room and haunting me. But it never seemed to bother my brother, who was a little bit younger than I. I don't know why, or at least he never told me about it, never expressed any fear or mentioned it. Neither did my parents. In fact, I don't even think my dad or mom heard any of the strange noises in the back room, or at least they didn't mention it. And my family was definitely the family to always talk about stuff. But anyway, I'll continue with the story. My friend one day woke up and he felt very, very sick. Pain in and all around his body. And after going to the hospital, turns out he had developed a rapid, deadly heart condition. I don't remember what it was. But something again happened to him, and I was only 9 at the time, so I wasn't told all the details. But whatever happened to him left him paralyzed from the waist down. It wasn't like a bad car accident or anything, it was something to do with medical. And I don't know exactly if this was in part due to the demons or entities, but I believe they had a part to play. Then, after about a month later, he started having really bad breathing problems, and for a couple moments at a time he couldn't breathe and would constantly fall unconscious. And at one point, within a few months, he had died. The cause of death was ruled as something blocking his trachea, but nothing was ever found. It was later found that he had apparently had a tumor in his trachea. I was very traumatized from it all and don't know what to think anymore. The family, very devastated, did not want to hear anything about demons or ghosts, and he was only 11 at the time. While I can't confirm that this was indeed the work of a demon or entity, I believe that they go after and target young children, and that these things had it out for him. Why? I'm not sure. God rest his soul. I still miss him. For a short period, back in the early 2000s, I was living out of my car, but had a very short window of time where I'd be living in and out of motel rooms. Well, for a very brief period of time, back in March of 2001, I was very fortunate enough to be gifted a 2-week stay in a motel room to try and get myself back on my feet. The motel room had another visitor in it, of course, a demon. To start off this story, I need to give you some background information on myself. To say I was unstable would be an understatement. At the time, my mind was playing tricks with me and my reality. I had just dealt with a very, very bad relationship, was borderline suicidal, had all sorts of addiction issues. I even got into a brief stint of gambling, had some pretty bad abuse and neglect issues and family drama. Let's just summarize it and say it was a very rough patch in my past. At the time, as I said, I was living in and out of a motel room, all alone for those 2 weeks. It was one of the cheapest motels I could find. I think it was like $40 a night, something like that, while I was trying to get my work thing figured out and just make sense of my life. I tried to be gone for most of the day, going to classes or anything I could to try and further my life and my trauma. My schedule was pretty routine. I'd get back around 8 or 9 p.m. after being gone pretty much all day and crash out, wake up about 6 to 6:30 in the morning, and rinse and repeat. But it was always around the same time every single night this entity would be there. Also to mention, every time I came back to my motel room in the evening, it would always be freezing cold. I'm talking like 50, 60 degrees, and I would always have the AC off. Plus, this was in February, March, so I would have no reason to have the AC on anyway. In fact, I would usually leave the heater on, because I wanted the room to be comfortable. I even remember calling and complaining that my heater was broken. But after 2 calls and 2 times they came out to look at it, everything was fine, and they could not understand why the room was getting so cold. You'd think they would at least have the decency to have offered me a different room, but I kept hearing the same excuse every time. Sorry, all of our other rooms are already booked. Sorry. When in reality, I think it was just the front desk clerk not wanting to give me a handout, because I only ever saw at least half the motel full at any given time. I didn't buy it, but it was what it was, so I just took the cards I was dealt. But anyway, every night, right around 3 a.m., I would always hear this heavy breathing sound coming from the corner of the room, by the air conditioning unit. It sounded like somebody who had been smoking cigarettes for 80 years. Very deep breathing, very raspy, very heavy. And it was so loud, it would always wake me up out of a deep sleep. And I would find myself scanning the bedroom, looking for somebody or any intruder who had stepped in. But I'd never see anybody. But I would just hear that breathing, and it would give me the creeps. After that, I would always have a really hard time falling back asleep, like I could feel that somebody was watching me from inside the room. Although, every time I turned the lamp on, there was nothing, nobody in the room with me. The doors were locked, and no signs of anybody even trying to get in the room. I remember even one night opening the door and looking in onto the patio. There was nobody around, and you could expect anyway at about 3 a.m., in the middle of nowhere, it to be pretty dead. And it was. So, no explanation for what this breathing was. But it was almost on cue every night. At about 3 to 4 in the morning, it would wake me up. There would also be some nights too that I'd come home, and this wasn't every night, but quite often, where the room would also have this foul smell to it, like rotten eggs and trash, even though I never had any trash in the room to begin with. And the smell would not be there when I would leave in the morning, roughly about 6:30. Nobody would have come in my room, so the odor to be there would be impossible. But it smelled like there was just this giant pile of trash lying in the middle of my motel room. And it must have been invisible or something because there was no way to trace the odor. Really, there was only maybe 1 or 2 nights out of that time in that 2-week stay there that I even felt remotely rested. I was pretty exhausted for that time there, which was a wonderful addition to the already life drama I was dealing with at the time. Now, this is where it started. After my 2-week stay there, whatever this thing was, I feel continued to follow me for several months before a couple of friends of mine, who were ex-junkies, now Christians, convinced me to start going to church and let them perform an exorcism on me, due to what they believed was demonic activity. I was agnostic at the time and pretty much didn't understand what demonic activity was. Just knew whatever this thing was following me, well, I just thought it was bad luck or maybe a dark cloud. And now that all this time has passed, I feel it's the right time more than ever to share my story, especially after being such a fan of Reddit and finding this subreddit. Hopefully this story didn't overwhelm you, and if this was too long to read, I'm very sorry. But hopefully, somebody who has had very similar experiences can read this and not feel so silly about their own things they've gone through, and know that they're not alone. There are other people out there who are not necessarily believers in ghosts and things like that this does happen to. But I'll tell you what, even though I didn't believe this stuff at the time, if you go through the right thing, it will make a believer out of you very quick. When I was little, we lived in this really old house that I would later find out that the previous owner killed himself in. And there was always really weird stuff going on in that house, I remember. I would always feel very uncomfortable, especially in my room at night. And for whatever reason, it got even worse during the wintertime. That's when this entity seemed to be the most active. Whatever this thing was had attached itself to me when we had moved out. But it attached itself to me before we had even moved. I would always see it when I'd get home from school. It was creepy looking. Its dead eyes always seemed to be the same distance apart. Black, very sunken in. It was like this tall white entity. A black mouth and black eyes. I was probably about 8 years old when it first started happening, and we had moved in that house when I was about 3. And I don't recall or remember experiencing anything of the paranormal nature during that time. I think it was first when I was about 7 or 8, to be honest with you. And after a while, it stopped coming around my house. But then after a short time of being completely dead in activity, it came back in full force. In fact, every night when I'd go to bed, there it would be, lingering in my room, just staring at me from the end of my bed. This god-awful stare like it was piercing into my spirit. And one night, I just couldn't take it anymore. So I jumped up out of bed, went to go use the bathroom, and afterwards, even ran and hid in my parents' room. I didn't care if I had to sleep on the floor. I just wanted that thing to be out. My parents were utterly clueless with what to do, so they decided that when they got home from work the next day, they would take me to a local church and ask for their help, even though my family was the farthest from being religious at all. That didn't turn out very well because I can remember my dad coming back home and telling me it wasn't actual demons, and that he had spoke to a medicine man and explained that it was actually the old spirits of the house wanting us gone. He just told me not to worry about it, and eventually they would go away. On top of that, the church I had gone to wasn't very helpful, claiming they didn't do exorcisms and things of this nature, like things of paranormal, were not up their alley to deal with. Just another person who've been let down by the church. Imagine that. After a little while, I can say this, things did slowly return to normal, with really no weird things happening, until I was about 17 years old. This is when I would meet my future husband and would get pregnant. This was also right before I graduated high school. And during the entire time I was pregnant, there was really not much or if any activity at all. And even up until that point of getting pregnant, I didn't have a whole lot of activity either. There was some here and there, but I just tried to shrug it off and ignore it to the best of my ability. So, while I'm pregnant, there wasn't really anything. But I do remember one night in particular. It was right before I went to bed. The closet door in my room, which is placed directly across from my headboard, began shaking, like somebody was trying to forcefully open it. Thinking that maybe one of my siblings was messing with me, I decided to keep quiet and see what would happen next, because this has never really happened before. The closet door just kept shaking violently for about 10 minutes straight, when all of a sudden, it just stopped, and everything got silent. I ran out of the room, pretty spooked, and decided to check up on my other siblings. I figured my youngest brother was behind all this. Nope, he was sound asleep in his bed. My older brother, who was only 3 years younger than me, was also in his bed. Now I was pretty scared after this, because I thought something was in my closet. So, after getting brave enough, I crept back in my bedroom, turning on the lights, and I opened the door. There was nothing, just my shoes and some clothes like any normal person keeps in their closet. No trace or thing of anybody ever being in my closet, at all. But yet, not even 5 minutes ago, something or somebody was just in my closet, shaking the door, trying to get it open. Although all it takes is for somebody to just hold onto the handle and pull it open. It's not like I kept it locked or anything barred up against the door to keep it from opening. I still don't know what that was all about. Was this an entity scare tactics or something? I don't know. I try to rationalize it and think, okay, maybe something just fell over in front of the door. But again, I didn't keep anything in my closet for anything to fall. Just clothes and some shoes. I somehow wrote it off and went back to bed. And after falling asleep, that night, I remember waking up early in the morning. I couldn't tell you the time, but I remember feeling like somebody in my room was watching me. And I remember looking up towards my window, and I could see this black shadow with eyes staring at me from outside. I remember screaming and ducking my head under my pillow, just wishing, praying it would go. I think it eventually did, and I never checked. I think I just fell asleep. But I felt like I couldn't breathe as it was staring back at me for what felt like an eternity. Other than that account, there wasn't really much going on in my pregnancy until the baby came. That's when a whole other host of things really started to pick up. I had never truly experienced real poltergeist activity until this point. As soon as the birth of my son happened, everything went up about 12 notches. Activity around the house exploded, and I felt that there was more than one entity watching me at all times. At nighttime, my son would scream and scream at random points in the night, like he was being hurt by something. There were even points when he was about 2 or 3 months old that he would have these terrible scratch marks all along the bottoms of his feet and legs. Even though we have no pets, cats, and it would be virtually impossible for that to happen, since he slept in bed with me. Luckily, they never seemed to bother him, but it looked like something was scratching him. That doesn't include all the other noise and sounds we would hear at night, or the cold drafts of air that would suddenly just blow up into the room, and this ever-lingering feeling of fear following you around wherever you'd go in the house. Shortly after my son was born, my husband, whom I got married to very quickly after the baby, who was also the baby's father, moved in with me. We were 19 and 17 at the time, and I was just about to turn 18. We lived with my parents and my 2 younger brothers, and we would stay there for about a year until we would save up just enough money to move into our own apartment in the following summertime. And it was in that year that things went absolutely crazy. Even my husband, who had never got a taste of the paranormal, got more than his fill. He claims that one night, when he was stepping out of the room to go get something to drink from the fridge, something came down the hall at him and grabbed hold of his arms and tried to force him down to the ground, like it was tackling him or something. He screamed and began rushing back to the bedroom. Of course, I was exhausted with the baby, but he told me he didn't sleep at all that night and was exhausted for work the next day. Later on that evening, he showed me he had these red marks on his arms where this thing gripped him and held him down. It looked like somebody had held his arms really, really hard, enough to cause bruising on the actual surface of his skin. He said those parts of his arms were sore for at least a week after. And another time, we were all sleeping, and I think this was closer to Christmas, and we heard the loud sound of something shattering in the living room. All of us, including my husband and my parents, got up to see what it was. I think we thought somebody was breaking in, but there was nothing. No signs of anything being misplaced or broken at all. We had no idea where the sounds had come from, but it sounded like something large had shattered right here on the wooden floor. It was things like this that would happen over and over and over again. Finally, come July of the following year, my son is now about 9-10 months old, and my husband and I had found this little apartment about 10 minutes away. We promptly moved out as quickly as we could now that we had finally had enough money. After we moved out into our own apartment, things really seemed to die down for us. In fact, I don't really remember any activity at all, to be honest with you. But my parents' house stayed very lively in the spirit realm. Activity wasn't as bad as when me and my husband and my son were there, but things were still pretty wild. In fact, even my father claims that one of these entities came in their room at night and spoke to my father, physically spoke to him, and explained to him it was going to kill him. My father, completely terrified, ended up getting a hold of a Catholic priest, having him come to the house, bless the house, pray over the house, all the usual exorcist stuff. And I think activity kind of dimmed down a bit after that. I don't really remember too much. And I think within the next few years, they ended up selling the house and moving down into a smaller house because one of my brothers was going off to college, and I think my other brother had actually moved out and was staying with a friend. He was actually having a lot of drug problems at the time and was stealing from my parents, so I think they had kicked him out for the time being. Anyway, long story short, all the activity remained in that house, and I feel sorry for whoever bought that place, because I'm sure it got passed on to them. Like many other strange paranormal experiences, my family and I lived in a very old house growing up. But for some reason, I always felt that our old house was very incredibly haunted. You could just tell by the feeling. And one room that I never recall feeling safe in was the attic. It always felt really bad up there, like there was something up there watching over your shoulder. Although I had gone up there multiple times to help my father load and unload stuff, because we kept it as a storage place, and we would never see anything. In fact, I don't even think my dad ever noticed, but I do. And I remember one day finding an old wooden Ouija board up there. We got rid of it, but it was creepy. Many other creepy things happened in that house, like hearing voices of people talking in other rooms when you knew that nobody was there, having these random chills go up your spine, and this overwhelming, unmistakable feeling of dread, like something really bad was about to happen. One time, I had woke up suddenly right around 2 a.m. I remember it was a Saturday morning, and I thought I heard people fighting, physically fighting up in the attic, like an actual full-on brawl. I thought for a second maybe it was my parents, but they were asleep. And where my room was, down the hallway, it was right above part of the attic. And so all the commotion was going around partially in the hallway and partially right above my bedroom. And then all of a sudden, the sounds in the attic just instantaneously stop, and my door flies wide open. I jump up almost out of bed, expecting to see somebody come into my room, but there was nothing. So I shined my light and looked, and nobody was there. But one creepy thing I remember noticing is that just beyond my door, the attic was open, and the ladder that comes down to get up to the attic was down, meaning somebody was either up in the attic or had come down from the attic. I was too scared to even go see, so I jump up out of bed, go run over, slam my door shut, pull my dresser over, and put it in front of the door, so nobody can get in. You bet I was too scared to go over and close the attic. I have no idea if something was up there. I didn't want to know. It took me a long while to fall asleep after that, but all the fighting sounds above in the attic had completely stopped. I have no idea who or what was up there, and that was probably one of the scariest incidents I can remember pretty vividly happening in that same house. Luckily for me, or for my family I guess, within about 4 years, we ended up selling the house. My parents had gotten into a pretty bad financial situation, and so we moved into an apartment where I would live till the end of high school. I'm now 32 years old, and I'm very thankful that I don't deal with these anymore, not like I used to. Oh, and one other time, I forgot to mention this. This was, I think, only months before we were trying to move out. I think I was trying to fall asleep, and I remember this night I was very restless. Usually, I'm a pretty heavy sleeper. I fall asleep very quickly, and I've never been one to ever have problems falling asleep. I've always been that way. In fact, I still am. But I would hear these deep growling noises coming from somewhere in the house. It was like a big dog, but deeper and more scarier sounding. And it would get louder and louder, and the walls would start to rattle a little bit, and then it would stop. And then it would just suddenly stop and be done. Then it would start back up again. And after about an hour of this, I finally got tired and I remember screaming, "Show yourself, or I will kill you." Or something along those lines. I don't exactly remember. Being 12 years old and super edgy, I was just tired and felt like I could take on anything. I wasn't even afraid anymore. I was just tired of the torment. But that was it for that night. I didn't hear any more growling sounds. I figured it was just some spirit trying to mess with me. There were other nights too where I would hear yelling and footsteps running away really fast. I'm pretty sure I had some sort of poltergeist in my home. But I'm also open to any ideas that anybody could let me in on. I would also just like to add that when I was a kid, growing up in that house for the short time I did, I always knew for some reason that somebody or something was watching out for us at all the time. In life, and maybe even in death. I keep my mother's picture on my wall, with a lit candle underneath it. I believe she watches over us from heaven, protecting us wherever we go. I believe that whatever this entity or entities or poltergeist or ghosts or spirits, whatever they were also watching over our family, in a bad way. And for some reason, these things had attached themselves to this house. So my last question is, do you think that all entities are necessarily bad? I know that sounds strange, but I feel like this spirit was attached to that house. This specific one. I believe it could have been a very dangerous entity, and I believe had it not been for my guardian angel watching over me, it could have done a lot more damage. Thank you for reading and take care. Our family that had owned a home for the majority of my daughter's life, which we eventually sold about 12 years ago now. From the time that my daughter was very young, she would always complain about monsters being in her room, and they would scare her very badly. I never knew to what degree, but I always just thought it was her being a little kid. I never knew she was actually seeing poltergeists and entities. When I talked to her, she claims that it started when she was little. This is the story she told me of her hauntings from being very little. When she would be sleeping in her bed, she'd wake up and see these shadows. She would describe them as very tall, with large and long short arms and legs. They would always be kind of hiding behind the bed, she explained. She said that when she was younger, she knew that they weren't anything good. And she remembers waking up one night and having one of these entities be pulling the blankets off of her towards the end of the bed. She didn't know what they were exactly, but felt scared about them, that whatever was in her room with her was not good. It was as she got a little bit older that everything seemed to completely turn sour. While we were never a family that had incredibly terrifying hauntings and demonic manifestations, we seemed to get hit with a stream of bad luck. During these 4 years that we were in that house, my father got diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. My wife had completely lost her job due to her company being sued. My brother had passed away due to a bad car crash. My wife's mother had committed suicide. My oldest son had a very bad accident and was paralyzed from the waist down. It was just like one thing after the other, and it all started once we moved in this house. I don't know if there's some sort of evil energy that attaches itself to people once it knows who it wants to target, but that's what it felt like. And I can vividly remember at night, because the way our bedroom was and the way the house was laid out, our bedroom was closest to the front door. I would always hear the front door rattling really heavily at night, like somebody was trying their darndest to break in. Although there was nobody out. All I had to do was look at my window, and I could see the front porch, and the porch light was always on. The door would be violently rattling and pressing like somebody was really trying to get in. But I'm looking out and I don't see a soul out there. But the door is visibly shaking and moving, and the handle is rattling. I shudder to even think about what would happen had the door been unlocked and not deadbolted. I even remember about 3 weeks. My daughter had got very, very sick. I want to say it was the flu, but I don't know what it was. We had taken her to the hospital on multiple occasions, but she ended up coming out of it. After about 4 or 5 years, I think my wife and I had come to the conclusion that everything was because of this house. I know that sounds silly of a conclusion to come to, but we were desperate, grieving, and emotionally exhausted. We were hoping that this change would somehow make a positive change in our lives. We sold the place and ended up buying a house completely out of town, far away from this one. And luckily for us, things started to change for the better. I had just gained a new job as management, and our life seemed to be turning around for the better. Sorry for this being so short, but those are my experiences. My really only experiences dealing with a haunted house. I grew up on a large farm, previously owned by this older man who had passed away many years ago, in the early 1970s. I can remember as a kid playing outside by the large barn, and I would sometimes see his ghost. It always scared me. However, he would always just appear as this white, translucent apparition. He never seemed to notice me, and I eventually just stopped being scared of it altogether. But my parents even began to notice the old farmer out there sometimes, so they knew something strange was going on. Well, just recently, 2021 recently, my family have decided to sell our farmhouse. They were going through a lot of financial hardship, especially after COVID and the pandemic and having a bunch of issues. It was about time to let it go. So my father, getting a good offer on the place, sold it within just a couple of weeks. It felt like a huge relief to get away from that place, but we had some very bad memories there as a family unit, but also some good ones. And I think my parents really grew an attachment to that farm. Sure, we had the ghost thing, but there was also this lovely old rustic charm to it, because that guy never really updated much of the farm. And I don't know his name. I'll have to check with my parents. They remember it. It's in documentation somewhere. So it's really a big loss for them. And I think they kind of just got used to seeing the old farmer ghost after a while. But besides all that, I do have some memories of being in that old farmhouse. For example, I remember when I was probably about 11 or 12, I woke up in the middle of the night to this odd feeling that somebody or something was watching me directly in my own bedroom. So I got up and walked around and found nothing at all. It was probably just some weird sense of paranoia, right? Well, about a week later, this happened again. I'd woken up in the middle of the night for seemingly no reason at all, except this time, while looking around my bedroom, not seeing anything yet again. I looked right outside through my open window into our backyard, and I see this old man staring right at me. You could probably imagine how shocked I was that I was seeing this ghost again. It really spooked me, but I had to remember and tell myself it's just the old friendly ghost of the farmer. There was never any negative feelings or bad energy around him. In fact, I don't really remember feeling much, other than just being scared at the sight of him. But he always seemed to just keep to himself. If that even makes sense, I mean, do ghosts even keep to themselves? Or are they simply just eternally living out their last days of what they did on Earth? That's what he seemed to do. Of course, as I got older, my sightings of him became less and less. But like most preteens and teenagers, I was also home a lot less and less. I spent a lot more time at my friends and parties and spending the night at girls' houses. And sometimes boys, if I was allowed and my parents didn't know. And I don't really remember ever seeing him during high school. It was mainly when I was a kid and I was out playing by the barn in the old tool shed. And being a teenager, I had no reason to ever go out there. That's where my father kept a lot of the old equipment and farm equipment. Things for dealing with the garden and all that stuff. Never had a reason to go out there, never had an interest to. For all I know, maybe that's where the ghost still showed himself. I moved out for college right after high school, and when I got out of college, I had already been working, so I immediately moved into an apartment with a couple of roommates for about a year or two and then bought my own home. So my time back at this old farmhouse was really rare, sporadic, and not much at all. I would go and visit my family on holidays, but never staying more than a night or two. And again, never seeing this old farmer ghost again. I bet he was a sweet old man when he was alive. That's probably the feeling I would imagine getting from him if he was real and not dead. But I hope my story proves that not all paranormal stories have to be scary. I think some spirits are just curious and are just stuck living out their last days of whatever they did here on Earth, like this old farmer. In fact, I think had I spent more time out there and probably saw him more often, he'd probably just not bother me. I mean, he never did. He never did pay attention to me. It was always me who was scared by seeing him. I mean, and rightfully so. I think just about anybody would be scared by seeing any apparition. I'm just going to come out and flat out say it. Don't play with Ouija boards. You're not doing anybody a favor. In fact, you're actually putting yourself at risk. I thought back when I was just some stupid kid and the whole Ouija board thing, it was just fun and games and laughs. Until my friends and I got together one night at his house and played it. The things we experienced afterwards, and the downfall our lives took after this, I wholeheartedly believe it was because of this board. It was like some sort of cloud of bad luck. I've since moved away and haven't dealt with it much, but even years after, there have still been things popping up here and there. Look, I'm sure you're no stranger to the dangers of Ouija boards, but please, allow me to share my story. It was the summer of 2012. I did not have much going on at the time. On my 18th birthday, though, my friends threw me a party, and one of them had mentioned he had found an old Ouija board in his basement. It had probably been there for a while. He told me he thinks it was his grandparents', but he wasn't quite sure. Anyway, we should come over and have a Ouija board fun at his house. Since he'd brought it to the party, we could all, of course, be curious and play it. So we had the party. It was me and a few friends, including him, and we set it up around his dining room table. We turned off all the lights, lit probably about 9 or 10 candles, and we started asking it all sorts of questions. We all put our hands on the planchette, began asking all sorts of weird stuff. And keep in mind, before all this, we thought Ouija boards were a joke. We didn't think the whole spirit realm thing was real. We didn't think hauntings, demons, ghosts, entities, none of that was real. It was all just a joke. Until we started asking some serious questions. That's when it started to move. Because the first couple times, nothing happened. And my friend, whose the board belonged to his grandparents, he just started laughing. See guys, I told you this was some sort of joke. Until my friend yells out loud, "I want to talk to a spirit. I command you to come out of this board and speak to us." And immediately, with all of our hands on the planchette, it slowly moved over to yes. And now he's kind of nervously laughing, looking up at me and looking back down at the board, thinking, yeah, very funny, good one. And I'm kind of wide-eyed looking back at him saying, I'm not doing that, are you guys? And of course, my other two friends are kind of scared too because, like us, they think it's all a joke, but they realize there's something going on here. Judging by all of our reactions, none of us are moving this planchette. And I remember saying to him, I think we got a bite. Why don't you ask it something that it would have to know to prove what it is? So my friend kind of gets a grin and says, okay. So he asks, how many people are here in the room right now? And the planchette slowly spells out 4, which was correct. It was just me, my friend, and my 2 other friends. That's when we started to get really creeped out. My friend asked it, okay, tough guy, what's my name then? And it spelt out R-A-Y, Ray, which was his real name, but he always went by his middle name, David. So that really freaked him out. I just remember seeing the blood drain from his face. I think it was in that moment he really knew we were speaking to an actual being or something. Speaking of which, I was also the only one out of us 4 besides him who knew that. My other 2 friends were more mutual friends with Ray, and they did not know him like I did. So I thought it was my turn. My friend, who's clearly scared, looks at me and says, all right, birthday boy, why don't you ask it something that only you know? And I did. Nobody else in my friend circle here knew my grandmother or her birth date, which, by the way, was October 18th, 1941. And I asked it, tell me the day and year my grandmother Sadie was born. And just like everything else, the planchette slowly moved to spell out October 16th, 1941. I literally let go of the planchette, pulling my hand back. Now I'm too freaked out. How on earth does it know that? Is it reading my thoughts? And my friends see me retract my hand quickly and get up from the table, looking at me like, no way, did it guess it right? I just looked at all of them and nodded my head yes. And now they're all freaking out too. And my friend Ray is like, man, you gotta come sit back down. We gotta finish this. And at this point, I am very reluctant to be involved in this board. I feel like already this has gone way too far and I have hit my limit. So he's begging me, please sit back down. Please. So after some coaxing, he finally gets me to sit back down, but I don't put my hand on the planchette. I don't want to be involved in this anymore. I'm too freaked out. A note I should include here is that my grandma Sadie, whom I was very close with, passed away back in 1998 of emphysema. She was a very, very heavy smoker. This will come in importance for later. So my friend, Ray, determined to find out who exactly we're talking to, asked the board, what spirit are we speaking to? Tell us your name. The planchette paused for a moment, and began slowly going over the letters Z-O, Z-O, stopping. Zozo? My friends laughed, and what kind of name is Zozo? Within a minute, I don't even think a minute, several glasses in the cupboard shattered all by themselves. And since we were already on high alert and edge, it made all of us jump 50 feet into the air off our chairs, looking around, flipping on each light switch, thinking, who the heck is that? And so the shattering had come from his mother's china cabinet. Very old, antique glasses, 6 of them in total, just shattered on their own. There was no wind, there was nobody over there. Literally zero reason why these 6 glasses should have shattered in unison. They had been untouched for so long, you could practically see the dust lining them from the china cabinet. And his parents were also gone, so we were the only ones in his house. I think that was enough for us that night. We all got up, blew out the candles, turned the light on, and closed the board. That was probably the scariest thing. The scariest birthday party. The scariest sleepover friend hangout, whatever you want to call it, I've had. My friend Ray just closed the board up and put it in a box, and stuck it back against the wall. We didn't really say much about it, but I think we were all thinking the same thing. We should probably go, it's getting late now. And as we all left, just this lingering feeling of being so unsettled and like something wasn't quite right lingered within us. The next day at school, I meet up with Ray and he looks awful, like he has not slept at all. And he pulls me aside and says, I gotta tell you something. And so I'm looking at him like, yeah, tell me. He explains that last night, when he went to bed, this demon, or shadow, appeared in his room and almost choked him out. And then it was growling at him and had these red eyes and almost caused him to die. He said it felt like it had tremendous force and was crushing his trachea, that he couldn't breathe. And then just as he was almost passing out from lack of oxygen, it let go and vanished. Completely terrified, he runs out to the living room and tries to sleep on the couch. But he told me he kept hearing growling sounds all night, from the hallway and from the kitchen, and then he could just feel this thing's presence around the house. Well, about a couple months from now, or after this, Ray, who has been very clean, never drank, did drugs, a pretty straight kid, started getting into heroin. I don't know how, I don't know why, but his personality began drastically changing to this depressive, sad, dark persona, a side of Ray that I never knew, because again, he was this happy, upbeat, clean kid, the life of the party, so to speak, and not a bad influence at all. That wasn't his family, that wasn't any part of any of his family, actually. And yet now he had turned into this avatar of himself that I did not recognize. He stopped showing up to school, stopped answering his phone, and became really hard to contact. He would slowly and slowly drop out of my life over the course of the following 6 to 8 months, which, by the way, he was a really close friend of mine in middle school and in high school. I remember going over to his house and talking with his parents, expressing my concern that I hadn't seen him in days. His parents were also worried, saying the same thing. Police had been called for truancy, and they too could not find him. I guess as we found out that he would actually be gone going on these long drug benders, and be gone for 3, 4, 5 days at a time. How he was getting the money for all the heroin and whatever drugs and substances he was doing, we have no idea. But I remember hearing from his parents after a while that he ended up going to the hospital, the psyche hospital, and was trying to cut himself and do all sorts of crazy things, speaking in tongues and spitting blood at people. I guess at one point or another, he had taken a razor blade and cut off half his tongue, and then cauterized it with a lighter. Just things that would prove that he was just out of his mind. One of my other friends, who was there with us during the Ouija board session, dropped out of high school and moved away, so I don't exactly know what happened to him. But from the little I remember, is he had some sort of family emergency or trauma that he had to attend to, and the next thing you know, he had dropped out, and I didn't see anything more of him. I wasn't as close with him. He was just one of those at-school friends that you would kind of see and hang out. Now the other friend, whom I'll mention as Tyler, Obviously, that's not his real name, but we'll call him Tyler for the story. Tyler had broken his knee really, really badly, probably about 2 weeks after this incident with the Ouija board. Or maybe it was his shin. I'm trying to remember. But he was heavily into sports, and this was while he was not practicing sports, so it's not like he just had a freak accident. But I'm trying to remember how he broke his leg, but it caused him to be out for a little while. And then the next thing I hear is that he's addicted to opioids. Again, Tyler, another very straight-edge kid, clean and innocent as a whistle, never even had a girlfriend before. And I don't remember anything necessarily really bad happening to Tyler. It's just, I think he went his own way and I went my own way. And after high school, we just lost total connection, so I don't know what happened to him. But as high school ended, Ray and I still talked, but it was very infrequent. This was after his whole drug binge in the hospital and cutting off half his tongue, and he continued to get more strange. He shaved his entire head and tattooed this dragon from his neck all the way to the top of his skull, and he would refer to it as the blood dragon. And he would always say things like, "The blood dragon wants its sacrifice," which I just thought he was out of his mind. I had no idea what he was talking about. I figured the heroin had just really messed him up. In fact, even after high school, the conversations we would have were just out there. They didn't really make much sense, and my talks with him were very sporadic. They never lasted long. And I think the last time I talked to him was probably that August or September following high school. Whereas the previous year, we were best buddies. We were hanging out all summer, talking about girls and all things that teenage boys talk about. And that following summer, after the Ouija board event in the spring, he was just an entirely different person. Wouldn't really tell me about nothing, and every time we tried to talk, he just would not make any sense. Even if I tried to ask him questions or start conversation, this was not the same Ray I knew. And after he kind of just dropped off the face of the earth right around September, I get a call from his father right around early December. He had gotten killed in a drug deal. As heartbreaking news as that was to hear, the Ray I knew and loved had been long gone for a long time. Now, before I end this story, let me talk to you a little bit about what happened to me during this whole time. So, while all this stuff is going on with Tyler and my other friend, and of course Ray, I was having some strange experiences and really vivid nightmares at home. I remember dreaming that this figure would come out of my closet. Not like a monster, but this giant black shape would just crawl out of my closet and chase me down the hallway. This was a reoccurring nightmare, just about every single night, after the Ouija board incident. I remember some nights waking up and smelling the foul odor of cigarette smoke. And in fact, one night, I remember waking up and hearing this deathly loud coughing noise, like somebody hacking up their lungs and, of course, the cigarette smell. It was pretty strong. So strong the smell would wake me from my sleep. Of course, I knew this was impossible. Nobody in my home smoked cigarettes. I lived in a pretty normal urban neighborhood. There was no cigarette smoke coming into my room, and after flicking on my lights, you could tell there was no smoke in the air, but yet the odor lingered. And that coughing noise, it sounded like somebody hacking away, like an old woman or something. It was very, very strange, and so this went on for weeks at a time. Not every single night, but often enough. And I remember, one day, sitting at the table and my mom was saying, "Honey, I think Sadie was paying us a visit last night." And I remember that name catching my attention because the last time I even mentioned her was at that Ouija board party. And I'm like, "What do you mean?" And she says, "You didn't hear the hacking last night, did you? I think old Grandma Sadie was coming back to watch over us." I even smelt the smoke. I didn't really respond to her, and the conversation changed. But her saying that to me confirmed that I was not crazy. My speculation now, after all these years, is that the demon had come out of the board, terrorized Ray and my two other friends, but maybe because I pulled my hand away from the planchet, it couldn't really attach itself to me. I don't really know. But maybe, just maybe, because I gave it information about Sadie, not the smoking part, but that I mentioned her name and the time and date that she was born. Maybe this demon Zozo was trying to, I don't know, imitate her. because when I would wake up and hear that coughing and smell the cigarette smoke, I never had a bad feeling per se. It wasn't like somebody was in the room with me or that somebody was watching me. It sounded like somebody coughing who was a bad smoker, and the smell, like somebody was huffing a pack of cigarettes and then room over. But again, that's all speculation, and this all stopped come at the end of May, right around when I graduated. So I don't know how much of that is demon related, I don't know how much of that is just my own thing, but it definitely freaked me out. Now, as I would get older, I would spend some more time trying to research the whole Ouija board phenomenon and the demon by the name of Zozo. Well, to my luck, come to find out that Zozo is a very popular demon who's very dangerous and often comes to talk to people through Ouija boards. He can wreak havoc on people's lives, doing things that all sorts of people wish they would have never experienced. And I wholeheartedly believe that he possessed Ray and destroyed his life, causing him to go mad, dive into drugs and steal and live the life that he never would ever do, all because of a stupid Ouija board. I know that people who are knowledgeable about boards know that it's not a joke, and that you need to be extra careful, because you are inviting spirits to come into your life and attach themselves to you, meaning that they have full power to do whatever they want to. And if you get a malevolent spirit, or in this case a demon like Zozo, don't expect anything good to happen. How I was seemingly spared from all the terrible, horrendous things that happened, I don't know. But maybe this was all just one big massive coincidence, and the board and Zozo were just a figment of our imaginations. Maybe I'll let you be the judge of this. But I had one last thing that really bothered me down to my soul. And this was long after everything. And I don't know if this was Zozo, or who was this, or what. Maybe it was somebody pranking me, I don't know. But I'll leave you with this. Now, this was probably about 4 months after I got the phone call from Ray's father, letting me know he had passed. So I think it was March or April the following year. About a year's time after the first Ouija board incident, I get a call from a private number in the middle of the night. I look over, don't answer it, and I'm thinking, if it's important, they'll leave a voicemail. Well, I fall back asleep, and the next thing you know, I had a voicemail from that number. I want you to understand that I never get phone calls from private numbers. And so I decide to listen to the voicemail, and I nearly drop my phone. I listen to the voicemail, and it's a bunch of static in the background, and it's Ray's voice, but it sounds kind of crackly and distorted, as if like something is trying to imitate his voice. That's just the way I perceived it. It would fluctuate in pitch, but it said quite simply, and I'll never forget it. "I'm in hell, Seth. It hurts down here. Why don't you come and talk to me through the board? I'm sure it's still at Ray's house." And I literally threw my phone across the wall, thinking I was having some sort of manic episode. I deleted the voicemail, I deleted the number, and I never received another call like that since. So I don't know if that was Zozo messing with me, or if it was maybe the demon trying to invite me to go use the board again. I don't know. I apologize in advance for the extremely long story. But if I could leave you with anything, it's please be careful what you do with these entities. I know the dangers that might come if somebody does not take them seriously, like we did. And if you made it this far in the story, thank you so much for taking the time to read. It's taken me a long time to write this up and look back on these memories. It's still hard for me to think about, and even harder for me to write down. But I am safe to say that I do not deal with any of these things anymore, and that thankfully, everything I dealt with is in the past. I would consider myself a pretty spiritual person. I'm not exactly religious, but I do believe in the spirit realm. I've had multiple experiences with demons, especially when I was younger. I'm currently 18, and I don't know if it's the internet making me think these things, or maybe they really are real. First time, it was late, and I remember looking out my windows. There were many trees around, blocking the light from the moon, but there were a couple that seemed to be moving by themselves. It looked to be something big, shaking them, moving them all around. This set off all the alarms in my head, telling me not to look. So I simply told myself, that's enough looking for now, and shut my curtains. But as soon as I did that, I started hearing one of these trees start shaking violently, banging against the side of our house. This really freaked me out, so I just sat there, at the end of my bed, looking out into our hallway, as if the noises were going to come in the house. I was convinced some large winged horned demon was out there, trying to get my attention, wanting to actually get in the house and do God only knows what. The second time, my family had a big house in Southern California, around many other houses. We also had 2 cats, one being very old and very sickly, which we found a month or so ago abandoned. The other is a young, hyperactive kitten who loves to play. So, our pets were alone for a long time, and we decided to leave them home together when we went away for a weekend. We came back. Both animals were found dead, drowned, it looked like, as both their bodies were floating in the pool, even though they were locked in the house. And when we checked, there were no signs the doors were ever opened, so how they got outside is beyond us. My belief is that the entity in our house let these cats out and drowned them, but I'll get to that in just a second. The third time was when my father was little. He would play outside in his own backyard, and he would hear people talking behind him in hushed tones and whispers, except he would turn around and nobody would be there. He tried to tell his parents, but they never believed him. They thought he was just hearing things and making them up. So, whenever he heard people ever talking behind him, he just gained this sense of paranoia that did not work in his favor. Well, I think it transferred. Whatever entity was haunting him. One day, when I was probably about 7 or 8, I kept hearing these strange voices calling out to me from behind our pool in our backyard. I ignored it at first because it wasn't anything really discernible. Random voices. But over time, the voices changed and got weird. I remember one time, my name was being called, and another it was this little girl voice, yelling, "Don't leave me, don't leave me," over and over. But the tone was angry, and then would switch to being playful. 8-year-old me was very disturbed and confused by all of this, and I thought some little girl was being left out in the woods, but there was nobody ever back there. My mom, who is very in touch with her native spiritual side, claims that she feels spirits are in our backyard and are in our house. She's never really hinted at if they're negative or positive, but just that spirits in the spiritual realm are brimming all around our home. For the record, my mom is half Irish, half Choctaw, and is pretty in roots and close with her Choctaw family. Her belief is that all of these experiences go back to this entity that has gotten our home. So, out of the 3 stories I shared with you, I have no idea why it is that I'm experiencing these things now, and even more so at the age I am. Is it possible that these are all just maybe coincidences, or are they really a spiritual matter? Maybe I do have something to do with it. Maybe, just maybe, that these entities have attached themselves to my father and are now being transferred over to me. And my mom, being a part of the Choctaw culture, transfers over some of her own negative energy and spirits that have attached themselves to her. Thanks for reading. This was back in the late 80s. I was in college. My roommate, which I would learn later on, had been secretly practicing black magic for years, in secrecy, but he never ended up telling me. This is important, because it all started one night, and I went to bed like everything was normal. I'd woken up in the middle of the night to feel something slowly touching my hand, moving its motion up my arm. Something big coming out of the darkness. It felt very real and physical, not like a dream at all. I mean, it was an actual physical sensation I could feel, like an actual person who, by the way, was very, very cold, slowly moving their fingers and hands at my body. Like actually somebody stroking my fingers, with pressure and everything. But when I opened my eyes in reaction to the sensation, there was only darkness. and somehow I fell asleep again. But it was like this paralysis sleep, like the opposite of sleep paralysis when you're awake. I was full on asleep, but I felt as though I had no movement or could control my own body while sleeping, if that makes sense at all. And I remember having this really vivid dream like I was spinning and nothing made sense. And in my dream, I recall having these horrible hallucinations and recognizing in my own dream or nightmare that I was having these horrible hallucinations. I frantically woke up out of sleep trying to calm myself down, but was never able to sleep the rest of the night. I thought it was just a really bad nightmare. My roommate is kind of strange. Keeps to himself, but he will talk to me sometimes. He actually sleeps out on the couch more than the living room. So I'd come out there and I saw him sleeping there. And I told him, "Hey, did you by any chance experience anything strange last night?" And he looks at me and asks inquisitively. I told him that somebody was touching my hand, and he immediately realized what had happened. He just explained to me, when you make contact with the other side, that's how people experience it, by having physical contact with an entity, or the dark world, he called it. Of course, I wasn't quite sure what he was getting at because I knew for a fact I made no physical contact with the other side. And I never did tell him about my vivid nightmares, just that one event. We stayed roommated for another 8 months or so before he moved out, and during that time, this entity, or being, would keep coming back. In fact, one night, I remember, I woke up to this being pinning me down on the bed, not having its way with me or anything, just physically holding me down, restraining my arms and legs, getting right up in my face and growling, like a monster or something, completely scared and terrified out of my mind. I was unsure how to handle it, so I just began praying silently, praying aloud, doing whatever I could to get this being away from me. Well, it worked, to an extent. This being let go of my wrists, let go of my ankles, slowly climbed up off the bed, and just walked out of the room. This had happened several more times just like this over the course of the following months. Sometimes it would crouch in my room and just watch me as I slept. Other times it would kind of hover above my bed. But I don't recall ever waking up in a sleep paralysis. It was either looking at me in my room, where I had full control over my entire physical being, or it was actually physically restraining me with this massive amounts of supernatural strength, and it felt ice cold. It was like standing next to an industrial freezer door that was open. So cold and bitter. I would come to find out later on that my roommate was probably the cause of this entity, inviting them in the house, through spells and all other sorts of magic that he practiced. If you're going to ask me, I couldn't tell you exactly what he practiced. I just knew it was magic of some kind, and it sounds like the dark kind, because he always made references to contacting the dark world, and having control over dark things. Maybe he was a hobbyist practitioner, I don't know, I don't really care. But last I heard, he actually died back in 2003. And this was right around the mid to late 90s. 96, 97 is when we were roommating together. I just hope that this story gets some exposure. It deserves to help people understand that it's normal for people to have paranormal experiences when they sleep and when they're awake, especially during the nighttime. For whatever reason, entities really enjoy haunting you when it's at night. They adore the darkness. They like the concealment. Although I'm pretty sure that there is a wide amount of stories that take place during the daytime. And seeing entities and paranormal beings are not just exclusive to night, but it seems to be when they are most active. There's just something about the darkness. So if you're reading this, and you yourself have had something similar to me, know you are not alone. Know that there are many others like you that have gone through a very similar thing. Back when I was out of college, I moved into a small house outside of a smaller town, more tucked into the mountains. This was in Colorado State. I was acquaintances with the guy who sold it to me for very cheap. He had owned it for quite a while, and was looking to upgrade his living situation. Since we knew each other, only by a little bit, he had asked me if he'd be willing to buy it from me, since he knew I was single, had just graduated, and was looking for something small that would take care of just me. Stupid me, I took his word for it, without checking it out first. I moved in the beginning of November, just as it began snowing. I remember having no real issues with the house at first. It was small and I found suited my needs well. Remember, I was just a single guy living by myself at the time. I didn't need much, until the first time I'd gone downstairs and investigated the basement. Now keep in mind, up to this point, I had barely anything with me, barely even any furniture, so I never even checked out the basement, ever. The only thing down there to my knowledge was the breaker box, I think, and possibly a spare bathroom, none of which I ever used. So it was probably the first week I ended up going down there, and made a horrifying discovery. On the walls in the basement were all kinds of symbols that appeared to be written in red, which I would later find out were not paint, by the way. It was actually blood. It was awful having to clean that up, but I couldn't understand what these symbols were. I thought it was graffiti at first and was pissed that the guy did not tell me about this stuff, that he left this for me. But because I didn't want to start any drama or confrontation, I just left it at that and spent a few hours cleaning it all up. Now, life would return to normal for the most part. I remember I took a small job at a restaurant not too far away in town, where I met a girl whom I started dating with, and our relationship would last for about 2 years. While I lived at this house, her and I dated, and I would have her over often. And I think one night, we're sitting there watching TV and I told her about what had gone on in my basement. She insisted on going down to look for herself. And after coming back upstairs, she had this really strange look on her face. She was pale and kind of sweaty and clammy. I asked her if she was okay, and she told me that she was suddenly not feeling very well and she needed to go home. So I kissed her goodbye and, well, off she went. Afterwards, she seemed very hesitant and reluctant to come back. Like every time I'd ask her if she wanted to come hang out at my place, she got really nervous and very fidgety, would stutter a bunch, and would always have excuses why she couldn't come over. I thought this was incredibly strange. And after enough poking and prodding, I found out from her that she saw something down in the basement that really scared her. At first, when I poked and prodded enough, she convinced me all up and down that if she told me, I was not going to believe her. But I convinced her, hey, look, I walked into my own basement with this weird stuff all over the walls. You can tell me. I'll believe you. She told me that she saw an entity down in the basement. The word she used was a demon, or ghost. I can't remember which. And that it was standing there in the basement. And as she went down there to look, it turned around to see her and began to run towards her, reaching out to her to try and grab her. Which would explain why she was running back up the stairs and looked very pale, now that I thought about it. I didn't really have much to say after she told me that, but figured I'd get a few second and third opinions, so I invited a couple of friends that I had made at the restaurant over to the house and see what they thought. We would all go down to the basement together, and I will say, having not been down here in a few weeks since cleaning up all those weird symbols on the wall, the basement felt incredibly eerie. It was a pretty typical basement. Concrete flooring, brick, a few paint cans here in the corner, the circuit breaker box, and I think a couple of empty 10-gallon buckets, insulation in the corner, and a couple of other paintbrushes and some miscellaneous supplies, but pretty much empty. My friend immediately notes that he kind of just gets the creeps down here. He feels like there's somebody down here with us. He asked us if I roommated with anybody. I told him no, it was just me. And I remember he kind of just walks around and shakes his head and says, yeah, man, somebody else is here with you. I can tell. Which confused me, and I asked him, what do you mean somebody is? What does that even mean? He looks at me stern and just says, it feels like there is somebody else down in this basement with us. You can sense it. I'm not a ghost guy, but I could feel the presence of somebody else here, and it feels very uncomfortable, Not very inviting. Let's go back upstairs. We go back upstairs and we start debating on what we think it could be. I'm new to the idea of ghosts and hauntings, so this was all new for me. In fact, I don't think I really knew anything about the paranormal, and either did one of my friends, the same one that came with me today. But after we had dinner and he left, I couldn't help but think the rest of the night, what was in my house? And it was that night, I'm pretty sure, as I'm lying there in bed, I start hearing banging and clanging down in the basement, like somebody's throwing some heavy stuff around, like somebody had a big hammer and they were banging around. It kept me up quite late, and to be honest with you, I was simply too spooked to go down there myself and investigate. I wasn't sure what I'd find. I didn't think I'd want to see what was down there. Oh, I should also give you a proper layout of the home. This house was very much like a modified ranch-style home. You come in through the front door, and directly in front of you is a forked stairwell. To your right, you can continue down the stairs, which leads to the bathroom directly in front of you. No room to your right, just a wall, and to your left is the basement. No garage. If you were to walk in the front door and continue to ascend up your left, you would go up the stairs to the main living area, the living room, the kitchen, and directly to your right at the top of the stairs is the hallway with a bathroom and one bedroom. Like I said, a very modified, smaller version of a ranch-style home. And I can remember that there were a couple of mornings when I got up and left for work. As I'm going down the stairs, I could hear from behind me somebody almost whispering from the basement, "Come down here," which I immediately recognized as the voice of one of my deceased relatives. It made me stop for a second and look back. Hello? Nothing. Silence. Immediately getting the chills, I just got out of my house and went to work, and tried to ignore it the rest of the day. And that night, I remember I got home, and the second I walk in my house, this thick feeling of just evil is emanating all inside the house. You could feel something is here. The air was thick. The atmosphere, everything had changed. And I feared whatever was down in the basement was now up in the house somewhere. And I'm thinking to myself, all right, you know what? Forget dinner, forget putting anything away, forget TV time, I'm just going to go right to bed. So I walked up the stairs, went to the bathroom, went directly to my room, closed and locked the door, undressed and lay there in bed. And I'll never forget this. I'm laying there in bed, tossing and turning and trying to go to sleep. But I just had this feeling in the pit of my stomach, this premonition. Something was going to happen. I didn't know what, but I was so on edge. That presence was still there. I could feel it lingering. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, my door handle starts rattling really hard, as if somebody was trying to open my door. I jump up out of bed yelling, "Who's there? Who's there? Who is it?" And the door immediately stops rattling. And you know how you can just sense when someone's directly outside your door? I mean, think of it. Wherever you live, whatever house you live in, if somebody stands right outside your door, it's like your gut just picks up on it. You can just know, you can just sense that somebody's there. That's exactly what this was. And then I heard the breathing, the heavy right outside the door, and I am shaking. I have never shook so hard. I am cowering like a child underneath my sheets, just wanting whatever this thing is to go away. So I just start shouting, "Whatever you are, whoever you are, you're not welcome here. You need to leave now. Go away." And within a couple minutes, the breathing stops, and I notice the feeling in my gut, the feeling of the presence, kind of just quickly goes at ease. And I sat there on my bed for probably the next 30 to 45 minutes, debating on my course of action. I had it figured out. I quickly got my jeans on, grabbed my jacket, grabbed my keys, and I ran faster than any Olympic runner has ever seen, out the door, down the hall, down the stairs, out the front door, to my car, without caring to even lock up my own house. And I drove to the nearest motel, where I stayed the rest of the night. After this, I would only go back to my house frequently, and periodically to grab things and supplies. I stopped staying there overnight after this, and every time I'd show up, that feeling, that lingering feeling of something wrong, still was there. I knew whatever it was never had gone away. There was something in the basement. In fact, one of my friends was so gracious, he allowed me to stay and crash on his couch for the remainder of my time until I could figure out somebody to buy the house. This went on for a few months afterwards. In fact, I was not able to sell the home till probably about March or April of the following year. So I had that house in my name for only about maybe 4 or 5 months in total. And all the stuff that just happened, that I just explained to you, happened within 30 days' time. Because come December, I was already staying at another friend's house. Definitely not and refusing to stay the night at my own house. I ended up selling the home to an older married couple, which they checked it out themselves, they fell in love with it. And I kind of told them briefly I had been experiencing some very strange things in the house that I did not have an explanation for, and I wasn't really comfortable living in it anymore. They went out to investigate it. They had absolutely no idea why I would feel such things about a house so beautiful, they said. The husband even had a ton of ideas to renovate and turn the basement into his own little shop, which when they bought, he actually did do that, since he did do a lot of carpentry, and I think even ran his own business, if I remember correctly. So after them giving me a really good offer on it, I sold it to them, and last I heard, they were still loving the house, still live there to this day, and have experienced no strange happenings in that home. They were older, retired, had no children or grandchildren, so this was probably a perfect fit for them. But I always wonder and think back, why they never had any issues, why they never themselves experienced the same haunting I did at that house. What sort of being or entity was trying to get into my room? Why? What would have happened had I did not lock my door that night? Would have came in my room and possessed me? Or worse, was it purposefully trying to scare me out of the house? Or maybe, just maybe, the entity was actually one of the previous owners of the home, and perhaps did not like me and wanted me gone. So many questions and pretty much no answers. But if that's not life, I don't know what is. After selling it to them, I moved out of state, back with some family, and I've not gone back to the house ever since. But the couple and I ended up keeping in contact, only for a few years after. I've lost contact quite a long time ago, but like I said, last I heard, everything was great. So I'm assuming whatever demonic creature, entity, being, poltergeist, ghost, demon, you name it, residing in that home must really like this couple much better than I. Either that, or they're having the worst haunting of their life, and being completely quiet about it. I guess I'll never know. My home had been what I thought was entity-free. Boy, was I wrong. I had just finished an intense meditation session, and I laid down to go to sleep, immediately hearing my name being called out. But it sounded like my own voice. There was nobody else in the room besides me. It happened once more, and again, with feeling of something watching me. The feeling stopped, and things seemed to go on as normal. I brushed the experience off as, you know what, maybe I've just been too stressed out lately. Perhaps I should meditate more. Over the coming days, as I'm meditating, this voice would come back. But again, it was my own voice. Not like it was inside my head. This was audibly clear. Something or someone was talking to me, and these feelings accompanying it, like I was being watched. Then, shortly after all of this, everything changed. I woke up one night after having this terrifying dream of an entity standing over the bed staring at me, as if waiting for the right moment to strike down and cut me open. I jumped up out of bed and ran straight into my parents' room, sobbing that there was something in my room. My mother just laughed at me, thinking it was another case of sleep paralysis, until she really saw the state of despair I was in, shaking uncontrollably. She asked what was going on, and I was honest with her. I told her about what I had been experiencing, and from that point on, She would often check in on me at night to make sure I was okay. I don't know why my mother was always like that. She was never a believer in the paranormal, and if you even hinted at the fact that there was something in your room or maybe a shadow moving that shouldn't be, she would be pretty quick to demonize and ridicule you, even if you were her own child. I almost wonder if psychologically it was a safety mechanism or just flat out plain denial, because her herself had grown up around it, and it was all around our house. I learned later on from my aunts or her sisters that their home was filled with all sorts of activity, and they would say that their house was very haunted. Their father or my grandfather was an abusive, severely abusive alcoholic. My aunts claimed he was possessed and would say there were times where he was beating my grandmother, that his eyes would turn solid black, and his voice would change to something that wasn't his. But my grandfather would have no recollection of it at all, and go back to being normal, like everything was fine. Something had control over him. I think things became really real for my mother after she realized that her own 17-year-old daughter was going through very similar things that she did when she was younger. Like, me having these experiences were forcing her to come to terms with reality and know that this was not just a situation of denial and falsehood, but actually something that she had to step up to the plate and check on the well-being of her own daughter. And surprisingly, after all of this, I stopped having dreams about this entity after that. I still did have a few episodes of seeing it standing over me at the edge of my bed, as if wanting me to fall back asleep so it could make its move. This continued on all the way till I moved out of the house on my own. And even sometimes now, to this present day of 2021, I could still sometimes feel its presence watching over me. I no longer practice meditation. I used to do it a lot during high school because I would get these horrible random bouts of anxiety attacks, and I could never understand why. So I felt like meditation was a way to center my mind and to calm my soul and spirit down. Which is another weird thing about all this. I had already been meditating for a good amount of high school, so this whole hearing my voice and seeing this entity in my dreams was so out of left field. Like, I know with ghosts and demons you have to provoke them. Nothing out of the ordinary had happened, and I don't recall doing anything to provoke such actions against me. Surely there's an explanation, but if there is, I don't have one. But I'm curious as to what other people have experienced before. Maybe their answers will help me. One night, when I was just a teenager, we were all huddled around the TV, watching, when something came in the house. We all heard it. We didn't see it. We knew something was there, but we couldn't exactly see what was making the noise. And let me tell you, this thing did not sound friendly. It sounded like something very large, crashing through the walls. And then we all heard it in unison. This low growling, like a dog, but very deep and raspy and guttural. And it was actually moving towards us, towards the family room where we were all at. We were all very freaked out, looking, wondering what the source of this noise was. And we all see these two yellow eyes appear, standing about 7 feet off the ground. Very large eyes. My mom starts screaming, and we could see perfectly this creepy black silhouette thingy. My father, who is a very strong Protestant Christian man, begins calling out for God to protection, and within seconds, it kind of just evaporates into the floor, disappearing out of the house. I'm not sure what this was, but clearly, it had to have been an evil spirit of some kind, or maybe a demon. I don't really know, but I do know whatever it was made itself visible to us for a reason. And none of our family knows how to explain this, other than a demonic entity. Where it came from, I don't know. And why it decided to come after us at that time of day, I don't know either. Strange things are real. I'm not sure what sort of demonic entities are haunting us, but they are very real. I was born in a small town that had been suffering from severe demonic activity since the mid-1800s. When my mother told me this story, she said that even her family believed the house was built on satanic rituals and sacrifices of Native Americans. And the things that went down in that house, in that town, have followed my family and my family's families for generations. That house in particular was built in a time where life in America was a lot more tumultuous. There was a large racial divide, and natives and African Americans were still seen as animals. My personal opinion, and from what I've studied and believe, is that our house, our town, was actually hexed, which would explain the high amounts of demonic activity and poltergeist that we've been seeing. In fact, I even actually remember my grandfather talking about that him and his family talked to an old witch doctor, an old African woman who practiced voodoo, claiming that she sensed a lot of dark energy and negative spirits surrounding his entire family bloodline, that he and his family must have done something heinous. This was my grandfather. This was probably sometime in the 1930s, possibly 40s. So the fact that this lady, whom he never met, had this sort of insight, I think it just goes to tell you something. The house that was built was not a plantation home. It did not host slaves. Nothing nefarious went down in it. It's just the land on it was built, and probably the lives sacrificed in order to build it are what really caused it to have such bad activity and energy. Of course, I'm speculating, and only part of it is actually due from research. My grandfather actually shared a lot of these stories with me, from his grandfather and his great-grandfather, who passed these stories down, who had lived in the home. Now, I think it was in the 1920s. It was definitely before the Great Depression. The house was actually demolished, and I couldn't tell you what happened to that property. I think it got turned into a ranch, if I remember correctly, and is now used as cattle grazing land, or something along those lines. But from what my grandfather had told me from his own stories of his grandfather, they used to have some pretty severe hauntings, and their knowledge of hauntings and entities at the time was much more minimal. Violent entities too, not the kind that just stand at the edge of your bed and watch you sleep, the kind that break into your house, choke you, kill you, want to attack you, get into your head, cause you nightmares, possess you, cause you to go insane. He had some pretty horrific accounts of things that had happened to his family. A perfect example of this would be my grandfather's grandmother, who was apparently possessed by an entity, nearly killing my grandfather's grandfather with a butcher knife, and had told him that she dreamt of nothing but killing. And her entire personality, her entire being, changed drastically while living in that home. And she said that she was constantly feeling like she was being watched over, and that she felt like a puppeteer being controlled by a puppet master, and having no idea when the puppet master was taking over. One night, my grandfather had told me that his grandfather had told him about large black wolves showing up around the house, trying to break in, claiming that these were actually evil spirits taking the form of animals, telepathically speaking, telling them they wanted to rip out their throats and drink their blood. Like I said, just really horrific stuff, which again supports my theory of them being hexed. Now, of course, my grandfather had his own fair share of things just like this, but not as heinous, or violent, or crazy, but still pretty terrifying and haunting in their own right. And that leads us to present day, with my own family. I'm 38, I have a wife and 3 kids, and I live in a small apartment. I firmly believe that whatever started down my family line has worked its way up generation to generation and is now sitting with me and my other siblings. Because I don't feel right at night. I feel like I too am being watched, and not in a good way. In my house all the time I feel unsettled, like something could happen at any moment. Thankfully, my kids, who are 7, 10, and 13, don't notice it, nor do they feel anything out of the ordinary. It's only my wife and I. In fact, just the other night, my wife got up to use the bathroom and screamed and ran back into the room because she saw somebody standing in the bathroom doorway. She said she couldn't see who it was, but that it was just a dark shape standing there. Of course, I got up with my gun, thinking somebody had broken in, but There was nobody there after flicking on all the lights. I checked all the windows and doors. No signs of anybody having broken in. So I don't want to deny that these things aren't here, because they definitely are. Sometimes I'll come home from work and smell this awful smell of rotting meat. Like somebody has bought a pound of ground beef, tore it open, and has just let it sit out there in the sun for 4 or 5 days, and it reeks. Except the smell is all over the house, and I can't get rid of it. Again, my kids don't smell it. My wife doesn't really smell it. It's just me, so I just try and ignore the scent as best I can. In the past 10 years alone, we have moved twice, and we have still dealt with the same situation. Haunted houses, demons, family possessions, etc. This has been going on for years now, and I feel like the only real thing that's changed is when my father passed away back in 2015, which I can remember him acting really crazy towards the end of his life, shouting, acting bizarre and paranoid and frightened, claiming they were always surrounding him and they were coming to get him. Just these random bouts of fright that none of us could really understand. He claimed he would see shadow people coming to take his body from him. One thing I can tell you, though, is the nightmares don't stop, and I don't think they ever will. My story starts in a small town in Poland. Growing up, I lived on my grandfather's farm with him and my own parents. Life was simple back then. We would wake up at dawn, do our morning chores before heading into the fields to tend the horses and plow any fertile lands that were left unattended. I would usually take off after lunch, exploring the surrounding woods for hours on end until it got dark, or one of us accidentally caught pneumonia from being out in the cold too long. My favorite spot, though, was a large clearing not too far from where we lived, surrounded by tall trees and bracken ferns that seemed untouched by human hands. The grass was overgrown and unkempt, and although it wasn't the most inviting places to be at night, especially for a young girl like myself back then, I was never afraid of anything out there. I always knew it was getting close to dusk. That's when my favorite animals would emerge from their hidden dens and take over the clearing. We had badgers, white-tailed deers, owls with tufts as black as coal on their heads that seemed to almost glisten and glow in the moonlight. Even now, as I retell this story, I can see everything so clearly. Every blade of grass, every little detail on each animal's fur, even smell the musky scent of earth and trees all around. It brings up memories of simpler times. My grandfather's large, rough hands ruffling my hair, and the warm embrace of my parents when I returned to our little farmhouse at dusk for dinner time. You might be wondering why I'm telling you all of this. The reason is, these thoughts are what keep me sane. To give you an understanding of what it's like for me now, I need to tell you about the night everything changed. It was a quiet day on the farm. My father had taken off that morning around dawn, leaving just my grandfather and I behind in the house. My mother, unfortunately, passed away many years before. As per usual, I went out after lunch and spent hours in the clearing until darkness was creeping up very quickly, signaling that it was time to head home. It was around this time I noticed the animals acting strange. Every noise startled them, and they huddled close to each other, watching me out of the corner of their eyes like some kind of unknown predator, wondering what I was going to do next. Even the owls above had vacated their tree branches for safer perches in the trees far above my head. Although it was unnerving at first, I shrugged it off as normal animal behavior and continued walking through the clearing towards my favorite log, near where the streams had begun its descent down into a nearby valley. I can remember how beautiful it all looked at night, with only the moonlight illuminating everything in sight, especially on nights like this, when it was clearly a full moon. The way the shadows danced on every little bump and hillock, brought up by images of goblins or elves lurking just beyond my sight. I remember even giggling to myself at the thought of a fairy living in each tree or bush. That's when I witnessed something that will stay with me for the rest of my life. It was just above my head. This ominous shadow, blocking out the moonlight, on top of what looked like a large boulder, right next to where I was walking. It wasn't there before. My immediate reaction was fear. Sharp, cold prickles traveling up and down my spine until they reached my head, numbing it completely. The giggle that I had died in my throat, and I began moving away from the shadow as quickly as I could, without making any sudden movements or attracting its attention. Whatever it was. It wasn't the only thing that had now drawn my attention, though. Amongst all the activity and strange behavior that I just experienced, this was something else. A strong sense of dread and malice were now seeping through every pore in my skin like poison. My legs felt heavy and weak at the same time. I couldn't move them, even if it meant life or death. Even now, as I think back writing all this down, all these years later, my anxiety begins creeping up on me. For many nights after seeing whatever it was that night, I would wake up screaming for no reason, other than there were dark apparitions floating around outside my house while I slept. Some of them I could see were human, but with their features and shapes distorted and malformed, as if they had been melted by a candle wax. That's the only way I can describe it. As if there was a wax sculpture of a face, and somebody poured a flame on it to deform it. The trees surrounding me silenced immediately in my outburst, and for several seconds, there was no sound other than my own breathing, ragged and desperate, like that of a dying man under his deathbed sheets. It wasn't until I heard the first snap of a twig somewhere off behind me that my senses returned to normal. Something big had moved in those woods, and whatever it was now making its way towards me. My muscles sprang back to life, but I still did nothing other than stand up and grab a large stick on the ground that was next to me. I held it in front of me like a club, ready, while I slowly backed away from where the sound had come from. It was when the howls had begun that my fear became complete, utter panic. There were screams unlike anything human or animal should be able to make. And yet, there was something else in those sounds. Words, screaming obscenities at me in some language I could not understand, but still understood perfectly what they meant. They were vile things, promising suffering through eternity, just looking at them twice. My only chance of staying alive and protecting my family, if they weren't already dead, was to get back home as quickly as possible and lock the doors. I broke into a run as soon as my legs were ready to move again. Not looking back, I already knew whatever was out there wasn't human, and that it could possibly catch me much easier than I could ever hope to escape. My grandmother had warned me about the dangers of staying up too late and going into those woods, even before she had passed away. But at 11 years old, I didn't listen. Nothing bad happened, at least until now. To think, it's been almost 30 years since then. But sometimes at night, when everything is quiet and dark around me, like it was that night, they say your life flashes before your eyes right before you die. I wonder if what chased me through the woods and what killed my family was the same thing. I don't think it matters anymore. If not then, something else is out there now, still looking for me. Some evil spirit controlling a physical, manifested body. I'm shaking just thinking about that night all these years ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it was some kind of demon or evil spirit that possessed that body. But I never planned to go back and look at it again, nor do I ever. And ever since then, shadows have had a whole new meaning to me. They're not just patches of nothingness cast by light on the ground. They are malevolent beings, silently watching our every move from behind their masks, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Back in the 1940s, my grandfather became possessed by coming into contact with an occult book, from what I've been told. I'm here to tell his story. My grandfather, Joseph Doherty, was an Irish Catholic raised in the slums of New York City. He had lived a hard life until he met my grandmother during her time as a nurse. The two fell deeply in love and had 3 children together. He worked hard on the docks of New York to provide for his family. His life was somewhat happy until he somehow came in contact with an old occult book in the cellar of his grandmother's home. The book had apparently been there for some time due to its malnourished-looking pages and tattered cover. When my grandfather came into contact with it, it had a change on him, like the energy went into him. He had went on a rampage, I had heard, throughout the house, ripping up every painting and picture that depicted any figure remotely resembling Christ or God, gathering up all the crucifixes and rosaries, burning them outside before storming back in the house, locking himself up in the room, getting naked, defecating, and vomiting blood. He began to howl at the moon and act like an animal, completely crazy. My grandmother, completely traumatized by all of this, went to get him exorcised, but he had kept himself locked away, reading this book continuously, and he did not eat or sleep for 7 days and 7 nights, before finally breaking out of the window, butt naked, and drowning himself in the ocean. I know that's a very short version, but from the story passed down from my family, whatever information was in that book drove him mad, and he was a pretty normal guy before this. The book in which he read from was cursed, and with good reason. Some of my family have worked together to try and destroy it, burning it after his death, but they ended up dying in a house fire during the attempt. My grandmother died shortly after, when I was very young, so this story has been passed down from family. As far as the whereabouts of the book, nobody knows what happened to it. I just hope it's still not in our family's possession, and when dark energies surround it. I was driving home one night. It was wet, rainy, and visibility was very poor due to the weather. As I'm driving down the road, I see this man off on the side of the road come sprinting out towards the center. He's in a full-on suit, completely out of style, and wondering why he does not have a coat on. But he runs out so quickly that I fail to slam on my brakes in time. But here's the strange thing. As my car goes, it goes right through him. I clearly hit him with my vehicle, but nothing happened. He just vanished. Did I just run into a ghost? Well, the next day that I ended up driving this road, sure enough, that exact same spot that he or the person ran out in front of my car, there was a cross there that I did not see before. Somebody had died from a car accident back in 2002. It looked to be a man in his later 40s, I think hit and killed by a drunk driver. It makes me wonder if this night I had seen his spirit running across the road as he fled for his life while trying not to get hit by the same driver. These things makes you wonder. I have 3 sisters, which I'm lucky enough to still have alive. Growing up, we were always very close, and none of us could wait for the day that one of us had children, so that our children would grow up together. My mother was a single parent since my father left when I was very young. He never reappeared in any significant way, so she focused all her attention on being the best mom she could possibly be, to me and my 3 sisters. By doing this, it took away from herself as much as possible, leaving her with little energy at times to even take care of herself. Nevertheless, she did her best, not only taking care of myself and my sisters, but also our home, which consisted of 2 stores along with an apartment below us that we rented out. My sisters and I ran in age from 18 to 8 years old, which meant that at any given time, there were always kids running around outside of the house, screaming and making as much noise as possible. It was a great neighborhood, lots of place to grow up in, with other children to play with. Everybody knew everybody that lived on our street. It wasn't very big. It seemed like it would have been an easy pick for anybody wanting to snatch a child without being noticed. Nothing bad ever happened though, and we were never really supervised when we went to play outside. None of us ever gave it a thought really. We all trusted each other completely. The three older ones of us would all play together, while the youngest played with herself, or joined in on one of her games if she was in the mood to do so. Sometimes, she would just want to be dropped off at the neighbor's house to play with her children, which my mother allowed since they were about the same age anyway. One day, when I came home from school, something had changed. Our neighbor, Mrs. Walters, who everybody knows her as Miss W, asked me if my sister Sarah was here, because apparently she had gone out with my mom grocery shopping and never made it back home. Mrs. W wanted to know if she had been dropped off at the supermarket at about 4:30 Pacific Standard Time. This is when my sister had not returned. Miss W got worried and went to have a look for her. My sister was nowhere in sight, so Mrs. W went inside the store, where they told her that Sarah left over 45 minutes ago to come back again, since she had forgotten all her money with the revenue from selling their produce today at the market. Which is very unlike Sarah. She's extremely responsible and never forgets anything. Even more so helpful when it came to our neighbors and important people in our lives. I thanked Mrs. W for letting me know what happened, running home as fast as I could when I noticed that nobody was there but our dog Patches, in case they came back early from their errands or whatever they wanted. I ran in, called for my mother, my older sister, and Sarah, only getting silence in return. So I decided to go upstairs and see where they were, which I noticed that Sarah's bedroom door was wide open, which never happened. We're all pretty neat people, like things put away in their proper place. Sarah's room was empty and oddly clean. After searching for my mother in every single room in the house, including the basement, I decided that I would go look for somewhere else because nobody was here, which when I first started to panic and run outside, not knowing what to do or where I should go first. I didn't know if my sister was in danger and needed me to save her because she always looked out for me. Anybody else did, even though we were still just kids ourselves. I didn't know if my sister was in danger and needed me to save her. The thought that something had really hurt her crossed my mind. That maybe she was in trouble and needed rescued. I don't know. I had asked Mrs. W if she could please call the police, and I told her where Sarah might have gone to. The police were called, and when they came over and took me into another room and asked me questions, I told them everything that had happened, along with giving them everything I knew about Sarah's last whereabouts. It was agonizing hours until my mother was found. She had been found unconscious in her car, and Sarah had been still missing. Police continued their search for Sarah, and this went on for days and days at a time, until about a week later, Sarah mysteriously appeared on our front door. We were all overjoyed to see her, but she appeared different. There was something different about her. She wasn't the same. The strange thing is that she seemed completely clean. She was still in the exact same outfit she was on the day she disappeared. She wouldn't talk. She would hardly even acknowledge us. She just seemed like something was different. And there were points where we noticed that her personality had drastically changed, from going from upbeat and outbeat to very reserved, saying strange things, acting weird, anger outbursts, a complete 180 in personality. We noticed other things too. Sometimes she would walk around the house, speaking quietly under her breath in a language we didn't quite understand. It sounded like muttering or something. And she would spend hours sitting at the living room table, drawing in a binder notebook, drawing all these crazy, strange symbols that nobody had ever seen before, muttering to herself maniacally, like some sort of madwoman. And probably, easily the most terrifying of all, is when sometimes we would look at her in the eyes, and her eyes would go solid black, and she would just look back at you and grin, like she knew that you knew. Something was very different about her. Something had overtaken her. Something evil. I was a young highway patrol officer, patrolling the highways of Maryland. It must have been around 2 or 3 in the morning. I was driving on Interstate 95, closing up towards Baltimore. The speed limit in that section of highway is 65 miles an hour. I would always patrol between the 2 left lanes, so people could see my lights and not get too comfortable driving 20 over the speed limit. As I came up to where 695 splits off from 95 northbound, heading towards Fullerton, there was this dark figure standing in the right lane ahead of me. It looked like a person, but it did not move at all. Just stood there next to the barrier wall, separating the right lane from the exit ramp for Fullerton Avenue North, coming out of Philly. So naturally, I sped up slowly to catch up with this person, thinking they must be injured or something. As I get closer, still maintaining the speed limit, or just under, this thing turns its head to look at me head on, and I notice it has 2 glowing red eyes in the center of its face. It was very intense and terrifying, but what struck me most was its teeth. This thing had fangs like a wolf or bear, very sharp edges protruding out of its mouth. Its whole demeanor was extremely menacing. It did not look human at all, but when it turned around and stared right at me, I slammed on my brakes in sheer terror. I managed to get myself together after a couple of seconds, speeding away, hoping not to lose control of my car and wreck. Ironically, I heard radio communications from another officer about 10 minutes later that a driver up the road had witnessed an upright, decaying animal running across the road. It was as if it had been hit by a car and left a trail of blood on the pavement for about 50 yards before completely disappearing from sight, crossing into another street. I'm not sure what this thing is, but I've never seen anything like it. Not my story, but one my family has shared with me, as they are close with one of our fellow reservation officers. My uncle, a police officer on the Navajo reservation, was out in his squad car patrolling the area when he comes across something moving in the shadows of the mesa. He slowed down to get a better look at what was out during patrol hours, and what emerged from the shadows was not any kind of animal my family has seen before. It stood on its hind legs just like a man, but its body resembled that of a canine. It had long arms that dragged along the ground as it walked towards my uncle's patrol vehicle. The strangest part about this creature were its eyes. They were just these large yellow orbs, and they glowed in the complete darkness, with no additional light sources around. My uncle described these orbs similar to headlights while looking at them head on. At first, he thought he might have come across some sort of demon, so he quickly checked his weapons, firing at this creature. The gunfire did nothing to stop this thing's progression. It continued its steady march towards my uncle, unfazed by blunt force or loss of blood. It took several more shots until the creature slumped over and disappeared from view in a cloud of dust. My uncle got out of his car cautiously, gun drawn, but could find no sign of the thing he had tried to kill. Only some large canine tracks leading back up onto the mesa where it stood before, continuing into a cave that supposedly had been closed off for safety reasons due to a large rock slide decades ago. He continued his search, but found nothing. The next day, my uncle went back to the area and noticed a small patch of gravel where he had shot at this creature. The only explanation for this is that the thing dragged out the rocks from its chest and took them back with it to its den, in order to use these rocks to somehow patch itself up. As of now, my uncle has since been suspended from his job for misconduct due to firing his weapon without authorization while on duty. He claims he saw a skinwalker, and I believe him, especially after what happened in New Mexico. Even if there isn't much we can do about it now, they're practically extinct. If you read this, please help us by getting rid of all these things before everybody starts trying to go out and find these things themselves. The world needs much less of these creatures, not more of them. This evening, I'm going to be telling you about a sighting that I had back in July while working the night shift. It was just me and my partner that night. We were going around the highway right around 11 p.m. But as it turns out, our second call came in the day, right around 10:40 p.m. In Ohio State Highway Patrol jurisdiction, there is no set speed limits on any roads except the turnpike and a few other select highways. So, when we get calls to investigate speeders, we have to find probable causes that somebody is going above the posted speed limit. Now, it was about 10:45, and I see a car passing from behind at seemingly high speeds. I didn't think much of it at first, but when I noticed the brake lights turning on and off, at first I thought somebody was just messing around, but then it became apparent this guy was trying to warn me. I turned on my lights and siren and immediately got behind this person. We were driving into a heavily forested area, so there were no lights, and it wasn't until I turned my spotlight on that I was able to see what he was trying to warn me about. There was a humanoid figure standing in the middle of the road. It appeared to be wearing all white, like robes, and it did not move at all, just standing still in the road. The reason I knew this person had to have seen this thing is that he too pulled over right into the closest shoulder as soon as he approached this thing. I get out of my car and shine my light onto this person, and it immediately sprints off into the trees, like some sort of wild animal, yet completely unhuman. Despite how quickly it moved, it made no noise running or running through the brush. My partner comes up behind me asking if I saw what he saw, and I responded with, "Yeah, I did," in a very uneasy tone, despite being unable to explain what it was that I had just seen. All I could think about was getting back in our car and driving away. The other officer asked me if I wanted him to go in after it, so we could at least figure out what kind of animal it might have been. But the fact that this thing wasn't making any noise while running kind of gave me the feeling that whatever was running through those woods knew exactly where it was going, which led me to believe that chasing after it would likely be trying to catch a ghost. We didn't see anything else throughout our shift, besides some drunk drivers and people purposely not wearing their seatbelts. All in all, another uneventful night besides this. I've received many strange, bizarre calls as an officer. This is one of them. The call came in as a woman, reporting to the police that she had heard and seen a large dog trying to break into her home. She sounded frantic. It told me she saw the creature trying to get in through her door several times before dialing 911. The dispatcher asked if the animal was actually inside her home. She told us no. The dispatcher asked if this thing was trying to get inside of her house. She said yes, and told the dispatcher that this was a large vicious dog, larger than any dog she'd ever seen before. This continued on for several minutes, until I finally arrived on the scene. I got out of my car and walked towards the house, flashlight in hand and ready for anything. Then I knocked on the front door. I waited several seconds and there was no response. I knocked again, still nothing. So I walked around the back of her home to see if she had gotten out another exit or entrance. I didn't want to break down her door. Maybe she wasn't in danger after all. About halfway up the driveway at the side of her house, I noticed a large missing section of fence that looked to be torn down, leading right off to the woods and the property next door. Then it occurred to me, there were also large canine tracks that led over this fence, right in the dirt leading up to the house. As I crouched down, shined my flashlight, and began trying to investigate, I saw something that will haunt me forever. Growling at me from less than 20 feet away was a snarling, wolf-like creature standing on two legs, right by the tree line, leading off into the woods. This creature lowered its head and growled, and then jumped off quickly into the darkness of the forest. I had my gun drawn and ready, and as this thing disappeared and I kept my gun focused, two men appeared on the property whom I did not recognize. They were not fellow officers. They told me they were related to the woman inside, and they both had firearms drawn, but kept them by their side. I asked them if they knew what was going on. They both looked at me like I had two heads. The one guy said, "You don't know." The second man just nodded toward the creature, whispering something. He began to tell me that this home is being attacked by a strange creature, a same creature that also attacked his daughter while he was trying to get her home from school just weeks ago. They were kind of like an unofficial band of men who were trying to track down this creature. He also informed me they had been tracking this beast for weeks, after it killed several livestock in another rural area. I began to inform him about animal control, but he said that they had already done so, and they did not believe us. And then he showed me photos of his wife's injuries after this beast tried to kill her in cold blood. That photo will stay with me. His photo was of his wife, laying on an emergency room table, fresh stitches all across her right side, face, and neck, and also needing her jaw wired shut due to nearly being bitten off by this thing. Immediately, both men's attention went right towards the woods where this creature disappeared, both drawing their firearm. The one man with the photo began shooting several times, and just then we could hear the growling. And just there, faintly beyond the light of the house in the darkness, was this creature again. I've been trying to figure out what I was looking at. Werewolves aren't real. What else could this thing be if it's not a werewolf? Was this thing possibly some kind of mutation? Or maybe some sort of lab experiment? I don't know. But it kind of vanished again in the woods, and things seemed to calm down that night. I took the names and numbers of the two gentlemen who seemed to want to help, and let me know if there's any things I could share with them to help track down this strange creature. The woman inside the house refused to speak to me or even come out and acknowledge my presence. I think she was so frightened by what had just happened. Personally, I have no explanations for any of this. I just know that it was a very, very strange call, and a very strange night. Normally, I get off work right around 10 p.m. This was at night when I saw this. I'm also going to leave my name out of this, just in case it could hurt my law enforcement credentials. I don't know what I saw, but it was some sort of canine. I was driving down an isolated road that leads to one house on the other side of the hill. I haven't seen any cars or people on this road. It's more of a way for me to get home quicker without having to go all the way around by using this nifty shortcut. But as I'm coming up the hill on my way home, something in the middle of the road catches my eye. Well, it was more so on the side of the road, trying to make its way towards the middle. Before I even have time to think about stopping or barely swerving, whatever it was already up against my car, with its front paws and claws up against the hood. This thing was huge. I slammed on my gas pedal, hoping it would get out of the way, but I began hearing this low rumbling noise, like this dog growling at me. So I got out of there fast. This thing went down on all fours from two and was now running alongside my car for a little bit before dropping back down behind me, disappearing into the darkness. Everything about this thing was huge. I can't get over it. It had massive legs and were just big. The entire body was big. Its head was huge. It had a very long snout and pointed ears. It looked kind of like a wolf, but different. The largest wolf I've ever seen. And those eyes. Its eyes were from a whole other world. They were bright red. Thanks for listening to my story. Feel free to share it if you'd like, as long as you keep my name out of it. I had just finished my shift and was on my current way home. I had stopped off at Wendy's to grab a quick bite to eat. It was right around midnight, so the drive-thru was pretty dead. As I went through the line, I saw this thing just standing there, watching me from across the parking lot. Not sure what it was, but it looked really tall and skinny, with gangly arms and legs hanging out. It gave me this very uneasy feeling, and I watched it as it turned and walked away over to some shrubbery behind one of those big light poles by the parking lot exit and entrance. I tried not to think too much of it and just drove away, There's just something about what I saw that still really spooked me. I feel very unsettled in my stomach, just thinking back to it. As I was getting home from work, I was still shaken up and could not stop thinking about what I saw. So I decided to show my son and daughter, 8 and 10, who were getting ready for bed, about what had rattled me so badly. Not that I could actually show them, but at least tell them. My kids kind of just looked at me like I was crazy, but being kids, I found they would believe me a lot more than my wife would. Then they started telling me about Slender Man, which sounds like it might be what I saw, but I don't know any of these creepypasta characters kids watch nowadays. Could you kindly give me any information on what do you think I saw? And was this paranormal or not? It's one of those nights that I can never forget. I was dispatched to a call about an erratic driver, but it sounded like the call was taken by mistake. There wasn't any description other than suspect operating vehicle erratically, so I figured it must have been for somebody else. When I got up to the area, though, there he was, the suspect himself driving down the road as if nothing had happened. I pulled out after him, trying to get his attention with my sirens and lights, but he didn't budge. Not at all until almost half a mile later when he finally moved over into the right lane, stopped on the shoulder facing me head on. He sat there in his car completely still. I got out of my car with my flashlight and shone it on him. His expression was blank, like he didn't even see me there in front of his car. I didn't want to make any sudden movements in case this guy was dangerous, but at the same time, I felt like he wasn't going to do anything because he stopped himself. So I took a few slow steps toward him, while my other hand hitched over to where my firearm was kept, just behind the small of my back inside a cross-draw holster. He still made no movement whatsoever, so I took another step forward, and then thought, this might be the only chance I get. I jumped into his vehicle through the open window, put one hand on his shoulder and another on his head. I tried to pull him out through the window, but it's like he was stuck, like he was glued there. He didn't even try to resist or anything. Then I saw it, this massive gash on the side of his chest, like something straight out of a horror movie. It was deep too, right down to the very bone. Lacerated flesh, flapping in the wind against the jagged edges of exposed ribs, as if somebody had just hacked into him with an axe. It wasn't bleeding, though. In fact, the blood seemed coagulated. It made me think, is he not human at all? There were no other injuries anywhere else on his body either, so it didn't appear to be from some kind of accident. I left the guy sitting there because he was completely unresponsive, but I couldn't find any signs of blood. There were definitely marks on his body, though they all pointed to the same thing. He had clearly been in some sort of hostile situation. I just called this in as a hit and run, left the car where it was and tried to follow it. I called in an ambulance to get him medical attention. When the ambulance showed up, they too were shocked by his state and surprised by the fact that he was not dead. Although when checking his vitals, his temperature was 70 degrees, and his blood flow seemed to not be really going much at all, meaning he had very low blood pressure, and his heartbeat was abnormally low. But he was still clearly alive, enough to operate a vehicle. Talk about disturbing. It still really bothers me when thinking back. I mean, how often does this sort of thing happen? And seeing something like that, it really just sticks with you. It's very haunting. My name is Officer T. Williamson, and I am currently an officer in a small town east of Phoenix, Arizona. My encounter involves an online report that I had read from a man who goes by the name of Ken. The report detailed how he and his family have been being harassed by what they believe to be a demon for almost 3 years now. Mr. Ken begins the report by describing the very first encounter he had with this evil entity, which occurred back in the fall of 2013 at their home in Arizona, while nobody else was around except for his wife, who at the time was taking a shower. He explains that out of nowhere, he hears her scream from upstairs, so he runs up there to see what's wrong, only to find her standing there frozen with terror, written all over her face, staring into the nothingness. When he asked her what was wrong, she described a tall, dark figure standing in the corner of their bedroom, right outside of their bathroom door. Mr. Ken claims that when he looked in the same corner, all he saw was a pitch-black void where the figure had been standing, which caused this intense feeling of dread to come over him, made him feel as if death were staring him into his very soul. He told his wife there's nothing there, led her out of the bathroom for fear of her safety, after she clearly voiced concern about going back into the room, and with it still being very present. She had a hard time even going back in there and just turning off the shower. Ken then explains how throughout the next 3 years, this entity would go on to harass the family, manifesting in just about a different form every night. Whether it be the same dark figure, or sometimes this evil-looking gnome creature with red eyes. And another time, he claims it appeared as a spirit made of pure fire. He said that although nothing ever physically happened to anybody within the house, everyone has experienced scratch marks, cuts, bruising, all over their bodies for no real reason at all happening at separate times. Ken too claims that whatever this thing is loves to stand outside the bathroom door while people are showering, and appears to be immune to things like crosses or crucifixes, or even holy water. Going deeper into the report that I read, it didn't go into too much more detail about this entity, but from what Ken did say, it sounded like this was a type of spirit that takes on the form it believes will frighten its victim the most, a shape-shifting spirit. That being said, if Ken's family has been dealing with one for almost 3 years, I would say they have done very well in keeping whatever this thing was harassing them away from harming anybody. I'm not sure why this thing chose to show itself now after all these years, but maybe something happened recently to make it think attacking them might be possible. And it also makes me wonder whether or not whoever wrote this report actually recorded everything their demon did throughout all the years, and left that stuff out when writing about it, just in case anybody reading it deciding to call them out on their story. I don't think what Ken has been experiencing was either a demon or a Bogart, but an entity that he and his family unintentionally invoked by possibly playing around with some kind of occult paraphernalia, which caused a ritualistic nightmare spirit to cross over from the spirit realm into their home, which they then failed to send back. If this really did go on for 3 years straight, I would say whatever is going on with their house definitely falls under the paranormal category, instead of something rational, like waking up at night and scratching yourself with your eyes still closed because you were dreaming about scratching yourself, when in reality, you were just moving around in your sleep due to maybe a medical condition or maybe even suffering from sleep paralysis. Sometimes, you just have to take people who claim they are being harassed by something invisible with a grain of salt. I mean, even if it is real, there might just be some sort of logical explanation of what's going on that they possibly haven't thought of yet. I was on shift at the county jail and had just gotten off of a patrol shift. My shift was supposed to end at 10, but I did not get off until midnight due to some court hearings that had just gotten out. I figured that I would have to go get something to eat and then hit the showers before going home, since it wasn't worth trying to sleep in a dirty uniform. When everything is said and done, I head down to the lobby so I can clock out and leave after grabbing something quick to eat. There's this big glass window right behind where they make you sign in, so if there's any issue or if we need an update when the day guys are coming in on shift, you can see all over the front desk through said window. I was about halfway through the lobby, my food already paid for and trying to pick up out on something, when I noticed something off in the corner window by the lockers where all of our gear is stored during shift changes. There's this big steel cabinet back there, and is usually locked up pretty good, but is also sort of old. You you can tell if somebody has opened it. It sticks a tiny bit at the hinges. Now, I've did more than my fair share of gear over my short career at this point, so I already know what's supposed to be in that closet, just by looking at it. There's 2 desks, backpacks, tactical vests, and even rifles on occasion. Well, when I saw the cabinet open, and the guns were over there, instead of over here where they should have been, I got a little concerned. The guys at the front desk heard me asking, who was in the locker room? One of them came out to see what was wrong. He checked it out, completely confused by what he knew for a fact that nobody had come in since us day guys started clocking out at this time. We closed up shop, decided to head back down until we could figure things out. I would later find out that my other officers had seen a police officer they did not recognize in there moving things around, which later we would know as the Ghost. But luckily enough, my gun was still in its case, sitting on top of my locker, so if nothing else, nothing was missing for me, personally, which is a huge relief considering each gun gets locked up with its own special key, and there's only like 6 of those in the entire station. I was talking to one of the guys at the front desk about what I'd seen, the ghost, the apparition, but he did not remember anybody coming through for a while, so he went back down together to talk to the night watchman after all this happened. I guess he too has seen this apparition as well. It will come in and move things around, everything from paperwork to equipment. And this is coming from somebody who doesn't believe in ghosts at all, but there's definitely something here. Now, our county jail is pretty small, maybe around 40 cells if I had to guess, but it also has an upper level that houses some offices, and the conference room along with holding cells where you could put somebody before transfer, or just until their court date. The lower floor houses 2 large interview rooms, 6 normal cell blocks, an infirmary that doubles as a psychiatric unit, and then our holding area for everybody else that needs to stay the night. I had gone up there with our main dispatcher and her assistant after talking to the guys at the front desk. Every single door was locked like they should have been, aside from one solitary cell that houses an older woman who'd been picked up for public intoxication just earlier that evening. That just made no sense whatsoever. Of course, unless she escaped. And I have no idea because it would take quite a struggle to break out of those doors, since we're talking about solid steel. The cells also have 2 deadbolts on top, both being locked, so you have to do 3 things prior to breaking through all of them, which is nearly impossible if unarmed or alone, unless you can pick locks. The cops that were there at the time had gone through just about every inch of this place, coming up with virtually nothing, which is extremely strange. We're a very small team, and we could usually get a pretty good bead on these things before it gets too far. It was only the 3 of us after all, and we made sure to check out everything together in case something or somebody had slipped by. We even went over our entire walkie-talkie system, just to make sure there was nothing going on. But we were also noticing we were having a lot of static issues, which is very unusual. The air felt very electric-y. Lots of magneticism in the air. Again, very unusual. And from the watchman, he always explained how the air would seem to change every time he would see this thing on the cameras. This officer ghost. But after searching for what seemed like hours, we decided to head back down and see if maybe something else had popped up, or perhaps there'd be some kind of clue lying around, somewhere, that could explain all of this without having to call in everybody else just yet. It seemed that maybe this was an inside job. I'm also trying to think rationally here and not immediately go to ghosts. The only people who had access to that room were either on shift or had clocked out at this point. But it doesn't explain why somebody would take or move our stuff and then not bother using it for whatever they wanted to do with it. I don't know if you've ever worked with law enforcement before, but having guns missing is a really bad thing. If they fell into the wrong hands, there's literally nothing stopping them from being used against anybody, including our other officers. Our vests are also equipped with Kevlar plates, despite how light they may be, so those could seriously injure or even kill somebody, which again is an extreme risk, since most of us carry them around everywhere we go. I tried talking to the watchman again, who didn't remember anybody else coming in, but informed me that on camera, he saw the figure multiple times this evening. I just couldn't buy it though. If you know anything about our tiny town, you might know we don't have a ton going on, especially at night, which is why most people end up getting bored and find crime to commit. Even officers have a struggle of keeping responsibility, or they can't handle the stress that comes on with law enforcement. I hate watering the idea of this entire thing down to a silly ghost or apparition, or even acknowledging the fact that this police station is haunted. But maybe it's time to open my mind. The night watchman, a good friend of mine, is a no-nonsense kind of guy. He wouldn't make this stuff up. I don't know if he really believes in ghosts, but he's definitely seeing something on the cameras that isn't quite human. I have family in law enforcement, and I found these old archive files. Well, my grandfather did, because he has access to documents, and this is an old printout of something that I found very interesting, so I thought I would share it with you. Here you go. May 22nd, 1984. Officer LG was patrolling the area around a local park during the night shift. At approximately 1:25 a.m., the officer reported veering off course to investigate flashing lights in an adjacent wooded section of the city, spotting several bright lights slowly hovering along the tree line. As he drove closer to investigate, his vehicle reportedly lost power and stalled as he approached an object described as having a dark body with many bright lights which hovered silently above him, roughly 300 feet. The object allegedly reeled out some type of thin black cord which struck and wrapped around his police car as it backed away from him, taking off into the air and disappearing into darkness. Officer LG wrote his account of the event on May 24, 1984. The following day, he reported the incident to command, who denied anything had happened and insisted that his vehicle was in perfect working order. Officer LG's police cruiser was inspected by technicians at the city garage, who found nothing wrong with it mechanically. No evidence of alterations or unusual damage were made. Note after inspection. No support for Officer LG's claim would come from local authorities until 3 months later, when another officer, AF, called into dispatch reporting a very similar object near the same park, along with reports of several other officers who had also spotted all lights descending toward a tree line, then vanishing without explanation. Thereafter, Officer AF, Officer LG, was reportedly ridiculed by command to stop spreading rumors, ultimately being permanently dismissed from duty. The officer involved in this story goes by the name of Officer Michael Frankton, currently stationed at the 14th Precinct. So, one night, about 2 months ago, he was sent to investigate a call of an animal trying to break into a house on the west side of town. The caller reported that they were not sure what it was, and that it looked like some sort of large skeletal animal. When he got there and searched around the perimeter, he found no tracks or trace or evidence that would suggest any person or animal had actually come close to entering or tearing into the property. After entering into the home, which seemed completely normal, everything was closed up and locked, as if nobody was there. He even searched all around inside, just to make sure nothing had gotten in. He exited the house and walked around to check the perimeter again before his radio started going off, notifying him that the officers had arrived on the east side of property, where he would be able to help them with an animal control call. When he approached them, he told them that there was this large creature that looked like it might have been injured, hence the skeleton exposure, and that this animal had possibly escaped and was injured, and now darting all over the property. They brought Officer F back around to where the animal was initially sighted. Right up ahead of them was what they could best describe as something straight out of hell itself. It seemed almost like a hulking mass of rotting flesh and bone, and had this terrible odor of rotting meat and death. In the officer's words himself, he said that this thing looked like a real-life horror movie prop from an undead movie, but was actually moving around. It had long arms and massive claws at the end of each finger. It was staring into their eyes with an abnormally large mouth split open, as if it was not trying to bare any of its teeth at all. The officers all fled the scene, while this being began running alongside the cruiser, trying to keep up with them. Any other information about this night was blotted out and classified. Little is known about what happened to Michael F., or his current whereabouts, or if he is even serving still as a police officer. If you would like your own police encounter stories to be featured on this post, please use the submission form available. We look forward to hearing more stories. Folks, I know this might be hard to believe, but it's what I've gone through. I had just finished up with a traffic stop one night where all I found was an expired registration on a car, which did not match the plates, so I let them off without warning. Went back to my cruiser to call in dispatch before returning to patrol. This being said, I should have been able to see everything in front of me as clear as day, even though it was wintertime, and where all the trees had lost their leaves, so visibility shouldn't have been too much of an issue. My headlights illuminated almost anything within 100 yards or so, but sometimes things can hide in the shadows of those yards. I noticed something out of my peripheral vision. This is right as I was on the phone with dispatch. So I immediately cut off dispatch and began slowly driving towards where I saw whatever it was, thinking it was a person up to no good. But then I saw that it moved slowly and had a long, fluid stride, despite having no leaves. It seemed to blend in with the surroundings enough that you could just barely make out what it looked like. I saw a large head, 2 long ears and horns, dark, deep eye sockets that appeared almost hollow, taken up by most of my headlights' illumination by this point. I felt like Alice chasing after whatever Alice chased after into Wonderland, except without all the trippiness and trying to find an exit. Except this time, it was the one chasing after me. I sped up a bit and tried to keep it in sight, but as I got closer, it suddenly crouched down, and I lost sight of it. The more I go into detail about this experience, the deeper things get. Just know that there was no car for it to have gotten into or jump over any fence, so where did it go, whatever it was? But as soon as you stop asking questions is when they get answered, so I slowly circled around the same 100 yards again, searching for anything unusual with my high beams on full illumination. It must have been hiding from me somehow. There was nothing except a few stray cats darting behind some trash cans on the other side of the street. I jumped some bushes and parked cars. Still nothing. So, I start to just go back on duty, probably looking like a crazy officer driving around aimlessly for no reason. But that's what we do sometimes in this job. You just never know when something is going to pop out. So better to be safe than sorry. I'm about halfway down the block towards my car, when suddenly, up ahead of me, which is now being obstructed by tall grass, I see it again. It had been crouched down again, but its head was now tilted upward at an angle directly towards me, and its mouth was wide open. There were no teeth visible that I could recall, and it did not appear to be making any sounds. It would only remain in that position for a few seconds. Then, it would slowly move from side to side before standing back up on its 2 legs. It was at least 10 yards away from me, so I did the sensible thing, which was to get back into my car, lock the doors. But it just stood there looking at me for a few seconds, until going back behind some other parked cars, trying to keep out of sight. I don't know what it wanted with me, but if you have watched any cop show or horror movie ever, you probably could have guessed what happened next. I got out of my vehicle, drew my firearm. I'm smart enough to realize that shooting them never works anyway. But as I was about to approach the spot where it had been standing, it suddenly appeared in front of me, stopped and stared at me. And dang it, this thing was fast. It did not make any noise, but its wide open gaping mouth, which now I could see contained what looked like rows of jagged teeth, glistening with drool. Then it runs away from me again. I follow right behind it. At this point, I just really wanted to know what this thing was, so forget being scared. I probably should have just gone back into my car for that hour or two remaining of my shift, but there's a reason why they call that being stupid. Anyway, so I'm chasing after whatever it was, and I'm running pretty fast, but not jumping over anything. This thing was fast, like Usain Bolt fast. It did not even run in a straight line when it ran away from me. It would just kind of weave in and out of any obstacle in front of it, which consistently mostly of parked cars or trash at the time. But when you move so much while trying to evade capture, eventually you're going to fall down. Your legs can only take you so far before they get tired. That's what I think happened to this thing. It seemed to collapse on something that was invisible in my headlights, and then pulls itself back up, which I'm not sure if it tripped or why it collapsed. Maybe it was feigning death, I don't know. But as soon as it pulled itself back up, it runs into a nearby backyard, which made sense. I mean, all the streets had been blocked off at this point. So I'm going chasing after it, through the same gate that is still wide open in the fence. And to my horror, I see another similar creature on my left, staring right at me, like an idiot, while not making any noise. It too was crouched down, like something out of a prehistoric paleo-zoo exhibit. Its mouth agape, but I couldn't see any teeth, and I couldn't help but notice that this one had very large eyes, much larger than the other one, almost like a child or a baby compared to an adult. And then another creature just took off running while I was still trying to figure out if this creature was real or not, or was I simply running after a nightmare. And then a smaller one jumps right in front of me. Out of reaction, I shoot this one point blank in the chest several times, which my gun did not even seem to faze it. It kept on running towards me, and I panicked at this point, despite my training. I'm now thinking that this is some kind of demon. I did not even bother shooting at it again. The first few shots seemed to have no effect, so instead of wasting bullets, I pulled out my taser and tased whatever it was, expecting it to fall over. But it did not even react. The taser did nothing. Unsure of what to do at this point, I do the only thing I know I can do. Run. This creature and the other two gave chase, following quickly behind each other. I made it back to my cruiser and flew out of there. And since this night, I have never seen or dealt with such a creature, but I believe that this was something that had come from deep in the pits of hell. And I know these things are very real. I'm 52 and have lived in the US now for 12 years. Forgive me if my English isn't the best. It's not my first language. I lived in Puerto Rico most of my life, and even served as law enforcement there for about 8 years. I know what I saw, so here goes. I remember it being a Sunday night, a couple days before the arrival of Hurricane Maria to the island. I was patrolling my tour alone. Everybody else was sent home early, due to the approaching hurricane conditions. The weather that night wasn't anything special, just very cloudy with some rain. I had heard on multiple occasions about chupacabra sightings in Puerto Rico, especially around the rainforest, which is right where I was during that time. One elderly neighbor lady said she had actually encountered one when she stayed late at work one night, apparently running out of gas. She claimed it looked like a small person with spikes all down its back, red glowing eyes, and large fangs. She said it chased after her, and she had to get into her car and try to get away, even though she just barely had enough gas to do it. Just a fair warning, what I'm about to describe isn't pleasant, so be warned. It was around 1:30 a.m., and I just passed a local river when a thing walked right by the road. It actually popped its head up. It didn't even try to hide or anything. At first glance, I didn't know what it was, and I thought maybe it was a small animal. But as soon as it fully turned and looked into my headlights and hissed, you could see what it was. Chupacabra. Very skinny, spines down its back, large red eyes, very pale skin and sharp teeth and fangs. It was the red eyes, though, that ultimately gave him away before I saw the rest of his body. Those eyes are so bright, they could pierce the darkness of the night, even through my headlights. This might sound silly to you, but at that point, I froze and felt something was wrong. Especially when he hissed at me, like some kind of rabid wild animal. Also, it's important to know that most Puerto Rican people are very religious. So if somebody is walking around out there and they see this thing, chances are they're going to think it's a demon or something from the realm of hell. There was no doubt about it in my mind that night that what I was seeing was a chupacabra. He disappeared soon after. This has been one of the most frightening experiences I've ever had on the job, and I've never seen or heard of such a thing here on American soil. Thank you for taking the time to read. New York State is known for some pretty crazy things, from alligators in basements to criminals hiding behind trees. But I've had some pretty strange run-ins myself. I'll be telling you about my most interesting encounter yet. About a year ago, while on duty at a local town overnight for training, myself and another officer were dispatched to a local residence for a report of an elderly woman who went missing while hiking with her dog out on her own property. She was sitting on roughly 80 acres of land and couldn't have gotten far. The person reporting was her son. He said that she hadn't been there since later that afternoon, when she set out with the dog towards the edge of the property, right near the swamp area by their house. It would have been odd to just send 2 officers on such a call, but due to our small force size, we were using 1 car on solo nights to provide better coverage across town. Upon arriving on scene, we met with the son who led us down where his mother was last seen. He told us he found her phone by their mailbox, which appeared that she had talked to her son for a little while, but after setting out, had mentioned something about going towards the swamp, as there were some wildflowers that had bloomed this time of year. This is why we had been dispatched as well. It also seemed like a good spot for bears, so we had to evaluate all the potential dangers. However, knowing how well populated our area was, not everybody always carried bear spray, but we did, so we could cover more ground efficiently, and also ensure safely if we came across any potentially dangerous wildlife. We walked for about 30 minutes, following the path around to where I thought she may have gone towards. However, after walking for a little while longer, nothing turned up. We then decided to double pack and try walking along another path that branched off one of the ones we were walking on to see if that would turn up anything. Any evidence at all that she had been here. While walking down this other path at first, it seemed like there was nothing out of the ordinary. But again, no sign of her dog or any tracks leading to the brush, either finishing or somewhere else. This is when I began getting nervous, because between myself and my partner, we could not find her or find any traces of her. Something must have happened to her since she left home earlier in the afternoon. As we kept going further and further, we began hearing odd noises in the distance. While I felt that we were safe at first, we both came to a sudden stop. These sounds were like nothing I've heard before, at least not on this side of the country. But it did not sound like any animal or person. I could not identify it. "Did you hear that?" my partner had said to me, as he looked towards the source of the howl. At this point, my heart was racing out of fear and curiosity, wanting more than anything for this night to end and for us to get back safely. I told him yes, as my hands began to tremble slightly from both nervousness and adrenaline. The hair on my arms were standing and raising. I felt goosebumps beginning to form. We then slowly began moving towards where the howl had come from. Both myself and my partner keeping our flashlights out, just in case whatever made that noise was anything dangerous. We walked for another minute or so until we got closer and closer. Still no sign of any dog tracks or even footprints. Nothing leading up to this noise or away from it. My heart began pounding out of my chest when we came within about 30 feet of the origin of the sound, which had stopped by now after hearing us get closer. And then suddenly, without warning, an odd orb-like light appeared not too far above our heads, making us feel instantly nauseous. "What is that?" I remember saying, as I raised my flashlight to see what it was. But then just as quickly as it appeared, it vanished. My partner and myself both looked towards where the light disappeared, after hearing a rustle from behind us, not too far away from where we were standing up until now. He whispered that we needed to get out of here. This wasn't right. But his voice was quivered, which was strange and caught my attention. And this was a partner who was always very calm, no matter how scary or dangerous the situation was. We had been working together for years. However, this time he sounded scared, almost as if something else was out there, other than us. We began walking back towards where we came from for a while I kept my light out in front of me, just to make sure nothing was going to jump out. All the while, we had been hearing strange sounds that sometimes sounded like a human, but not fully, at least not having the cadence of a person. It was more animalistic. He would ask me again if I heard that, and I told him yes. He was getting more and more scared, even though his exterior was seemingly calm. We slowly started walking back towards where we came from, where the sounds became louder and louder. This made it difficult to continue without completely freaking out on one another. Then, out of nowhere, the one sound that instantly made me stop in my tracks was the sound of some kind of human or cry from not too far away. He whispered, "Shh," to me, as he looked at me with his eyes, almost piercing right through mine. Well, I couldn't tell what it was. Something compelled me to move forward so we could see what was making these strange sounds around us, which led us here in the first place. "Wait, no, come back. We shouldn't be going out this far," he had explained to me. But even though he seemed very insistent about us going back the way we came from, I couldn't bring myself to stay quiet and just go while we could still hear all these strange noises where we were. So while he was busy whispering to me about how we should leave, I began walking towards where it sounded like this noise was coming from, which only made him try and stop me even more. We both proceeded to go deeper into the woods. But the sound of whatever we had heard was now gone, and it was silence. In fact, the night itself was now silent. The crickets, all nightlife, had gone completely dead. But the inside of my mind was going crazy, trying to figure out what was going on. What were those strange cries and noises? What were the bright lights that appeared overhead? But here's one of the strange parts. At some point, him and I lost each other, which I don't know how it's even possible because we were walking within 5 to 10 feet of one another. I hear him whispering into his radio, trying to contact me, but our radio communication was very fizzy, and somehow we had gotten separated. "Joe, come in. Joe, are you out there?" He kept saying over and over again, as I could hear what he was saying, as if he was standing right next to me, even though we couldn't see each other at all. And as we're struggling in this disarray of a mess, this extremely bright white light shines from the sky as if an asteroid had exploded up in the atmosphere, lighting up the entire night sky, enveloping me, and I assume my partner, in this white consuming light. And the next thing you know, we're back at the front of the property, and it's morning time, with the sun rising, and the mom is sitting on her front porch with her dog, drinking coffee. She sees us and is immediately surprised. Me and my partner are kind of looking at each other, freaking out, trying to mentally comprehend everything and anything that has just happened, feeling ourselves in our own heads and bodies, making sure we're not dead or dreaming. "What just happened?" I remember asking, when the lady comes over to us and begins asking questions like, "Where did you guys come from? Why are you here?" We began asking her questions in retort. Her name. Was she aware that she was missing? She seemed to have no knowledge of her ever missing. And when checking the date and time, It had been about 14 hours the following morning. My partner and I can both vouch for this happening. I'll spare you all the minute details, but long story short, after we had gotten separated by this very thick darkness, we were both enveloped in white light, and somehow pushed through about 14 hours of time, and also placed in the front of the property. At the time of this happening to us, it was roughly 8:36 p.m. at night, and we were no more than 3/4 of a mile away from the house. The woman who had been reported missing also showed no signs of ever being hurt, or recollection she was ever missing in the first place. We did not report this, as we have no logical way to explain anything that happened to us. My name is, well, you can call me Officer Brian. I work for a mid-sized police department in the outskirts of New York City. Myself and my partner have come across what we assume was a gugway while on patrol one night after being called to a persisting issue with teenagers at an old abandoned warehouse right near the woods. The incident happened about 3 years ago now, so some of the details are foggy, but I remember for the most part exactly how it went. And my partner and I arrived at the old warehouse to be greeted by a decent-sized group of rowdy teenagers. They were apparently having some party in there, but it was pretty clear that they got freaked out when we showed up. Everybody fled. My partner insisted that we go inside to check it out, which I thought was dumb because there was no way I was going on that place. Once we became aware of the situation, we also left. Not a minute after we got onto the main road did my partner get called to another call about an incident near a small farm outside of town. Before arriving, he told me that there had been a number of missing persons cases in all the nearby area. They were all adults. When we first arrived at the farmhouse, it was clear something really wrong had gone on there. The wife of the man who lived there was crying in the arms of a paramedic, and we were told by another officer there that she had discovered her husband's remains, his mangled corpse in the barn, when she opened it up to feed their pigs. I was disgusted and confused. I couldn't figure out how something so violent could happen with anybody. After getting escorted to the barn, I couldn't believe how wrong I was. The man who lived there was a pretty big guy, in his mid-50s, and the way he looked now made me wonder if he put up a fight at all. He was badly mangled. I won't get into the details, other than his spine sticking out and his head twisted around. I had a difficult time getting a hold of myself while trying to talk to the wife of this man, who was mutilated right there. After prying with some questions, she eventually revealed that her husband went to check out on some pigs earlier in the night, but never came back. I wondered if he was taken or eaten by his pigs, since they were acting very strange. I knew deep down, though, that this wasn't done from a pig. This was from something else. I asked her what made her go out there, and she said it was because she heard snarling noises, and it sounded very out of place. Her husband had not come back either. She went on to say that she had heard these sounds before, but never paid much attention to them, that she had been hearing them a few days prior to this going on. I took her inside after convincing her I was sure everything would be fine. Meanwhile, my partner stayed behind with the other officers and assessed the scene, while also having a look around the area for anybody or anything that could have had a connection or cause to this incident. One thing that really bothered me was that none of the other officers seemed to be concerned with the noises that I had heard. They didn't think it was connected to the man's death, but I knew better than anybody how violent and strange this was. I couldn't shake off what his wife had said about hearing those noises. This was the only thing I needed to keep looking into this. No one believed me. They said I was too new and didn't really know what I was doing. I'm still extremely disturbed by this whole incident. If you have any information on what happened, or think you might know, I would love to hear your opinion. Greetings. I hate to be a bother, but I have a story to tell. Please, do not think my mind is going from the many stories you all hear. Bear with me that this is very hard for me to do. although I believe it needs to be said. Last summer, on July 4th, 2017, around 10 p.m. at night, I was driving home from my family cookout late at night. I was also off duty. It was about 11 p.m. near the swamps by this point, and I live in Gulfport, Mississippi. What I saw, a figure up ahead on the side of the road, caught my attention. As I got closer, what I thought was a normal man, I soon realized that this was not the case. It stood over 8 feet tall, long legs and arms that reached down below its knees. It had dark scales all over its body, but most notable were its hands, which hosted 4 fingers, each with long claws. The most bizarre thing, though, was its head, which appeared more like an iguana or a dinosaur than a human being. Upon seeing this strange creature, I slammed on my brakes in total shock, not knowing what to make of what I was looking at. It didn't take long, though, before it became aware of my presence, as it quickly turned its head, looking directly at me, glowing yellow eyes, and some sort of light that seemed to emit from within its skull. It then began walking towards my vehicle, as if trying to scare me or intimidate me to leave. In a panic, I reached for my gun, which was on the seat next to me, quickly aiming it at the creature's head, not knowing if shooting this thing would kill it or not, but wanting to stop whatever this thing was, in hopes it would just leave. As soon as I took aim, this thing let out a nasty growl and came rushing at me with great speed. Seeing this thing moving so quick, I was overwhelmed with fear, slamming my foot on the gas as fast as I could. The last thing I remember is seeing in my rearview mirror if it was going to give chase, but instead it just turned around and kept going back into the marsh. I don't know how long it took me to get home that night, but all I knew is at the time, whatever the creature was, Satan himself couldn't have been any more evil looking. I went home immediately after, told my family what had happened. Of course, my wife, they didn't believe a word of it. There were no tracks or anything else to prove the encounter ever happened. However, about a week went by, and I could swear I smelt that same deathly stench coming from the swamps when I drove by again, but no sign of it, so I just dismissed it all, thinking it was a trick being played by my mind. I've watched a couple of your encounters on your YouTube, hoping to find any proof of anything that might explain what happened to me that night, but after a while, you just learn to let it go, until this past spring, when one of our own deputies told me he had an encounter with one of these creatures in the swamps, himself, back in 2015. He said that he had seen something covered in mud, running through the brush, trying to hide, only then to turn its head at him before turning around and disappearing into thin air. He also said that shortly after seeing whatever this thing was, his cruiser's engine gave out along with metal bending, and that he had to have the thing towed back into town. I don't know if there's any truth to what we saw, but I'm not taking my chances, and will pray every night before going to sleep for the Lord and Savior to keep me safe from whatever we might have encountered out there in those swamps. I was a beat officer for a small town in northern New Jersey. The chief of police at the time was a guy well known to me and my brothers on the force as Mr. Paranoid himself. One night, I responded to a call from dispatch that there had been reports of screaming from the woods near Greenwood Lake. I arrived at the location and didn't see anything, but a foul smell hung in the air. It smelled like blood and wet dog and iron. I entered the woods on foot with my flashlight, ready to catch any pranksters or anybody who was fooling around, listening intently for any sign of life as I made my way deeper in the woods. Something suddenly darted out from a clump of trees to my right, tearing off into the woods. I chased after them, or it, as best I could, but there's no way I could ever catch up to them. A few weeks later, a young boy had gone missing from his family's campsite around the same location. The search party had come up empty-handed, but I knew that area was where I had seen whatever it was that night, what I assumed was a large animal. The chief of police during an investigation took me aside and told me not to talk about what I saw around town, He stated that he didn't want to cause panic in the small town, so he never reported his encounter or description of what happened at Greenwood. We weren't able to find any missing persons matching the description. We're also unable to find the location of where this other officer believed that he himself saw a werewolf. I did see one, though, claiming to be an unnamed officer who have also been on the search party for the missing boy, but they have since been let go. April 2008. At the time, I was an officer with the City of the Moore Police Department. It was around 11, and my partner and I were patrolling near the area around Northwest 19th Street, responding to several calls of screams in an abandoned meat packaging plant. This plant had closed down about 20 years earlier. We never found anything, but thought it could have just been teenagers trying to get in trouble. After we investigated all around the plant, not finding anything, we headed back, getting ready to close up the investigation. As we're walking back up, we noticed something large moving behind a chain link fence. Pulling on our flashlights, pointing it toward where we saw movement. That's when we saw it. It jumped off one of the walls on top of the buildings, crouching down, looking at us. It did not look like any animal known here on Earth. It had dark grayish skin with large black eyes, small fangs sticking out of its mouth, and this white hair running down its jawline, with muscular arms almost touching the ground. It looked like a cross between a bat and a human, and it quickly turned, jumping off the building onto another, running across it and disappearing over a large stack of old wooden planks. My partner looked at me like I was crazy when I told him what I saw. He said it couldn't be real, and that I was pranking him. But when we got back in our cars, ready to leave, we noticed there was also a small hole in the fencing where something had apparently tried to dig into the ground underneath. And as we drove out there, my partner just seemed to get lost somewhere between his thoughts and fear while looking to me for answers. We searched the perimeter and the surrounding area more, but finding nothing ultimately, continuing on with our shift. After we were off duty, we went to O'Malley's Bar and Grill, about an hour away, near Norman, Oklahoma, and we had a few drinks. Not sure if it was the liquor speaking, but as we talked more after a few beers, he admitted that he had saw the same thing to me just before I called him over to help. He tells me that it reminded him of this vampire entity that would visit him as a child every night and terrify him. He claims it would jump from his closet into his bedroom, growl at him, threaten to hurt him and his family. He then describes the same look we saw that night at the plant, the dark gray skin and fangs, but he still denies that this thing was real, and that did it even exist. When we finished up our beers, we went back to Moore and started our normal routine. This is something that will always stick with me. May of 1985. We were dispatched to a rural area of Placer County, California, investigating some possible dog or livestock killings. The crime was that the owners found their dogs dead in the backyard, and one of their goats was taken from the pen and killed, pulled apart, like a piece of chicken. What was strange about this is that any animal abducting goats or hens would generally eat on them, not take their prey and pull them apart and leave the body. When we got there at first, we saw nothing, but when we began to walk around by our cars, we could hear something breathing pretty heavily, like it was running and getting closer. So we walked around some more, and could see what looked like a little person hiding behind two trees just about 50 yards out, looking at us. My partner actually recognized it at first, that it looked like a human face, or maybe a child, but with glowing eyes, crouching down and covered in hair. Then it crouched down to all fours and ran away into another tree. I was already shooting at it with my 9mm. It did not move like a human, but like that of an animal. That is when it came out of the tree and was on top of me. The rest of the incident is kind of blurry. However, I do know that nobody could find the bullet casings or even see what I had been firing my weapon. I then took them to where the creature was standing when it ran across the road. They still could find nothing. The people who worked on the case were stunned by what happened. One man said he would later go back there again if need be. He also claimed that he had been feeling something evil in the area for a while now. Take that as far as you want. Later on down the road, we also found some dead cattle in another part of the county. We were told by the owner that he had been having problems with some cattle mutilations and thought this something that I had shot at was also killing his livestock. I know it was not the same thing because the killings were different. Another man who we spoke to had said that this goat that was killed had its stomach completely ripped open, and just like the others, left there to rot. My report and statement was only taken so far, with this creature having jumped on top of me. I'm surprised it did not kill me, but it did give me some pretty severe trauma that I have to live with. I can tell you that whatever this thing was not a normal human or an animal. This was something else altogether. Maybe an unknown species of some kind. Something that science probably will deny. My partner and I first heard these stories from a coworker who overheard another officer talking about it. We thought and were convinced they were making the whole thing up. But one night, me and my partner decided to drive around the park to see if we can find anything weird for ourselves. We head down this lone dirt road, tall grass on either side, and suddenly 3 deer burst out in the dark to our right. Our headlights caught them moving just as they ran into the trees on the left. So naturally, we could tell they were being chased by something. We turned off the headlights and began moving very slowly, keeping an eye out for anything big. We drove slowly, more and more down this winding road, until finally, something came in view in front of us. It looked like a large hairy man crouched over, and as soon as it came out, you could just see its silhouette against the cold night sky. Since it was so dark, I couldn't see much, but the thing kind of turned around and began moving in our direction, and then moved away. As soon as my partner and I saw it, we got this really weird feeling, like something terrible was about to happen. So we quickly turned our headlights on. By that point, it was already gone. We pulled out of there, left pretty quickly. I don't even want to acknowledge what that could have been. I don't think I'm ready to accept that reality just yet. Lately, I've been seeing a lot more stories on Reddit about Yowie sightings and encounters. So, I myself was driving home one evening and saw something that disturbed me to my core. Myself and 2 fellow officers were driving down this country road towards the station. It was maybe right about 1 a.m, after a very long shift. The roads can be pretty dangerous sometimes, and we're always on high alert for anything out of the ordinary. We spotted something up ahead, near an old abandoned building, so we slowed down to see what it was. It was the movement that caught our eye. As we got closer, I realized it was not any animal we'd ever seen. It was tall, bipedal, hairy, with big eyes, and had claws like a bear, but it clearly was not a bear. But like a bear, it also stood upright. It was just standing there looking right at us. It did not have any clothes on either, so I was pretty rattled. We pulled up about several hundred feet away, stopped to get a better look at it. We knew this wasn't one of the new aliens they're always talking about. This was something else. Though I will admit, we're all fairly seasoned officers. This thing really spooked us. Enough that one of my fellow officers turned around right then, drove off without saying anything to me or my other friend. He must have had his reasons that he took off while we were still in the process of trying to find out what happened. This thing began making strange sounds. We tried to get a closer look, but we felt too afraid to get closer. I feel like had we gotten out of the car and gone up the hill to where this was, whatever that thing was, it would have attacked us. Was it a Yowie? It just had this sort of dangerous demeanor about it, so we decided to leave it instead. I'm kind of glad my partner took off. I think he knew something I did not back then. I know for sure now, though. Cryptids are real, and Yowie's one of them for sure. In fact, my childhood friend saw another one years ago in the forest near his home, once we were young teenagers. He's been trying to convince me ever since that all those other stories we've heard are probably true. I guess we know that he was right about at least some of them. I don't know what's going on, but I'm glad to see there are others out there like me and my friend who believe in these creatures and are not afraid to speak out about it. It's time we get the word out that they are real. People need to recognize this kind of thing is happening every day all around us, even if most people can't see it or just simply refuse to accept it. That and stop perpetuating the stories and rumors about Sasquatch and Bigfoot being demons or something. We know better than that by now, right? Hancock County, Mississippi. Law enforcement officials have received reports of a large bipedal creature in the vicinity of the Stennis Space Center. A young officer was one of the several to encounter this unknown animal that is believed to be Bigfoot. The police officer's submitted report reads as follows. A huge creature on 2 legs, running faster than any human I've ever seen. I don't know what it was, but all I could think about was getting out of there without my gun drawn. The officer had completed his night shift at roughly 11:30 p.m., had gone home with his girlfriend, who had picked him up for the drive home. After dropping her off, he began driving north on Highway 607 toward Bay St. Louis when he noticed headlights of another vehicle behind him. He slowed down, allowing the vehicle to pass him, but noticed that it did not. He then noticed that it had its high beams on and motioned for this unknown vehicle that was tailgating him to turn them off via finger gesture. I started slowing down, getting over to let this person pass me, thinking I could get a look at them or their license plate number when they pulled up to my driver's side door. The officer pulled his car over onto the shoulder of Highway 607 in order to get out of the way, only to find himself face to face with a very hideous man, or so he thought. What he was actually seeing in the shoulder of the road was a Bigfoot creature. The bipedal creature walked around his patrol car while he got out into a firing stance, unholstered his firearm. The unknown creature was obviously not threatened by the officer, as it then walked into the wooded area right near Highway 607, disappearing from sight. While this officer is certain that what he encountered was a Bigfoot, he also reported an incident of having his patrol car go dead while inside the buffer zone of the Stennis Space Center at roughly 3:34 a.m. He will be filing a subsequent report to his original encounter report with this new information in it. I was off duty when this happened, but I was also in my uniform still and in a police car. I was driving to the gym, and I get a call from dispatch saying there was an officer down at the local high school where a kid had been stabbed by another student. This made me drive faster since any school violence is extremely dangerous for anybody involved. Even though I'm off shift, I feel like it's my personal duty to attend. As I'm pulling into the parking lot, which is adjacent to the football field, I see a massive black figure running along the fence line, about 15 feet off the ground. I had to do a double take. It looked like 2 legs, but then there were 4. It looked almost human, but too big. Its arms were outstretched, as if trying to climb or something, or just stretch out. It then leapt from one side of the fence to the other, effortlessly, which made no sense. It was easily 10 to 15 feet in the air. It then ran over to the top of the car, and I have no idea what or who this thing was, but it let out this strange guttural yell that made my skin crawl. I can write all of this up in my report when I get back, but I don't think they'll believe me. I figured I would submit this anyway because it's been too long and I still remember this thing vividly. As far as the time and place goes, we were down by the river at night, looking for an abandoned car with drugs inside of it. We didn't find any. So we're just cruising back home. Top lights off because it's late. And suddenly, something darts out in front of our police cruiser from the right side. So I swerve left to avoid hitting whatever it is at 50 kilometers an hour, or whatever the speed limit was at the time. Next thing I know, I've got a face full of bloodied fur and all sorts of smells, like somebody's thrown up their KFC gravy all over. Same thing over my partner who's driving. When we get out to inspect whatever it is we've hit, we're both just like, what is that? It was an awful stench. We look around and don't see anything apart from the big patch of dirt and bloodied fur or whatever. Sorry I'm not good with visual details, and bits of gore all over the road. It wasn't until recently when I began doing research for this type of stuff. At home, I found out what it could have been. A young, juvenile Bigfoot. This was a strange humanoid-looking creature. This was all that was left of it. Don't laugh, this is the only explanation we can find. The smell that it left behind was horrendous. It was the most musty, stinky stank I've ever smelt. We decided not to tell anybody. We would have been the laughingstock of the entire county. We just stuck with our story and said we hit a large dog. Nothing more ever became of it. Besides, nobody would have believed us anyway. I was riding back from a 3-day stint out in the desert with my squad. We were assigned to protect a convoy that was carrying vital supplies for our own troops. I don't know what it was exactly, but they told us if anything happened to those trucks, then the war would have been even more devastating than what it already is. I just work as an officer, not some military strategist. Anyhow, being out there in the open desert with nothing but you and your squad mate is pretty disconcerting, at least to me anyway. With all these strange sounds coming from everywhere, one can easily get scared, especially during night patrols, when everything falls deathly silent. Except it was not. As I was leading the convoy through our last night patrol, for those 3 long days without any incident or trouble from anyone, we were just about to call off the guard duty and rest up for a little bit when it happened. It was me who spotted them first, as my squad mates slept as usual. I had to take watch. They weren't exactly hard to miss with all their lights and everything, but there were 4 of them. These big, bright metallic yellow orbs that kept following us everywhere, even if we tried to hide behind the hills and other obstacles. Their position was given away easily enough. I told my team members, but they didn't believe me at first, until they saw them too. They said these things must be scouts from an opposing military force. I was not so sure, and neither were they. We did not see any other military personnel that night. These things made their way to us slowly, but we remained calm. That is, until they began glowing brighter and more intensely. It then dawned on all of us what exactly these mysterious floating orbs were. The next thing we heard was a loud screeching sound coming from one of the things, and immediately after, another one started doing the same, while 2 others remained silent. This went on for minutes before they suddenly sped off towards our base, which sat miles away from where we currently are. We did not know if whatever gave them such bright light had caused damage to our camp, or worse, infiltrated it, and by the time we got there an hour later, everything seemed normal. We even questioned our commanders, and they confirmed that there was indeed a sort of strange light that came from the direction of where we were patrolling, but they did not know what it was. All I can remember is them telling us to forget about it, to get back to our homes, for we were dismissed by the higher-ups. It only took me a moment to realize what exactly those lights were before my squad mates told me that they were pulled in by their superiors, and they weren't lying. I was patrolling in my cruiser when I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. It looked like a man-sized lizard walking on 2 legs, crossing up ahead. It had shiny scales all over it, and it moved very quickly, like it was very comfortable walking on two legs without a problem. Its eyes were this fiery red color. It turned over to look at me, so I did a U-turn for it as soon as it disappeared, thinking this was just some freaking Halloween costume. And I drove around aimlessly, checking every road and nook and cranny on the path before going off about where this thing had been seen. About an hour after that, just outside of Colchester County, our cruiser got attacked by what we think was this same lizard creature. Except now, it came from behind and shattered the back glass, nearly almost got in the cruiser, had it not been knocked off the car and shot at. After this happened, weird things began happening to all the officers who experienced this. Bad nightmares, strange paranormal happenings at home. Then it became the entire police station. Everybody felt like they were under attack by some kind of demon or devil. There were only so many details to remember about these things. They kind of reminded me of gremlins or Ghostbusters, except they were so gross and reptilian looking. The only one who seemed to understand at the time was our second to the chief, Officer Schaefer. He had had personal run-ins with these things before, individually and by himself while hunting. And then other strange paranormal happenings began happening all over the police station. Even worse, things got increasingly violent, and I began fearing for my life. Even now, I feel like whatever that thing was had attached evil spirits to me and my fellow colleagues. Do you have any idea at all? I know you're just a YouTube guy, but do you have any idea at all what this could be or if this means anything? I'm just an officer who's desperate, looking for help. My nickname is Detective Mark Smith. I'm a civil servant, working in the South Carolina State Park Service Police Department. Recently, while on patrol at Santee State Park, I encountered an individual who claims to be part of the Lizard Man task force. It was approximately midnight when dispatch had sent us to investigate reports of somebody screaming from inside the park. We immediately responded. As we neared the location that dispatch had gave us for where the screams were last heard, our vehicle had malfunctioned, losing all power along with most electrical equipment. This forced us to continue on foot, following what appeared to be abandoned tire tracks leading into a heavily wooded area. The tracks appeared to belong to a mid-sized 4x4, or SUV-type vehicle. We continued on foot as the screams came from what sounded like a young child, pleading for help from something unknown. As we neared the location, suddenly, those screams were gone, and the only thing we could now hear was the sound of growling coming from whatever was out there. I remember seeing a flash of yellow eyes staring at us before whatever was out there quickly turned and ran into the night. It took about an hour to find another officer who arrived with a tow truck and managed to pull our car back out onto the road. This way, we could contact dispatch and have it towed away for repair. By now, it's 2:18 a.m., so this is when we headed back to the station. I was pissed off, tired, and half scared. As we made our way out of the park, dispatch had called us about reports of another officer down, whom I'll call Officer James. Apparently, the word was that he had been attacked by some large unknown animal, but they weren't sure if it was an animal or what. We didn't know what to make of any of it at the time, as we rushed over there to investigate more screams that were heard coming from a neighborhood close by. There were several people who were having their own encounters with this creature. We all split up into two teams, realizing that whatever was out here seemed to be extremely aggressive and very dangerous. Once again, it took us nearly an hour just to find each other due to various malfunctions with our equipment. The officers were all fine, just a little shaken up, and they described a creature that was about 8 feet tall, glowing yellow eyes and looking like a giant walking lizard. They explained how it disappeared into the woods, and we could not get close to it. But when we'd see it, and we would open fire on it, It would growl at us in sort of this demonic hell beast tone and continued to disappear. This is when we realized that whatever this was in no way normal, and we really needed to reevaluate how we were going to approach this. We managed to find our officer, who had been attacked by this lizard, and showed us several massive footprints left behind near where it got ambushed. He was seriously injured, bleeding out badly and unable to move on his own for several hours until help had arrived. This is when we first heard about all these beings linked to the lizard man sightings. These had been occurring all across the state over the years. After that night, I'm not sure how much more detail I can remember, but eventually, I ended up taking a friend of mine into Santee State Park, where he wanted me to show him something called the ritual site. He explained how there are ceremonial circles carved into certain trees and rocks, with symbolism related to the occult surrounding them. Once again, he claimed it had something to do with lizardmen, or that they have some sort of cult links. Anyway, it was hard for him trying to explain all what he had seen, but he believed that these things were coming in from demonic portals. Regardless, we made our way down into these woods to an area that looked like it might be where all the attacks were occurring, near the ritual site. And suddenly, something jumped out in front of us. It was rather large, the same height as before, and the same glowing eyes. With its hands, it clawed at my friend and tried to drag him away, which somehow knocked me unconscious in the process. I woke up several hours later to realize what had happened. Immediately went looking for my friend. I was only unconscious for maybe 2 minutes. And after that, I had spent several hours trying to find him. I looked everywhere. I searched everywhere. Areas full of creeks, rivers, and swamps. It took me a good few days before I realized I could not find him anywhere, until finally, I bumped into a park ranger, telling him exactly what had happened. He suggested that I seek out more police assistance at the Santee State Park Ranger Station. They were currently having reports of another encounter with this thing. When we finally got there, we were met by their sheriff, who explained that they had been having many sightings all around here before, that the lizard man is a very, very real thing. I consider myself a very analytical person, not easily swayed by something I see or feel. This is the reason why it took me so long to write this up, and if you read my earlier post, you would understand. This happened in October of 2017. It was right around 5 p.m. I was just doing my daily patrol through a farming community close to my station that was mostly abandoned after sunset due to trespassing, theft, and mischief. After making rounds checking empty buildings and barns with little to no activity, I headed back towards the main road, about 500 meters from where I started off at. As I got closer to the paved asphalt of the highway, there were farm fields on each side of me, as far as my eye could see. To my immediate right was a large pumpkin field that had mature pumpkins, and although the ones closer to me were ripe, I noticed some green ones on others further in the distance. I slowed down quite a bit when I saw this, so I could take a better look at them, just in case there might be someone trying to steal them. Although it was getting dark, it wasn't quite sunset yet, and as I got closer, just within the 30 meters of these pumpkins, something caught my attention. It was similar to when you catch movement out of your peripheral, but when you look over there, nothing is there. So naturally, I've been in countless situations in which I've had to defend myself or apprehend someone. I immediately slowed down, put my cruiser in park, reached for my flashlight, and grabbed the pepper spray on the passenger side. As I was reaching for these items, I noticed something very small crawling across this large rock next to the pumpkins. At first glance, it looked like a little misshapen little man. It didn't seem to have any gender or sex, nor did it appear to be an adolescent child due to its size. Before stopping, shifting into reverse and backing up, the creature apparently sensed me somehow and quickly scampered off behind the pumpkin towards a thicket of trees. The whole thing happened so fast that All I could do was put the car back into drive and proceed back to the station. When I got home, I decided to try and look online for what this might have been. Came across this subreddit. Now, months later after counseling through an officer assistance program, I feel comfortable being able to talk about it without feeling like I need somebody to watch over me 24/7. It had to have either been a gnome, a troll, or a goblin. As ridiculous as that sounds, me even admitting that they're real. I had just gotten out of the police academy within 6 months when I had my very own sighting, and still have yet to report it to my superiors. I was still in town on an early evening, on my way to meet up with some friends. I was stopped at a red light. As the orange and yellow of the sun began to vanish behind the line of the trees on the horizon, I noticed out of my driver's side window this large creature coming up alongside me. It looked like it had just crawled down from these hills and seemed to be trying to cross or travel. As we both went through this intersection, it started watching me inside my car as I drove away and stayed next to me for at least a few miles before its size made it disappear into the darkening sky. The best way that I know how to describe it is it looked like a half gargoyle, half human, black leathery skin, a long tail with the shape of a whip, with a kind of spade shape at the end. It appeared to have horns and sharp claws, but still appeared very human in nature, wearing nothing more than what appeared to be a loincloth, or possibly just a flap of black skin that was revealed when it crouched down. As you can imagine, I drove home in complete shock and disbelief, but could do nothing to get the image out of my head. This thing flew about 30 to 50 feet above ground the entire time, completely visible to anybody in eyeshot. What made things worse was that there was not another person around anywhere for miles, which meant I could not get an explanation from anybody. This thing seemed to have been watching me, as if it knew what I was thinking, where I was going. Since this encounter, many strange events have occurred, keeping me away from the location where I saw it years ago, including hearing things outside my window, seeing very bizarre things out in the woods. I tried to pick up on the trail again, after moving, but after a couple of days, things started appearing inside my house, as well as knocking on my doors and windows. It's almost frightened me away completely. It was the only thing that I knew, that these were truly evil, and needed to be stopped. I feel like they've crossed over into our dimension. They're even more monstrous than before. When I first got onto Reddit, I was hesitant about telling people what happened to me at night, but I ended up deciding that this would be the best place because I can be anonymous and fully express what I experienced. This is not a joke or fake, nor am I looking for any kind of attention, notoriety, or fame. I don't want any upvotes, none of that. I truly hope that by writing this, someone somewhere will be able to help me, and I really need it. Thank you for your time, and thank you if you were able to read all of this. Oh, and one last thing I wanted to include. I don't think this has anything to do with demons or devils. I've seen a lot of people say this online. Although it feels very similar, it is not what appears to be in any religious text to my knowledge, and certainly nothing that you would want to meet up close and personal. I hope that by posting this, maybe another fellow officer will read this and open up about some of the more sensitive things in their own life. I was partnered with a fellow officer who would always tell me these stories about how he was seeing this thing all over the place. He said he saw it by the 7-Eleven, and then again by an abandoned house that used to be a meth house. Finally, this thing had apparently followed him outside of town into the swamps and forest. I never once thought he was making any of it up, because, he's my partner. That's not his style. He's very serious. But I began to notice things along with him as well. At first, it wasn't anything major, but just odd little things that you'd see for a split second, usually when you were driving through unpopulated rural areas at nighttime. Other officers had told me that they too had been seeing something strange around their patrol zones, but were hesitant on speaking up. One night, My partner said that he was going to follow whatever it was into the forest. I was already nervous about the area of Florida because people have talked about seeing some really weird things there in the years. I tried talking him out of it, but he insisted on going anyway, so I went with him. A few blocks away from the edge of the forest, I told him to stop and park by a remote 2-story house on a street corner. He parked right next to it, cut his engine off. We sat there in silence for roughly 3 to 5 minutes, when we hear this blood-curdling roar coming from nearby in the marshes. And my partner looks behind us and screams, "Oh no," and then turns the engine back on and peels out of there like a bat out of hell. I never did find out what he saw behind us. I didn't find out until after he'd retired that he'd seen what was making those roars, and he claims it wasn't human. I hope the department never puts him in a position to have to shoot one. I could only assume they're big, tough and mean. But again, if they were anything like this one he saw, who knows how much good a gun would do, if this is maybe something like a skunk ape. I'm also willing to bet that all the strange creatures out there are smart enough to not attack him after what he must have done. That's all for now, folks, but if you want to discuss this in private, go ahead and send me a PM. I'd be more than happy and willing to discuss this. I remember this being back in 2012. I was on patrol along the Mississippi River, just outside of St. Louis. The area that I was patrolling is considered one of the most haunted areas in all the United States. We get a lot of reports from people who see things like ghosts and whatnot. So, at about 4 a.m., dispatch received a call from a frantic lady who was talking about seeing a man with glowing red eyes and huge fangs coming out of the woods towards her house. Now, this woman specifically was known to be on medications that caused paranoia and schizophrenia, so we initially thought it might have been some kind of hallucination brought on by her medication. But she sounded panicked, telling us there might actually be something going on, and so we had to check it out. We arrive at the area she called from. It's a lone gravel road leading to an old farmhouse. And as we got closer, I began getting this odd feeling, like something bad was about to happen. When we get up to the house, you could see something or somebody appearing to be huddled behind an old tree stump near some bushes. But since it was dark, you couldn't make out who or what it was until we got close. As we got close enough, I could finally see who, or rather what, it was. At first, all I saw were 2 green eyes staring back at me with an expression that seemed like terror. I couldn't exactly tell what it was, other than it wasn't human, but looked like some sort of ape or monkey. That's when it stood up, and it was easily 9 feet tall, looking like this thing could have attacked somebody and destroyed us. Its long brown hair kind of flung off its body, and it had pointed ears on top of its head. But what really caught me off guard, initially, besides its face hiding behind the stump, was its long snout and large fangs. I thought this might have been some sort of rabid bear or something, but I have never been filled with so much terror before in my life. This thing jumps up in the tree instantly and then leaps back toward us, in a pouncing motion swiping one of its claws. A second one of these creatures steps out of the woods right by where the first one attacked, and begins to run towards us. My partner and I fire a couple shots at these things, running back to our vehicle, as these things gave chase while darting off back into the swamps. We had to go get backup, and we realized that this situation wasn't safe. This was not the last time that we encountered what we like to call the wolves of the Everglades. In fact, there's a much longer version which I'll probably share with you in a separate email. But for now, I don't think these creatures are innocent. I believe that this woman was not just on her medication. These things were truly trying to break into her house, and who knows what they would have done to her had they got in. It's been several years now since this happened, but sometimes I find myself thinking back to this night and wondering, what did I see? So, a little bit about me first. This was back right when I was 17, right before I was about to take on my senior year of high school. I think it was at the very beginning of September, and I was starting school the next week. I can't remember exactly though, but what I can remember is that I was sitting on my bed watching Netflix, kind of just zoning out, checking my phone periodically for new messages. My door is directly to my left, which would lead down the hallway. To my right is a single window. Now, this single window looks out my entire backyard and into the woods beyond that. My family didn't live in town. We kind of lived out a little ways, but not so far out in the woods that you couldn't do or see anything. I'd say we're probably no more than 10 or 12 minutes away from town. And the entire area beyond our house was just woods. For the record, I have no idea how many acres there are, or how large these woods are. I just know that it was simply woods. And we moved into this house right before I started middle school, back when I was probably about 13. I never played in them, I never dealt with them. I'm not much of a woods guy. Video games were always more my jam, so that's where my focus kind of lied. So anyway, I'm sitting there zoned out in Netflix, and I remember I had my window open. My room has a tendency to get very stuffy very quickly, so I had this wonderful cool early fall breeze coming in, and I swore I saw movement off to my right. So I turned my head, and I could have sworn that just for a second, I saw something white moving off in the distance. But when I turned and looked, I didn't see anything. So I kind of just nonchalantly shrugged my shoulders and went back to watching Netflix, checking my phone, doing what teenagers do. Now, a little bit of time had passed. I couldn't tell you exactly how long. But I saw movement again, and it caught my eye. You know how when you see something move out of your peripheral vision, you just automatically react and look in that direction? That's what this was. I didn't have to think about it. So I turned and looked, and I did see something. Something large and white crawling on the ground. So I remember thinking to myself, what the? As I sat up from my bed and walked over to my window to try and get a better look at what I had seen. Again, I'm peering at my window. It's a dark night, but there is a moon out. It's not a full moon, but enough moonlight that I can kind of make out what's going on around me. I can't see where this white figure, or whatever it was that disappeared to. I figured maybe it was just the neighbor's dog or something, but after looking for a moment or two and scanning, I didn't see anything. And then, right as I'm about to turn around and go back to Netflix, this thing kind of climbs up over the hill. At the very back side of the land, there's almost this dip down that goes right into the woods. If you were to sit in this dip, you couldn't be seen from where my window is. But if you come up over it, then I could see you. And this thing had somehow crawled down into that dip, making itself invisible. Once it crawled up over, I could see it a lot better, and I was simply horrified by what I saw. It looked like a person, but their limbs and arms and legs were all bent and broken, and they were naked and very, very pale, crawling around on all fours. Their movement was kind of sporadic, and it's like they were skittering like a spider would, and they were moving very quickly. They weren't coming in my direction, but more so kind of moving along the tree line, heading north. I didn't get a good look at the face, but I could see the head shape was just like a person. It did not seem to pay any attention towards me or my house, or even anything in my direction. If I had to have a length estimate, I would say this thing is probably only about 80 or so feet away from me. At most. I'm kind of just in total shock and awe as I see this thing skittering itself around, and then it kind of goes down the dip and disappears again. I kind of just stand there, frozen and shocked, and trying to comprehend what I'd just seen. So, in a panic, I slam my window shut and I close my curtains. I throw myself on my bed, throw out my phone, and look up white figure, and try to do any sort of research I can in that moment. The results horrified me, to say the least. Everything is popping up with this creature called a crawler, and everything I read on it matches the exact description of what I saw. pale white, sickly looking, bent and broken, warped limbs, very humanoid looking. Man, I cannot express to you the heebie-jeebies I got in that moment. This was nightmare fuel, and I'm just sitting there thinking to myself, isn't this kind of thing supposed to be a creepypasta or something? But yet, here I am, seeing it in real life. I just turned off the TV and sat there, waiting for this thing to come back to the house, expecting it to be one of those horror movie moments where you hear it outside your window, and you pull open your blinds, and there its face is, right in your window. But that never happened. In fact, I never saw it again after that night, and it never appeared to come up to our house at all. It's like it was working on going somewhere. Maybe I just happened to catch it as it was going by. But I'm telling you now, there is no mistaking seeing one of these things. There are no creatures or critters or animals that look like this did. There's no animal that looks like a human with bent and broken limbs, crawling around on all fours, pale and naked. That just doesn't happen. And I'd never seen or heard anything of this. In fact, I've only really ever heard of creepypastas, but I don't really listen to scary stories or anything like that. So this was a whole new trip of horror lane for me. And like I said at the beginning, this was back a few years ago, but I still think about it a lot ever since. I mean, when you have an experience like this, it never really leaves you. It always wants to stay, lingering in your mind. What do you think? Do you think I did see a crawler, or was this something else? Everything I read pointed to that answer, so I just thought I would check with you and make sure that's what it was. Although, I guess it doesn't really matter now, because it was years ago and I've never seen it since. But, I would like some closure on this. If you do read my story, and people comment on your video, I will try and read if I can, and I would love if anybody could comment and tell me if they think this was indeed a crawler. Okay, so get this. My brother and his friends just went down camping, out by the creek, probably about a week ago. They came back and they were completely terrified by what they saw. They said that there was some large hairy creature stalking them while they made their tent out there. I should also just outright say that my brother is a very die-hard science guy. He's no nonsense, he doesn't believe in anything, even if it's something that hasn't necessarily been proven by science. So he doesn't buy a lot of this paranormal or religious stuff. He's always been that way. Very intelligent, very analytical, very show me the physical proof kind of guy. He is the last person I would ever expect to come to me and to tell me his experience. But he also loves camping, and he loves being in the outdoors. And just a few weeks ago, him and his buddies decided to go camp down by the creek. This is not the first time they've done this. My brother and I are also very close, so he kind of tells me everything that happens. They had been out there for the evening already, or so he tells me, and just as they were done eating and getting ready to set up their tent, he began to sense something strange. When I asked him what he meant by sense something strange, he just said that there was this feeling in the air that he couldn't quite put his finger on. Like things had gone from comfortable and peaceful to dangerous and potentially harmful, if that makes any sense. That's how he described it to me. But he ignored it as he finished his barbecue. I don't think he told me that him and his friends also felt the same thing, because, again, just how my brother is, he didn't bother mentioning that to his buddies. So they started setting up their camping equipment, and the next thing you know, he's complaining to me that that's when he begins to feel watched, and like there was some big predator around. Now those are his words. He claims that he had heard and felt something watching him, even as far as hearing movement nearby. He kind of regrets and wishes he brought a weapon. At first, he was thinking that somebody was out there watching them and was going to mug them, possibly kill them, or steal from them. He didn't want to say anything to his friends because he didn't want to spook them. So he just kept quiet and made sure to be ready in case something happened. But things quickly escalated from there. After the tent was done, they sat out by the fire, where he noticed his friends went from being calm and collective and laughing to very uptight, quiet. They seemed nervous, kind of looking around and their eyes darting back and forth like they too were expecting something. My brother and his friends obviously both sensed it, neither of them bringing it up. They were both very quiet, and that's when they heard this low, guttural noise. He described it as a low rumbling, but was able to make out that it was a growl, and he knew that this was some animal he had no idea what it was. Something he was not prepared to handle, is what he explained to me. Because shortly after, whatever creature this was had no qualms about revealing itself, and did so appropriately on its own timetable. Now, my brother didn't exactly get into specifics on when it showed up, how it showed up, but he said that it revealed itself, is his words, and he said it was the most hideous, evil-looking thing he's ever seen, and that it scared him and his friends so badly, they left all their camping stuff where it is, and they ran back to the car as fast as he could. My brother, while being a very analytical guy, isn't exactly the most fit guy. He's not fat, he's just not very athletic. And so for him to sprint, because the man hates exercise, definitely is saying something. It took him a few days before he could sit down and tell me about what happened. He didn't really ask me questions about what I think it could be or what it was that happened. Just that, hey, when I went here the other day, here's what happened to me. And he seemed pretty shaken up about it. Even as he is relaying the information to me, you could tell his voice would be cracking up and shaking. I could see the genuine fear on his face as he's recalling the events. I think he had a hard time describing whatever it is he saw to me. It's like he just couldn't get over it. I think this really burst his bubble. I think he's having a really hard time accepting there's more out there than science tells us. It's strange that we live in a world where the world only accepts so much of what's in reality, when, in actuality, there's far more out there than science and the world will recognize. How do you explain all these sightings of all these strange things? From the paranormal, to Bigfoot, to dogman, the list goes on and on. All these people can't be crazy. There can't be one big conspiracy of all these people coming together to create these fake encounters to push a narrative. And there's more and more people just like my brother, who have their head in the sand and finally come to terms with things that exist beyond our realm of understanding, beyond our realm of science, religious beliefs, societal beliefs, and the way the world thinks. There's actually a word for this. It's called cognitive dissonance. And my brother is definitely going through that. I don't know if he's going to be into the paranormal now, but I think it's going to make him a lot more open-minded. I feel bad that he had to see or experience whatever it is he did, but maybe this will make him a little more understanding, and not so quick to write off anything that isn't exactly by the book. Unfortunately, I did not have any answers for him, but thanks for reading my post. I went camping with my friends back in the spring of 2017, and boy, this was something we would never forget. We were camping at a place called Little Laurel Falls, back in Pennsylvania. It's not the most popular of campgrounds, but it's pretty secluded and has very little people coming in. We decided to go for a walk one of the late nights we were there, around 3 a.m, actually. We stumbled upon this old abandoned mining site, where they used to take coal out of the hills nearby. It was pretty creepy being there, with all the old wooden structures and abandoned stuff just lying around. So, we continued down the trail until my friend noted that he had to use the bathroom. I went with him, and I had to go as well. We both walked behind some nearby bushes together, and we heard a loud howl coming from just nearby. We quickly ran out, and were like, what was that? Maybe it's just one of our friends pranking us or messing with us. I think we kind of agreed and nodded and just trying to make light of the situation. We continued back to the campgrounds. We found everybody there awake, talking about something they thought they saw on their way back from the bathrooms. Apparently, they saw something run across the path ahead of them. But they thought it was just one of us messing around. I didn't like the idea that whatever it was got all that close to us without us ever really knowing, like perhaps it had been secretly watching us from the woods. Well, we went to bed, and sometime later, we were woken up again from the same loud howl. I say again because this was not the first time, and this freaked all of us out. I decided that this was a good chance for us to all pack up our things and we should leave as soon as we possibly could. As we began packing up all of our stuff, we were talking about what we had heard and we all agreed. This was definitely not something we should be messing around with. We packed up the tent quickly, threw everything into the truck, and then without warning, our friend Billy started screaming. He was standing over by one of his bags and just began shouting as loud as he could before running over to us. We all looked over and saw something that still haunts me. No, all of us to this day. There was this large creature, about 8 or 9 feet tall, standing by the truck. It had this dark fur all over its body, except on its face, hands, and feet. It pretty much looked like a human, but with a dog head. We were all so freaked out, none of us really know what to do, until I came up with the idea to start throwing rocks at it. I know, crazy, right? But when you're in the moment like that, there's nothing else you could really do other than act on instinct and fear. So, without thinking, we all just grabbed a rock and began chucking it at this thing as hard as we could. But it didn't even faze this thing. It just stood there for a moment before lunging towards us, emitting this really loud roar. Well, we all ran, making our way into the car, getting out of there while we still could. And this thing just stood there, watching us as we left. We all thought that it wasn't going to let us leave until we drove away. And once we actually got back on the main road, that's when we decided to stop and get out of the car. We were still really shaken up. We got a good look at what this was standing next to us. If I had to tell you, it would be like the size of a bear. It had large dog-like paws with short but sharp claws. Its fur was dark, but in the light, it was kind of more brownish-reddish. It was also very muscular. It had just stood there for a long time, watching us before finally turning around and running back into the forest. But it doesn't end here. This happened so fast, none of us were really able to get a better look at its face or eyes. I do remember seeing something similar in pictures that a friend showed me back home, telling me that apparently this thing is known as a dogman, and it's known from sightings all over the United States. We've been trying to find out more about these creatures, but only actually found out about their existence, well, besides this encounter online. I was really hoping that we were going to be all right after this encounter, but what happened next was something that I guarantee we would never forget as long as we lived. So now we're driving away from the site, and we see a few of these things standing out by the road, and it looked like they were just staring at us as we drove away. All of them, including the smallest one, stood upright, and they had the same canine head and paws as before. This was super creepy. I don't know if I could live knowing these things exist. They didn't chase after us. They just watched as we left. It's extremely creepy. Now, I don't go camping as much near as I used to. Sad. But I'll never forget this experience. If you want to find out more, you could simply just Google search or use YouTube and try and find out. But you should be able to find a lot about the information of these creatures. Just please, don't try and approach them. You don't want to get hurt. And if anything, good luck. Oh, and I'm sorry for the length of my post. Hopefully you understand, I just wanted to get it out there to all of you guys. If you have any questions or feedback, please comment on this post and send me a message. I'd like to include one final thing. While these things do appear dangerous, I don't get the feeling they necessarily wanted to hurt us. More just scare us away. I still believe that. Please, just be careful next time you're camping. One of my favorite hiking trails in Minnesota is, in fact, the Temperance River Trails. It's a day-use-only park on the shores of one of Minnesota's largest and cleanest inland lakes. This morning, we walked the southernmost trails that border the lake and woods. The weather was perfect, sunny with slight amounts of wind. On our way back to the parking lot, after about an hour and a half of walking, we were descending a hill. Right as we bottomed the hill, about 20 feet in front of us was what I can only describe to you as this strange being. It was running through the woods just off the trail, and then bounded up an embankment, leaping off into the trees. I had never seen something like this before in my life. Its figure was very stocky, covered with dark hair. It moved incredibly quickly, and we both froze in our tracks when seeing this. The whole sighting encounter lasted less than 10 seconds before it bounded up the embankment, disappearing into the trees on the other side. I'm not sure what this thing was, but I can tell you this. It wasn't human, and it wasn't somebody in a costume. The only thing I could think of to make a comparison in size was a bear. But this thing ran on 2 legs, moved much faster than any human, and unlike a bear, moved very comfortably on 2 legs, the same way a person would. So if it was neither bear nor person, what could it be? Well, its hair was also very long, kind of shaggy and unkempt. It didn't have that well-groomed appearance of something that would take pride in, taking care of its hair, like a person would, or a costume, as a matter of fact. This thing looked muddy and dirty and grimy. Now, I've heard Minnesota having a handful of legends about forest beings, but I've never been a believer. In fact, the camping trip we were on was my brother's first time ever camping in his life. Crazy, right? Well, he knows why I love to camp so much and has finally expressed interest to do it. He's usually a pretty heavy gamer, and so most of his time in life is spent in a tiny office streaming on Twitch. His only regret is that he never brought his camera to get a picture of this thing. This was definitely pretty trippy to see. I know there's more out here in the woods than you might recognize sometimes. It makes you realize that we're not so alone, not as much as people think. Again, this happened in Minnesota, on the south end of Temperance River State Park. I can gladly supply the coordinates if anybody wants them, or if they want to check it out on Google Earth. I'm not sure if there are any other encounters like this one around Temperance River. However, I would definitely think twice about backpacking down that section myself after what we saw today. I'm not sure if we saw a cryptid or what, but I've never seen anything like that before. And believe me, I've spent a lot of time outdoors. So I guess I consider myself lucky. Call me crazy, but I fully stand by what I saw. I stepped outside my trailer this early fall morning, out in the woods. This wasn't anything I'd ever been accustomed to seeing before. But let me tell you about it. Well, I guess first, let me tell you a little bit about me. I've been a hunter all my life. I've grown up around various kinds of guns and knives and weapons, tracking animals, all the grime and dirt. I know the woods like the back of my hand. Now, here's what happened this morning. I woke up early to start drinking before work. I have an alcohol problem. I'm not afraid to admit that. When I finally got out of bed, at around 5 a.m., it was incredibly cold, probably around 30 or so degrees, but a beautiful clear sky. The stars were still shining bright and very vividly that morning, which isn't uncommon around that time of year, and there's no leaves on the trees anymore. Anyway, a long story short, I'm still drinking at this ungodly hour alone. My wife is visiting her mother on some family emergency, and somehow she's not getting pulled over herself for her lack of sobriety. So I decided to step outside, drink and smoke, when I noticed something strange about the woods. Across the road was a clearing with trees surrounding it. Virtually no place to hide if you were walking through there at night. That early in the morning, with all those stars out, there should have been nothing but darkness across that field. But out of nowhere appeared this thing. It looked like some kind of demon or devil straight off an episode of Supernatural. The thing was very dark black. Not quite pitch black, but dark. It looked human-like too, with two skinny little arms and legs, and it was kind of bent over, just wandering across the field. I could have sworn it saw me standing there in my doorway of my trailer, when it turned its head towards me for just a second. It looked right at me, piercing my body and soul, and then just continued on into the woods on the other side of the clearing, like it was nothing, as if this thing just walking through the field was like any other day, no big deal. I'm not gonna lie though, I have been drinking pretty heavily, but what I saw that day is something I'll not forget. No amount of alcohol, I don't care who you are, will make you see things like this. I know this probably sounds like some made-up nonsense of a townie story, but I swear this is what I saw. I don't know what this thing was, but it wasn't human. It looked like some kind of demon straight out of hell. But keep in mind that this was only the first time I'd seen it. I saw it again that same evening. My wife gets home around 5 p.m. I guess her car had been acting up and she was actually borrowing her mom's car. So I get out to greet her, and I couldn't shake this feeling of dread. It was like I knew something bad was going to happen, like some kind of premonition. It didn't help much either when it started getting dark around 6 p.m. Even the woods around me began to look a little more grim than usual. At around 7 p.m., I felt like I was getting a little lonely. So I stepped outside to smoke a cigarette. It seemed like it took forever for the sun to finally set that evening. At around 8:30 p.m., my dog started going absolutely crazy, barking out in the backyard. There's no way anybody would have been able to get in without letting him know. I decided to shut him up and just went outside to see what he was barking at. I didn't even make it halfway across the yard before I saw this thing. Again, it was walking across the field, darting around. This thing scared me. The way it looked was so creepy, it reminded me of something you'd see out of an 80s horror movie. It didn't seem to notice me though this time, so I very quickly got my dog inside, and that's where we stayed. I had had enough of this thing. I told my wife about it when she got back the next evening because she left, but she keeps telling me that I'm crazy, and there's nothing out in those woods for some deer or owls. I know what I saw that morning and evening. It was very real. There is something out there, some kind of demon or ghost or entity. I don't know what it was, but again, it wasn't human. It couldn't have been. I could have sworn that it saw me standing there again the other night. It looked right at me, continuing on into the woods on the other side of that same clearing that I originally saw it in. I don't know what this thing was. I don't want to know. This isn't anything to do with my alcohol. I'll say it again, because there's no amount of times I could say this. No amount of drinking will make you see this. I've seen the thing several times now, and all times it just stares at me. It's been a few days now, and I'm still having night terrors. It's just haunting me, and I can't sleep anymore. All I can see is its dark black eyes watching me every second of the night. It doesn't matter. Maybe it'll eventually go away now that I've told somebody about it, but if demons exist, then this thing is it. It reminds me a lot of the demon of Insidious, actually. Any advice you could offer me would be greatly appreciated. Thank you. Camping is a great way to spend time with family and friends. It's also an excellent opportunity for getting away from the hustle and bustle of just everyday life. All the nuances and intricacies of studying and going to school and going to work can just prove to be a bother to the human psyche. And this is why it is so important for us to let our guard down, and enjoy nature the way we were meant to. Not every camping trip turns out to be this fabulous, though, and this would prove that, even more so for me and my family on this day of our sighting. I believe this was Williamson County, or close to it. The day itself was clear and no clouds in the sky. The sun was high up when we arrived. Keep in mind, I was only 12 years old at the time, so I don't remember much other than what I'm about to write to you. It didn't take me too long to unpack my things and get comfortable with my little area of this cool campground. My mom and dad decided to go check out another side of the park and left me alone for a little bit, at least until it got dark. They figured I was old enough to hold down the fort by myself, which I assured them I was more than capable. Now, the sounds around me were very muffled. It made me think that something was off about my surroundings. And up until this point, I had never really felt alone or vulnerable. I felt pretty comfortable and confident being out here by myself. After all, I had a machete with me. But being 12, I was very naive and very ignorant. I had no idea how to protect myself had what happened only got worse. But anyway, this feeling continued to grow as I began hearing strange breathing noises just beyond the trees around me. The noises would continue to get louder and louder, and just when I thought they would stop, it seemed as if they were encroaching on me. And the next thing I knew, there was something large coming across the distance. Its body was low to the ground. Long, thin, spider-like arms and legs. It had this white-grayish fur all over its body, but most of the hair was very thin, so you could see the rippling muscles underneath its body. The thing that got me most about this whole experience is not necessarily what I saw, but what happened. This thing had these yellow eyes. They kind of looked at me with this grim look. Even though the distance between us was about 30 yards, give or take, it made me feel very unsafe. At this point, I'm finally ready to go, get my parents, and I can't take another more 5 minutes of this. But no more than 10 feet away from me, I see two more of these other creatures, just like the one I had just seen. Now these two were slightly smaller, but they were coming out of the trees almost as if they were curious, in no way meaning to be aggressive. They were more muscular than the first one I saw though, but as I said, smaller and also thinner. They seemed to move more like a human did as they circled around me. Again, this all was probably about 30 yards away from me, at most, the main one. After what felt like an eternity of these things just staring me down, and not getting any closer, my mom and dad finally showed back up at the campsite with a flashlight. They're shining it through the trees for a moment, and I thought they caught one of these things, because the second they get back, poof, these things are gone. No trace of them. The light was just too far away to see anything clearly, but as they came into my campsite, they told me there were some people yelling around the campgrounds. Nothing dangerous or illegal, just a bunch of drunks. This was extremely close to my campsite, and I was sure that maybe this is what I was hearing. But that didn't explain the other things that I saw. I mean, these things were definitely from another world. How quickly they moved and their speed in general was unmatched by anything on this plane of existence. I would love to hear other people's opinions about this experience or thoughts on if anybody else has been seeing anything like this at all. In fact, let me give you a little more insight to what these things looked like. Their skin was completely covered in white, and the fur or hair they had on their body was very thin. They seemed to have a very keen sense of smell. I could hear them sniffing the air around them, smelling a lot, actually. They stood on 2 feet and were very skinny and lengthy. Some of them were more muscular than the others. Their heads were strange looking. They did not look like a person, a bear, a wolf, anything. It was unique. They kind of had these small ears that sat on top of their head. And more importantly, very large yellow eyes with cat-like pupils. I can't even think of any animal to compare how they looked, but it freaked 12-year-old me out badly. From what I'm aware, I've not read a single matching description of something like this, I do know that only at the time I'd heard of this, there were people telling me about creatures like Bigfoot or Yeti, but from what I know, those creatures don't match the descriptions from what I'm giving you at all, so I'm kind of at a loss. What I can say is that ever since this experience, I've been far more aware of my surroundings when camping, and I definitely try not to go too deep into the woods than I have to. This has stuck with me ever since. I'm not sure you'll believe my experience, although I'm sure you've received much stranger stories than this, but hopefully you'll hear me out. Okay, so I was driving home one night after work, right around 6:30 p.m. I was driving east on Pleasant Hill Road, roughly a mile and a half away from Highway 164. The road is curvy there and it's surrounded by forests on both sides. I was going around a fairly sharp turn when I saw something standing right next to a tree on the south side of the road, close to the shoulder. It was standing on two legs and it looked like a human, but was massive. It looked like a wild man, but easily around 13 to 14 feet tall. I mean, this thing was gargantuan. I thought it was a prop at first until I did a double take. I saw this thing up close. It was real. I caught eye shine for about 3 seconds, which confirmed to me that it was not a trick of the light or my imagination. I was going about 50 to 55 miles per hour, and it stood there for a few seconds before stepping back into the shadows of the forest. I could make out this muscular frame, broad shoulders and long arms with large hands, but other than that, I couldn't make out much more than that, due to the lighting. My heart dropped, and I immediately pulled over to call my father. I was freaking out that I had hallucinated the entire thing. I was in shock when my father called me and could tell me. After I told him, he asked me what time it was that this happened. I told him it was right around 8:30. He told me he had heard about similar things, but not like what I had. I wanted to go back, but every time I tried to, or approached the same area where the sighting had occurred, my dog would always start whimpering and acting scared anytime we got close to the area. It's like our dog could sense something. He's a German Shepherd, and he's very protective. So for him, that's pretty eerie. I'm hoping you'll hear me out because I've really been wanting to share this with somebody for a while now. Anybody who will listen and take me seriously. I've been too scared in case it causes repercussions. I'm not exactly sure what it was I saw stepping out into the forest that night. But until this day, I'm still freaked out by the whole situation. I don't think things look like this existed, but I guess I'm very wrong. I hope you can find some peace in this world, knowing there are things out there to be afraid of. But at the same time, I know your struggle all too well. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out to me. On a crisp December night this year, I had gone camping with a few friends. We drove out of town about 30 minutes and set up camp on a bridge where we could see the beautiful starry night sky above us. As it began getting dark, we decided it would be a good idea to explore the area around us before finally heading back. Now, there were a few roads off the main path that didn't seem to be well traveled in a while. The one we decided was worth checking out is called, or what is referred to around here by locals as Goatman Road. Supposedly, it is where a man that has a body of a goat had lived. While we were walking down the path, I noticed something big in the weeds across from us. The only way I can describe what I saw was like if you took your leg and bent it backwards at the knee. This thing was hunched over and full black in color. I told the others what I saw, and they started making fun of me, calling me an idiot and calling me crazy. My friend just said, "There's no way. There's no way you could have seen a goat man." I kept telling them that I saw something out of the corner of my eye, and this wasn't like a usual animal. It began acting strange. They rolled their eyes at me and continued walking down the path. I wish they weren't so quick to dismiss me, because that's when we heard the footsteps. This thing comes out of the forest, and it was like nothing we'd ever seen. It was maybe around 6 to 7 feet tall, and literally had the head of a goat. It was dark in color and had arms that were really long. It began chasing us down without even waiting a second. We ran back to our camp. It began walking slowly, and a few seconds away from us is when it kind of disappeared right before we got back to the bridge. It kept following us though, but at this point, it felt like there was no escape. I don't feel like I've ever been that close to death before in my life, and the only thing I could think of about was the creature chasing us. I don't know how long we were there on the bridge for, but it had to have at least been 2 hours. We could hear this thing walking around, but it never came too close to the bridge, which was our saving grace. The sun had finally came up, and this thing that we feel retreated back into the forest fully. After what had happened, our nocturnal nightmare appeared to be over for now. We never returned to that bridge again. I'm aware that this sounds like some made-up story, but it's our experience. I have no idea what it was, but I know that if it wanted to hurt us, it could have. I'd like to start with that I've had several strange encounters out in the woods all by myself. Allow me to share them with all of you. But first, a bit about me. I'm not crazy. I'm a pretty firm believer in cryptozoology and the paranormal. So, if anybody has any info on what my encounters may have been, please let me know. I enjoy being out in nature, so I've always kind of had this fetish for old graveyards and abandoned buildings. Naturally, it's very like me to spend a lot of time out in the woods exploring. Now, I'm saying this why? Because I believe all these incidents are all wired around the same thing. Me urban exploring, trying to find old, dilapidated, abandoned buildings that I thought were completely empty. In fact, the very first encounter happened just about 4 years ago while I was walking back to my car from a local graveyard that I just spent some time alone at. Alone time is an understatement, because there's nobody around for miles, and this place is so far out in the boonies, there's no way a person could have been walking around back here. I was walking along the river, as I normally do. It's kind of my little way to relax. A little ways up from where it bends is a path that has been worn down by people hiking up to the power lines. The riverbank drops off there, making it easy to look over the edge and watch the waters flow. I noticed somebody down at the bottom of the path kind of sloshing around through the tall grass there. It looked like a man in all black, wandering around the riverbank. At first, I thought it was just some hiker who had maybe taken a wrong turn. Ended up deep into a nature preserve, a thing that a lot of people do. But as I watched, the figure began making its way toward my side of the river, approaching a grove of trees. As its head entered the grove, I realized it actually had horns. At this point, I'm going to stress that it most definitely was not a deer. It had horns roughly approximately 6 inches or so off its head, and its head and facial structure was very bovine, a long wide nose, and a very long face. It must have been at least 8 feet tall, judging by the trees it passed under. My first thought was Minotaur. I stopped looking at it, thinking that if it had noticed me, staring, it would only make it more curious and maybe invite it to come over to me. I watched where my feet were stepping during this whole thing, so I wouldn't fall in the river, potentially attracting this thing. When I had looked back up, it had disappeared. The grass where it was walking through was not trampled on or anything, so I hadn't walked through the woods to get out. I didn't see where it could have gone without jumping down to the river. This was not an animal I recognized, and the only logical explanation that I can come up with was that it was some kind of either minotaur or demon. I know it sounds crazy, and I truly hope that there is somebody out there that can really offer a logical explanation, because to me, there is none. Now, the next encounter was a few years later. This is while I was back walking to my car. I was also exploring a different building and investigating, I remember. As I said, I love urban exploration, even if it's old dilapidated buildings that do not stand anymore. I'm not talking about old haunted houses or anything. This was kind of an old mortuary in the middle of nowhere. I had trouble finding any real information on it, not even from people who had found it on accident. It was so old and looked like there had never been anything there. I got to the road, and it was getting dark. I did not have a flashlight with me. I started looking for my car, which was no easy feat. I couldn't see a thing. I felt as though someone was watching me the entire time. But every time I looked around, there was nothing. After about 20 minutes of frantic searching, I finally found my car parked in the darkness. How stupid I felt for not charging my phone. If you're wondering why I didn't just use my phone, well, my phone was so low on battery, and I forgot to charge it, my flashlight feature was not available. The feeling of being watched was very unsettling. I was sure I was there alone, too. The experience was very uncomfortable. I don't have an answer as to what I felt and why I felt it. But once I got in my car, the feelings went away. But I still wonder what was out there with me that night, watching me struggle to find my car. The third encounter happened again, about 2 years later. I was walking along the river, again, this time with my boyfriend. But I had wanted to spend more time looking along the river, which for some reason had annoyed him in that moment, so he walked very far ahead of me, leaving me behind. I think we had just had an argument, I can't really remember. I had just taken my shoes off and was letting my feet get wet in the cool water, when I saw something in the distance jump down from the bank, only about 100 feet away, and land in the river. It startled me, so I stopped and to ensure my eyes were not deceiving me. After a minute or so, I realized what this was. The same creature I had seen years prior, the Goat Man. The creature that I had seen before, and let me tell you, this time, there was no mistaking what it was. It was on all fours this time, though, jumping from the ground to the river and back again, as though testing its grips on the rock. It was very muscular, and obviously male. His fur was brown, or black, I couldn't tell which. It blended in so well, but I could see the same horns on his face and the wide nose. He would look at me from across the river, but all I could make out was this huge body, and my pitiful 5'5" frame would be nothing against his. I was frozen. I could not yell or do anything to signal my boyfriend's attention, who was now so far ahead of me. I don't know why I didn't start walking away to get away from it. But something told me that if I could see him, then he could see me. I looked behind me, and there was this small little wooded area next to the river, so I ran for it. He continued to stare at me, but made no attempts to come towards me. I don't know how long he stayed there for, watching me from the riverbank and vice versa. It seemed like forever. I can't describe the feeling, but I knew as soon as this thing was looking at me, I just had to find cover now. I finally felt safe when I was in the wooded area. I waited for my boyfriend to come back while hiding from that thing. I told him what had happened. He didn't believe me, and again, we fought the rest of the evening about it. He was mad that I let him walk so far away. I was worried, but he didn't care. He made it clear that all I did was delay him from leaving by making up that story. I had my phone ready the next morning to find more information on that location. That's how badly I was shaken up by the whole thing. And to this day, it bothers me. I know what I saw. I've had this story written for quite some time, but never really posted it online. I didn't feel comfortable with it. But now, I don't care. If you want to call me a liar, I'll just ignore you and move on. I do believe in urban legends to an extent, but I don't know exactly what it is that I saw. I'm afraid to go back to that river. I really don't know what is out there. I guess maybe I should have posted this titled Goatman Encounters, but I wanted to keep my first-hand account as personal as possible, and maybe choose a different name. I'm not going to exactly tell you where the location is, but I will say it's south of Louisville, off the banks of the Ohio River. It's a huge area used for hunting and fishing, though I can never convince anybody else to go down there. They're also afraid of the legends surrounding it. There's a lot of talk of Bigfoot and things too. And being terrified twice now, by what looks like a bipedal goat just doesn't set well with me. So, if you want to call me crazy or believe any part of the story, please feel free. I have nothing to prove to you. This is my own personal experience, which you can or can't choose to believe. I'm sorry that it's not more detailed or better written, but this was the first time I ever wrote something like this. The whole thing still bothers me because I saw it with my own two eyes, walking down the same path I was walking before. If you want to talk about anything at all, feel free to message me or comment below. Thanks for reading, and good luck to everybody out there in the world. Not my own experience, but a good friend's actually. He told me about this a while ago, and after telling him I wouldn't mind writing it up for him, he agreed. Now, something you should know about this friend of mine is he's very intelligent, wants no praise or adoration from the story. He just wants it left in the past. With that being said, let's get to it. My friend told me he was driving home from his parents' house late one Saturday night. I think the month was July, if I remember correctly. My friend told me that as he was driving, he was going through the Kettle River mountain range in British Columbia. Something had caught his attention on the side of the road. It was dark, but he managed to see some sort of large animal that was running through the trees away from him. He described seeing two deep yellow eyes staring at him for a few seconds, before this thing finally ran away. Now, this is where things get a little crazy. He told me that the eyes were very large, and had a slightly reflective color to them, similar to what you would have seen on a cat or deer, but much brighter. They were eyes he'd never seen before on anything. My friend managed to pull his car over on the side of the road where it's been more narrow to slow down and get a better look at what he's seeing in the trees. He wasn't immediately spooked, however, the moment he turned on his high beams to get a better look at this thing, it began to run through the trees away from him. He saw its silhouette in the distance, and it outran the car so quick, he was never able to make another glimpse at it. Now, I feel like I should mention one more detail about my friend of mine. He's seen a lot in his time, and has dealt with some pretty weird stuff. Some hauntings and some other things, but that's besides the point. He once had an encounter with a deer that acted very strange and what he believed to be a skinwalker. I won't spend too much time on this little side story of his, but basically, it was a Navajo witch spirit that had had several strange experiences with. He told me it would watch him from the trees when they locked eyes. It would let out this strange howl. He described it as best he could, and the closest thing I could think to replicate it is if you found a bear and a wolf and combined it into one. It spooked him bad, but I'll save that for another time. Now, once he saw the shape run away from the car, he waited until he couldn't see it anymore. He said it was too dark to see its eyes, but he could still hear it running through the trees. He went to start his car up again, but he said he saw more eyes looking at him through the trees. He didn't notice those right away. He quickly realized there was more than one of these things, by the way their eyes were reflecting in his car lights. He still did not feel quite threatened yet, but very intrigued at what he was seeing. One of these things began to approach the tree line and watch his car closely. He said it appeared like a man, but covered in thick hair. He couldn't make out its face, but he could see that it was covered in very dark fur all the way down to its feet. It did seem quite curious about him and his car. He could see it trying to watch him through the trees. It watched him for a few long moments before taking another step out towards the tree line. That's when several of them began stepping out into the tree line as he sat there. In his car, watching these things began growling at him, acting very territorial, he explained. My friend here began to feel threatened by this point, especially when he realized what these things were. He wasn't sure if they were dangerous or not, but he decided to drive away. And he said he's sure they followed his car all the way back to the main portion of the road. He talked with me about it for quite some time, said that he'll never forget the experience, but something about these things spooked him bad enough to never want to see them again. Now, I'm sure you might be thinking he's crazy, but he produced a very convincing way of telling a pretty believable story. I'm not sure what to make of all of it, but I'd figured I'd share his encounter with you all in here. He isn't seeking any recognition for this encounter or anything like that. He just wanted to share it after talking about it with me one night at dinner. He says that in his mind, he doesn't really want to accept what he saw or tell me about it, but this is what happened. He feels like it was his duty to tell somebody about what he experienced out there. I never knew him to ever make up something like this. I know he's seen some pretty shocking things in his time, but I'm not sure if he would make something up. But for now, well, you'll just have to decide for yourself whether or not you believe a story. I thought sharing it with you would help. So, that's the story, as told by my friend, and according to him, these creatures were something he's never seen. My friend also explained that when he got home, he began feeling very uneasy. He couldn't really explain why, but he said it had to do with what he saw out there in the woods that night. He felt like something or somebody was watching him from outside his house for the next few days afterwards. He lives down a long gravel driveway, kind of out in the middle of the mountains. He's been known to have some really odd experiences. I don't think there's a lot of people up here that would be willing to live out there and deal with what he does. After this incident, he thought there might have been something following him, even while driving on these remote roads going home. So maybe whatever these things are followed him somehow. His sighting was only about 8 miles away from where he lives, and I don't think there's a lot of people living up here. So maybe they want to protect the area or something. I'm not really sure, but I do know that this experience has really bothered him. My friend has always been a rather brave guy, out in the wilderness, and is just used to things out there like this. Maybe this was just something more than another one of these creatures. Maybe it's some kind of forest god or something. I don't know. He says there are a lot more people out in the woods than you might think. He's confident that these were not bear. Expressed multiple times over, they looked nothing like bear. Do you have any ideas on what he saw? This was back in 89 or 90. While spending time camping at the river, I've had my fair share of encounters with cryptids, but I will never forget this one in particular. My friends and I were all camping out when suddenly, our dog starts barking at something behind us. When we turned around to see what was going on, that's when it happened. We saw what we believed to be a Bigfoot. It was standing behind a thicket of trees, staring at us with its arms outstretched, like it wanted us to go away. When we saw this thing, we were terrified by what we had seen that day. We quickly ran back to our camper, locking the door, scared that it would try and break into our camper. We stayed up all night, with some of us facing the window to try and keep watch. We did not want to face what that was again. There was no doubt in our minds that we saw a Bigfoot that day. We did our best to forget it ever happened and didn't talk about it for a long time. We were too scared to tell anybody about the encounter. But that night in the camper, I'm not sure if it was a Bigfoot or something else, but we had heard some strange sounds outside the camper. Something that would sound like rocks being thrown at our camper, followed by heavy footsteps walking all around us. This had gone on all night long, and we could not sleep. We didn't know what to do. We were terrified whatever it is was going to get in the camper. This thing would get closer and closer each time, but then would still go away when we would shout at it. We wondered if this thing wanted us gone from the river. Maybe we were camping in its territory, which is why and would make sense that it was trying to get rid of us by maybe scaring us away. We somehow, I don't know how, but we somehow managed to make it through the night unscathed. The next morning, we woke up, went outside, and you could smell this horrible stench like I had never smelled before. It was the worst musty odor you could ever imagine. We all felt as though something was watching us from a distance. The trees just didn't feel normal at that spot. They felt evil, and it gave me shivers just from being there. For a day or two after, I could not stop thinking about what we had seen. I had never been that scared in my life either, and it took me a really long time to get over the fear of what we had just experienced out there. I remember seeing one thing that might be considered as proof of this encounter. When I looked into the kitchen sink, we were still inside our camper. I noticed some deep scratches on the right corner of our window screen. It was almost like something had tried ripping open the screen to get inside, but failed. I could easily tell that those marks were not there before we had gone camping. I know it sounds crazy, but it's real. And if you ask me what I think about Bigfoot, I will say that I believe they exist. The next few days were passive, and we didn't smell or sense it anymore. We did hear it again, but we had more fear than curiosity, and we never wanted to go back there again. As far as I know, we were the only ones who saw this creature that day. We were in a pretty remote spot and all alone. And the thing is, I had told my other friends about what had happened. They didn't believe me, like at all. So it's been something I've always had to keep a secret from everybody else. I don't want people to think I'm crazy. If I ever said anything in public about this subject, even with a lot of evidence in support of Bigfoot, since that in other places, nobody has tried to convince me that there is nothing to worry about out there in the woods, especially with them being around humans. This is my Bigfoot sighting story, and like other people, I still think there's more to it than just a myth. Every time I hear about other reports or stories of Bigfoot sightings, I can't help myself wonder if that was the same thing that tried to get into our camper that day. The feeling throughout these encounters makes me think twice about how everything has happened while being out there in the middle of nowhere, all alone. I am now much more cautious about camping out anywhere, and will never go camping by myself. Who knows what I might encounter if I do? Look, I know it probably sounds crazy, but I had no idea I would ever run into something like that out in the middle of nature. It's really changed my view about the outdoors, forever. I actually forgot this happened until I listened to one of your episodes, and all the memories came flooding right back. It has been maybe 10 years now since all this happened. Most of the details are still foggy, but I'll do my best to recall them as well as I can. It all started with me and a few friends going camping up in California. We had gone camping up in Shasta before, so we decided to go back. It has some amazing views, and it's not too far from other attractions. We would usually go out in my buddy's truck with all of our gear, sleep in that for a couple of nights, and then sleep in tents if the weather permitted. Except this time, we were trying something new. Just me and a few friends would take his Jeep Cherokee to save up on space, and we would just all pile in the back. There were 4 of us all together, 2 dudes and 2 girls. Me and my buddy were 19 at the time. We figured we could handle it on our own. We went up there around 8 p.m. to get a decent spot and set up camp. We would be staying there till Saturday. The next day was a beautiful hot summer day. I'm not the best with time, but it felt around lunchtime when me and my friend decided to go grab some sandwiches from our cooler and head down by the water. We had been marinating in our own sweat from being so anxious to go fishing, and a bit tipsy from a couple of beers we had opened earlier that day. We decided to head down to the water, eat our sandwiches, have another beer or 2. While we were watching people fish from ashore as we ate, we saw something off in the distance of the lake. It was only about 100 to 150 feet out, so it was hard to make out at first. It looked like a person on top of an animal, about the size of a horse or a cow, but running super smooth and fast. The figure seemed too tall for an average man, maybe closer to 7 feet tall. I remember thinking to myself how weird it was the way they were running. It looked like the animal was running on both its hind legs, but also balanced somehow with 2 front legs. I kept watching this thing get closer and closer, and it looked like it was coming right for us. I remember saying something about how fast this thing was traveling while looking at my buddy. Then, he turned to look out in the same direction I was. He both just watched in disbelief. We were too far to make out any details besides some height and movement. As the figure got closer, I just remember thinking, what if this thing is rabid? What if it's some sort of bear? But no matter how hard I tried, I knew in my gut this was not a bear. Even though bear hunting is super popular out here, so I've seen way too many. As it got closer to us, the figure was still running on all fours, but its speed had slowed quite a bit. Still in disbelief, my friend and I watched this thing get about 100 feet away from us when we finally noticed what it was. It looked like a man that was running on all fours, but had disappeared shortly after going into the woodline. Now, my friends were all completely scared by this. I was too, but I can't say that I was partly relieved that whatever it was didn't attack us. We all go back to our camp, which was only a few feet away, packed up some of our stuff, and debated on staying or leaving. I felt I was the brave one because I'm like, no, you know what? I'm gonna stay. I'm sure everything will be fine. My friends just assured me I was crazy for doing it, and promptly left, without saying much. They left hastily, and it was just me alone in the camp. The rest of the day and the evening went by fine, as I tried to forget all about my encounters from earlier in that day. However, the night would prove to be a different story altogether. While in my tent, I would hear a loud screeching noise outside. I got out of my tent to investigate, and while I was looking around, I saw what looked to be a strange creature or being from only 200 feet away from me, completely opposite from where I saw it before. Dark in color, long shaggy hair. This thing reminded me of a bear, but the head being much different. It was a lot flatter in the face and had huge fangs coming out of its short snout. This creature was not the same creature I saw earlier. This one was much different. I was in complete shock when I saw it. I stopped for a second, turned around for this thing to look at me. And that's when I ran back to my tent, grabbing my bear spray and turned my flashlight app on my phone. When I got back out to this thing, it was almost at the edge of the trees, so I aimed my flashlight right in its face. The light reflected off of its eyes, and that's when it realized how close I was. It turned around and ran away into the woods. I know this was not a bear. I've been camping for over 10 years and have never seen anything like that before. Can I just stress that I know for a fact this wasn't a Bigfoot either? I've encountered many in my life several times. This thing looked nothing like a Bigfoot. I think it was a cryptid of some sort. I didn't sleep at all that night. I packed up my stuff and left as soon as possible when the sun had come up. I should have left with my friends. I couldn't risk sleeping out there again. I didn't tell anybody else about the creature either, not even my friend who left with me. I know this sounds crazy, but I swear what I saw was real. It's too unbelievable to just write off as some sort of story or anything like that. I'm telling you it wasn't a bear. Whatever that thing was, I'll never forget it for as long as I live, and I hope that nobody else out there encounters anything like I did. This takes place in Salt Fork, Ohio. We had been going back and forth on the lake, skiing all day. We had had a few beers while we were out there too, but nothing crazy. It was now starting to get dark, and we decided it was time for us to head back in. We were almost at the end of this cove when we heard something that sounded like a tornado siren. We thought it was just one of those warning sirens, so we decided to ignore it. As soon as I started skiing again, I hear my buddy yelling at me from across the lake, screaming, saying that there was something in the water. I asked him what he was talking about. He just kept saying, "It's in the water." I didn't know what he was referring to, but then I saw movement in the water by where he was. This was about 50 to 70 feet from shore, and whatever it was in the water was maybe about 16 feet long, brownish gray. It was coming towards me. It continued to move in our direction. Its head broke the water, and you could see its face. It was like a gray-brown mix with scales, and these long, like appendages, flowing through the water. It had these small little black eyes. it continued to swim towards me. I knew I couldn't make it back before this thing got to shore, so I decided the only plan of action was to get away as fast as possible. I never told anybody about this until a year or so after it happened. I thought they would think I was crazy. We were the only people out on the lake that day. There's no way I'm going back now. This is probably one of the scariest things I've gone through, and I've been through a lot. This incident happened when I was 17 years old and in high school in a suburb of Ohio. I was supposed to be hanging with a friend this afternoon, but decided to go out with my girlfriend at the time. We're walking around in the local park. It's very wooded, just talking and enjoying each other's company. It was a sunny day, but there were also dark clouds in the sky, almost as a foreboding or something. There wasn't anybody in the park, which was just fine with me. When we got to this part, where it had a lot of trees and such that you couldn't see through, my girlfriend decided that she felt uncomfortable and wanted to go home. I didn't understand why, but I told her I was going to stay here for a little while longer, and she reluctantly agreed. She split ways. When I was all alone, everything kind of just became silent. I didn't hear a sound, not even the squirrels chattering and all the other noises. This is when my mind began playing tricks on me, and it felt like somebody was watching me. I couldn't shake that feeling of dread and paranoia, but I tried to keep my cool by just staying put, sitting around for maybe 15 or so 20 minutes. After finally deciding to make my exit, I'm walking out of the woods. It starts to rain. That didn't really bother me as much. I mean, it wasn't too cold. After a few minutes of walking, I hear loud footsteps in the bushes to my right side. I looked over to see what could have made them, but I saw nothing, so after a few more seconds of looking, I kind of just shrugged it off and kept on walking. When I reached this part of the woods, this was a little bit more open. I heard something again coming from my left side, but this time, it sounded like heavy breathing or panting, and it was starting to get dark now because of how long I'd been out here. Now the sound had stopped, and I decided that I was a little creeped out. I should try and find the source of the sound. Completely contrary to what most people would do, right? Well, I was creeping slowly, but didn't see anything in front of me, until something large ran past me so fast, it nearly hit me in the face. I had almost jumped back when I saw it. Down on the ground was a flat footprint with claws, probably about 4 inches long. That's when I looked up and seen this creature staring at me from about 20 yards away. At first glance, I thought it was maybe a bear, but I looked closer at its face and eyes. I realized this was the farthest thing from one. Even though I'd never seen anything like this before, my gut instinct to survive kicked in, and I began sprinting as fast as I could to get out of there. I didn't look back at all. I don't know if it was chasing me or not, but I kept on running until I got home, which was over a mile away. And believe me, it was quite a feat for me. I was not a runner. Once I got home, my gut instinct told me to never go back in that section of woods alone ever again, like some sort of survival warning system. I felt like it knew that I was alone, and that I would be easy prey. Who knows how long it had been there watching me, but it knew that I was alone and helpless. Had it caught me off guard, I would have probably been its meal. I still get chills thinking back about it. I'm not saying that what I seen was 100% a creature of some kind, but the fact I've never seen anything like it before in my life makes me question what its identity is. It was a dark, cold evening, so there wasn't too much light, and I did have a very clear view of it, even though we were only about 20 yards away. I wish I had some sort of recording device on me. I would love to have got somebody else's opinion. I did go back to these woods a couple weeks later, but I had a friend with me, so yes, I was not alone. We didn't go just far enough where we can get a good view of the same area, and it seemed like whoever or whatever was in there with me before being gone. But what made it more eerie is the fact that every tree surrounding that area looked kind of beaten and clawed up, almost as if something big had gone back there and made its mark. This is all I've seen so far, and hopefully we'll never see anything like this again. Not even close. Any opinions on this would be greatly appreciated. This is a story from my family that I find very interesting, and I'm sure you would enjoy hearing it. This takes place in the Midwest, on my mother's ranch. I was around 10 years old at the time. I'm now 20, and I've been living nearby with my father ever since my parents got divorced. The land of my mother's ranch has always intrigued me because of its empty of civilization for miles. I used to play there all the time as a kid. My mother and stepfather were gone for the weekend, so I was home alone with my dog, Wesson. It was Friday night and a little chilly out, around 50 degrees. At around 1 a.m., I woke up to get a drink of water. I couldn't sleep. While walking to the kitchen down the stairs, Wes runs up the stairs from downstairs, going crazy. When I got downstairs, he stops at the front door barking like nothing before. He wouldn't stop no matter what I did. But when I opened the door, he shut right up, ran back to his bed in my room upstairs. So, thinking nothing of it, I went back to bed a few minutes later. Wes wakes me back up by running to the stairs again, acting the same way. So, I get up, go downstairs, and the same thing happens yet again. I retry to sleep, but then Weston starts to break even and bark even more, for roughly 10 minutes before shutting up again. So I figured, okay, he just wants out. I'd take him for a walk around outside because maybe this will help cool him down, and maybe he's just anxious. Besides, if I take him on a walk outside, nobody's going to try and break in. Nobody's getting past my Great Dane. Now, the night was pitch black, except for the porch light, which is only about 10 feet from the steps. When I get into that calm, quiet night, Wes goes crazy, barking like nothing before. And all of a sudden, off in the distance, I see something big running away from me, then stop, and what looks like where the mother's well would be, just in front of the house. Right as I saw it, I went to yell at Wesson to him to get away from whatever it was. He's a big dog. But before I even opened my mouth, there sits one of the weirdest things I've ever seen. Again, a different thing, about 20 feet away. It resembled a person slightly, with the head of a weird goat, muscular body, and large black eyes. If you looked into them for too long, it was standing upright, like a person on two hooves, with arms that were gigantic compared to the rest of its body. As soon as Wes saw this thing, it ripped off, running towards us. I ran back into the house, locking all the doors, trying to call my parents. I asked her why she didn't have a security alarm put on the property. She told me it never crossed her mind. She tried calling the police for me, but they wouldn't do anything about it. No crimes were committed, and no intruders were spotted. They just told her if that we ever saw this person or thing again, to stay inside and call 911 and wait for them to arrive, which is exactly what we did. I can't even begin to speculate what it was, but I know one thing. Wes wasn't the same for a couple of days after this happened. He was much more defensive, not wanting to go outside at night, barking at every single noise he had heard, even though nothing would be there. I hope that you can find some information helpful on this, as I've always been wanting to learn what I saw. I'll just say that the two entities I saw were completely different. The one large one that was running away, and the one that was very close by. They're both different. I wonder if they're both Bigfoot. I don't know. My grandmother tells a story from her late 70s from her best friend. She used to live in Diamond, Ohio, and once her friend came over after work to spend the night, she was too scared to drive home. Apparently, earlier in the day, she saw something similar to what my grandmother described as Bigfoot. She was 8 months pregnant at the time. I don't know how much more detail she can give. It happened so long ago. She said that she was lying in bed trying to sleep, and she heard something come from the woods and scratching on the side of her trailer. She sits up, looks out the window, but doesn't see anything. Then, something came over the back deck, which was solid, and started trying to wriggle the door handle. She was so scared, she just lay there, knowing she could not get out. So she said the next day, she found scratch marks all along her back deck, and this strange animal fur caught in the railing. Like I said, it was almost 40 years ago now, but her friend said it was definitely not a bear or any other animal she had ever seen. She explains that whatever this thing was had come out of the woods, the deep woods. There was just acres upon acres of land that stretched a really long ways. It was all underdeveloped at the time, and not much was back there, if anything. She felt that whatever it was came up to her trailer that night, was evil, and had even worse intentions. She could not take a step outside without being afraid it would be waiting for her. She explained that after a couple of nights, she never looked back, and moved to a different town completely, only within a couple of weeks. She knew this thing watching her was not from the natural world, and she felt as if it could have killed her if it wanted to. But whatever its purpose was, she just didn't know at the time. I think one of the reasons why she's coming forward now is because something like 30 years later, my mom told her about dogman stories, and my grandmother even remembers hearing them growing up, and had long forgotten about them, or disregarded them as fiction until then. This is easily one of the most frightening experiences I've ever had, all while camping out all alone. I was in Wisconsin visiting. In a way, you can kind of call this my survival story, because of what I went through. I should not have lived through this, but I did, and I'm now a stronger person because of it. Even all these years later, I'm still so much more cautious and aware of what's out there, and not near as naive or arrogant about my security. Just an FYI. This is a long story, and I really took the time to try and write out every detail that I can possibly remember. Here's my story. It was 2003. I went camping out in Wisconsin wilderness a little while, and I had brought a handgun with me, along with my 12 gauge, which unfortunately for this story, I left in my truck, so it did not come with me on this harrowing adventure. This gun was for deer hunting, but I figured if something were to come at me during the night, it would be good to have some sort of firepower, right? So, I've always been one to go all alone while camping. I don't know why, but it just seemed like something I would enjoy doing. This experience was no different. While I really didn't hunt deer with a 12 gauge, I just figured in case I saw one up close, I would blast it away. It's not like anybody had to know, right? I mean, I would just use it as meat. I was in no way new to hunting, and I knew how to survive pretty well. Which is why this whole thing that happens is just outright crazy, and surprisingly, it's not deterred me from wanting to live. So I get there in the late afternoon, and it's probably now about 5 p.m. I set up my camp on the other side of a large rock formation near a creek running through the woods. Now, this creek will come into importance later, as it is a long-running creek, and it runs and branches throughout multiple different parts. This is probably about 50 or so yards away from a nearby road. It's also summertime. I told my friends where I were, and that I was going to be camping there, so if something were to actually happen to me, they would know where to look for me, or find my body. After I finished setting up camp, the sun began setting, right around 8:30 p.m. The rest of the night was fairly peaceful, no interruptions. It was pure bliss. I sat there in my camp chair, listening to the crackles of the fire and the crickets at night. Everything was just perfect. These are the moments of solace that I craved while being out camping. Nobody bothers you. Nothing bugs you. It's just peace. I began getting a little shut-eye, right around 10 p.m., and I awoke again right around 1 a.m. It had begun raining and thundering. I was beginning to worry if I was going to have to pack up all my things and head home. There's no way I'm driving back in all this weather. So I just realized, you know what? No matter how bad it rains, even though a lot of the equipment I brought is not waterproof, I'll just do my best to try and stay put. It's thundering a little bit and raining on and off. But as I'm trying to fall back asleep and kind of just put my mind at rest and not stress about my equipment getting wet, I began hearing weird sounds coming from the nearby forest. But I wrote them off as probably like a deer or something. I mean, after all, I am in the woods. There's all sorts of critters out here that make noise. I don't know why, but for some reason, I just felt so compelled to get up and see what was making all the noise. So I'm like, you know what? I'll humor this. I grab my flashlight, grab my revolver, and walk out into the woods. The rain began coming down even harder now, as I made my way right over to where the creek was. I figured this would be a good spot to kind of just glance around. I know there are many forest animals that are nocturnal. I figured maybe a few had come to drink, and that's what the sound was. But as I walk over there, I don't hear any skittering or noises, meaning there's probably nothing there in the first place. So I'm looking around for a couple of minutes, but I give up. I don't see anything. Just as I'm getting ready to give up, I decide at this point it would probably just be best if I turn back. As I turned back towards my tent, I did end up seeing a pair of glowing eyes, looking to be the size of dinner plates or something, coming from within the woods. From what I could gather, the eyes were at around 8 to 9 feet high, just judging by the height of the trees that's surrounding it. The eyes then moved to my left and started coming out toward where I'd set up camp. It was literally no more than 25 feet away from me when it stopped briefly for a moment, before continuing on. My heart dropped into the pit of my stomach, and I could hear more loud thumping sounds coming from all around me. I had taken the safety off my revolver. I was ready. I had no idea what was coming. I didn't have to wait long though, as whatever this was began to come into the clearing right before my camp, and now I had a good line of sight on it. All I could make out is that it looked like some sort of massive, grotesque creature, and had what appeared to be thick scales. It looked like a giant lizard or something. I mean, this thing was hideous. It stepped out and grimaced at me, like it was excited to see me. Maybe it had just caught itself prey. It had a really long neck and very slender arms. It didn't seem like it had very big hands. It was almost kind of hunched over, like it had a spinal issue where it was standing. But it was still dark, so I couldn't make out every nuance of every detail. It kept moving toward me, and I couldn't make up my mind on what to do exactly. I did not hesitate any longer before popping off 3 shots at this thing, none of which appeared to hit it, or at least if they did, really bother it. It just kept coming towards me, like it had no fear of me at all, as if these bullets merely just bounced off its flesh. I popped off yet another 3 rounds, doing absolutely nothing to slow this thing down. So now, I'm left with no choice. Without thinking, it's literally fight or fly. I turned around and just started running into the forest. I had to get away at all costs. This was my only real way of surviving, and had I not done this, who knows what it would have done to me. Probably pulled both my arms off and ate me like chicken legs. I ran and ran for what felt like an eternity, but now I'm hearing more of them following me from all around. I was worried I was going to get flanked. They're sounding closer and closer, and I have no idea how many there are, but I hear quite a few. I'm running with just my flashlight and my revolver to see where I was going in the dark. Keep in mind that this spot, I have no idea where I'm going. I'm just trying to get away from that thing. And I finally come across the creek again. It's at a different point where it's a little deeper, so I had to wade my way through it to cross. I reached it to the other side, and I knew it would be pretty much suicide if I were to sit and stop here, so I kept going. I just kept moving north, deeper into the woods, away from them. Now, I'm tired as hell, so I've stopped to take a drink of some water and catch my breath for a moment. The thumping stopped, and it's just me, whatever these things are. I don't know what they are or what they want, or even why they are following me, but I'm now terrified beyond belief. I just collapsed behind a tree. The rain had now shortened by a lot, and I could only hear the faint pitter-pattering of rain falling around me. It grew very, very quiet. All I could hear was my heavy breathing. I was now running out of steam and fast. The rain sounds, as I lay there for who knows how long, were now fading, and they seemed to have stopped. I can only assume in this moment that these things just stopped chasing me. I'm not sure if it was for good or temporarily. I got up and looked around, trying to see where I was, but it was no use with the lack of light. I mean, my flashlight provided some light, but it was starting to fade. I tried to shine it around as much as possible to kind of just get a feel for the area. And as I turned around to start walking, I hear this growl that sent shivers down my spine. Something large leaps out of the darkness right at me, and without waiting, I lift up my revolver and fire 2 shots at this thing's face. It was thrown back. I took off running again, not even bothering to see if it was dead or not. I no longer hear or see any thumping around me at this point, but I know they were out there somewhere. I could still hear leaves rustling and brush moving behind, giving chase. I couldn't see it, but I knew they had not given up. In fact, I think they were trying to be even more stealthy. My lungs are on fire, and I'm almost out of breath again. And my energy levels pretty much depleting, feeling non-existent at this point. My legs cannot move fast enough to escape these things. I was going to have to find a way out of this. I could always go off the beaten path and back towards my truck, but that would take far too long. These things were faster than I, and eventually they would catch up to me and do God only knows what. I decided my best chance was to keep following the creek, but very slowly this time, so to make as much minimal noise as possible. I was making a little distance here, and I knew it wouldn't be long before they caught up. Then, off to my right, I spotted it, a fallen tree that had been there long enough to have been hollowed out. I took my chances, jumping into the hollowed large tree, hiding. Not knowing what else to do, I sat there, huddled in this hollowed out fallen tree, waiting. The rain had just about subsided for now, except a very light drizzle. I can now hear multiples of these things coming close by. They sounded much larger than I ever anticipated. I had my gun tightly gripped against my chest, ready to fire. I was not going to die out here. Those things, whatever they were, could rot in hell for all I care. It didn't take long before one of them came into view, right where the creek was. It looked around a bit, walking back and forth, kind of scanning. It was pretty dark under the trees, but I could just barely make out what it looked like. This one had to be well over 9 feet tall, even more grotesque looking under the moonlight. This appeared like somebody mixed a dinosaur with a human, is what it reminded me of. It had a very muscular body, covered in scales and a tail that kind of reminded me of an alligator's that drug behind it. The head was more like a human, a snout but very short. The upper part of the face, the bone structure, was, although reptilian, looked very much like ours. High cheekbones, set-in eyes, and a forehead. Its expression told me that it appeared very irritated, like it could not find where I went. It kept on crouching down and sniffing around the portion of river I just crossed, like it was trying to follow my scent, but couldn't. More of these things now began to appear out of the trees around it, generally looking the same size but different, mostly smaller. I could tell by size alone and the way this thing was built. This big one was the alpha. It didn't take long before one of them passed by me with only a few feet where I was hiding. I had my hand tightly on the trigger, ready to fire in case things turned ugly. Then, Another one did right next to me, close enough for me to see the scales on its body, which were more like a serpent's than anything else. They had this awful odor they emitted. It was like a mixture of death and feces. Just this awful bacteria stink. I can't even begin to describe it. I feel like roadkill doesn't even do this odor justice. I then saw the tail of another one come from behind a tree about 20 feet away from me. I was hoping they wouldn't see me. It started to walk closer and closer until it just turned around for me to see its face. This one was even more hideous than the alpha. Its eyes were more set in and made this awful hissing sound. Like it too was frustrated it lost me. It's as if they spent a few minutes looking around for me, but it seemed they had lost sight of me altogether. After some hissing back and forth, they began walking back the way they came, each one passing by me within only a few feet on either side. As they began to leave, I literally had to hold my breath, just praying they wouldn't hear me. I stayed huddled up there in a log, keeping silent for who knows, maybe another 10 or so minutes, before finally building up the courage to come out. I had no idea how much time I was allotted now, or how much time I would need to survive. Everything outside around me was so quiet. I pulled myself out all the way, lying on the edge of this huge branch that was as big as a boa constrictor, trying to process what had just taken place. I am now physically depleted, and then the growling starts back up. I start to hear these things coming back. I realized these things never gave up looking for me. They were scouting. I'm clamoring to get back in this log, and my foot gets stuck. I'm trying to pull my foot in, and I hear this high-pitched screaming hiss sound, and the noise of something large running right towards me. I thought this was it. I'm a goner. I get my feet in, and I pulled myself up as fast as I could, trying to get my head inside like a turtle. Too late. The thing that sounded like it was screaming at me was not even 5 feet from the entrance to the log. It reached its arm all the way around and began to drag its fingers across the bark of the log, trying to find a grip. Then it screamed again and began to slam its arm very hard against the log, over and over, breaking and indenting parts of wood. It knew I was in here. I then heard others coming to its aid. I only had a few bullets left readied in my chamber. Before I could finish that thought, a huge hole burst in this dead tree, and it was ripped open. And I could see this massive scaly arm punching through and start frantically reaching around, clawing for me. It wasn't long before the log was ripped wide open, and I saw their faces for the first time just feet from me, all trying to reach in and grab at me. One of them shoved his entire arm into the log, but he couldn't seem to find me fast enough. I, having just barely enough room to maneuver, took aim and fired a shot at this thing's arm, causing it to scream and retract. The others around went into this kind of blood frenzy of screams and noises. The big alpha comes over, picks up the entire log and shakes it violently, causing me to fly out against the ground, cracking my knee. It hurt like hell. I'm so pumped full of adrenaline now, I could hardly feel it. But my ability to walk or stand is now so limited. But I knew I had to, in order to survive what was to come. I pull myself up while these things are looking at me like a meal they haven't ever had before. I turn and fire the rest of my bullets at these things, which didn't even seem to do anything. I run for my life. Now they're even more pissed. I'm lost. I have no idea where I am or how to get back home. I just keep running as fast as I can and as fast as my wounded body will take me. These things are gaining on me fast, and due to my injury, I just end up dropping and falling down the steep hill toward the base of the small ravine, ending up landing in a small dried up creek bed. I land with a thud at the base of this ravine. I was out of breath and could not get back up if I tried. I accepted that this was the end. This was my fate. My leg was in excruciating pain, shaking, trembling. It's like what was happening in slow motion, but yet too fast to react normally. I felt my body beginning to shut down and lose consciousness, and I tried everything in my power to keep myself awake. I looked down at my knee and I'm bleeding pretty severely. I didn't realize this in that moment, but that fall had actually torn several ligaments and gashed open my knee on top of the fact that it was already shattered. I can now hear these things coming down the hill slowly. It's like this entire time, they weren't even trying to chase me. They were letting me wear myself out like an advanced, intelligent predator does to its prey, before finally descending upon their kill. I get on my back, and I'm trying to push myself. So I throw myself back on my stomach, and I'm trying to crawl. And I crawl. I can't get up, so crawling is the only way I'm getting out of here. As I'm crawling, one of these things gets in front of my path and starts coming towards me in a very slow, easy pace, like a "haha, I got you now," like a wolf that's found a lone sheep in a field all alone, as if it knows I can't get away, and it just wants to toy with me for a while. It gets closer, and the nearer it got, I could feel my heartbeat racing out of control. I began, I guess you would explain, realizing that my end was now. I was only mere moments away from death. I finally reached back into my holster, pulled out my sidearm, the last one. The thing stopped right in front of me as I'm sitting there lying there, looking it dead in the eyes. It just reaches down, starts to tear into my flesh with its claws. The pain was excruciating, but I was not going to let this thing beat me. I tried to fire at this thing while it was tearing into my flesh, but there were no more bullets, and it smacked my revolver out of my hand. So I reached down, and in this moment, I'd forgot all about it. I usually keep a Bowie knife always strapped to my lower leg. I had forgotten all about it until this very moment. This thing took its arm and held down my body and was about to go in for the bite that was going to tear my stomach open. I reached down and in one fluid motion impaled my entire knife into this thing's eye socket. It immediately let go of me and let out this scream like I'd never heard before. It shot out this green ooze, like blood but thicker. It nearly collapsed but retreated back up the hillside, where I could all hear these things hissing and screaming. Now, bleeding, a shattered knee, and who knows whatever other injuries I accrued during this. I tried to crawl out as much as I possibly could, after hearing these things staying off in the distance. The screaming never stopped. I think I climbed hundreds of feet in my state. The only way I was staying alert was the sheer amount of adrenaline pumping through me, keeping me conscious, but I knew even that wouldn't last forever. I finally made it to the top of this small hill, and I could see this old service road just a few hundred feet down. I almost got there in time, but I ended up passing out from blood loss. The next thing I know, I'm waking up on my back, with EMTs trying to bring me back to life. I can remember everything that had happened. I was covered in blood. They asked me how it happened, and I told them a bear had chased me down. I was not about to say anything about what really happened. Somebody who still doesn't know had seen me lying unconscious on the other side of the road, called for an ambulance. I had come to when they were trying to revive me. I had lost a lot of blood and was near death. I was pretty badly banged up. I remained somewhat awake through their examination and kept slipping in and out of consciousness after I was taken in. The last thing I remember before passing out was them asking if there were any other people up there. It's like I couldn't even speak. The whole time through this whole ordeal, I was pretty badly messed up, and I spent a fair amount of time in the hospital being patched up. I had been asked over and over what had happened, and I had to give my same story about how a bear had attacked me. I mean, come on. I knew they were not going to believe had I told them what really had happened. When I was finally let out of the hospital, I had injured my knee worse than initially thought. It took quite a bit of physical therapy to bring myself back to normal, and months of intense healing and therapy. I couldn't even get out of bed without a crutch or a crane. I did, however, gradually start to get better, and could walk again after about a year. But today, I still have to use a cane for walking long distances. My knee still bothers me from time to time. I can't run anymore, at least not like I used to, and I still feel that I'm a bit slower than before. But the whole time I went through this ordeal, it really opened my eyes to what's going on around us, and what we don't realize is going on. We all just go on about our everyday lives, not knowing that creatures like this really do exist. We never stop to look around and see what's really around us. Nature is cruel, and it will kick you while you are down. I never go into the woods without some way to defend myself. I know there are things out there that could easily kill an unarmed person like me if they wanted to. And even worse than them, there are things out there that I'm sure are way worse. I have no desire to see them. I've seen things now that are out there that I don't think many other people have before, at least that are documented. It's been almost 20 years now since this happened, but I still think about it and how lucky I was to get out of there without getting killed. Every day, I see the memories in my head and wonder what would have happened had I not made it to that service road when I did. I would have never made it to the hospital, or if I hadn't even climbed up that hill, I could have lost consciousness for good. I've since gone back out into those woods again, since this has all happened, with a different sense of renewed vigor and awareness. I know to trust my surroundings a little differently than before. Plus, since my injury, I can't move the way I used to. If there's one thing I can leave you with, it's that you need to be very hyper-aware of what's going on around you at all times. You never know what's out there in the woods waiting.